I witnessed the man I loved being torn apart by wolves with my own eyes. My world shattered in that moment, but the instinct to survive drove me to flee, for myself and for my unborn child. One prologue. Run, Juliet, run. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart filled the air. Wide hazel eyes watched in horror as the wolf tore apart the very man they had always looked at with every bit of love in her heart. The beast raised its blooded muzzle and snarled in Juliet's direction. With a shriek of terror, she instinctively turned to her heel, ignoring the stones bruising her bare feet, and broke into a run. She could hear the paws of wolves padding on the earth like the thud, thud of a loud drum. The sound of her heart was echoing in her ears like a beat. Beat. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. She looked back. 2 wolves were hot on her heels, snapping their blood-stained jaws at her. Her stomach throbbed with the effort of running. Her legs threatened to give up, but just then, 3 wolves appeared from the front, baring their teeth, and fell upon the others. Pained howls and snapping of bones filled her head, as if in a nightmare, tears streaming down her face. Juliet dashed forward. She ran and ran until she could no longer feel her feet, until sweat covered her like second skin, until she was only going on for her unborn child. In a distance, she saw light, high walls, the smell of other lycanthropes. Shelter. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stumbling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She reached the high iron fence that marked the pack's territory. Stop. A stern male voice barked, "Who are you? State your name and purpose." Juliet looked at the 2 tall males that approached her very quickly, even for werewolves. Her lips parted to say something, but her mind was blank, her soul shattering. Her energy crushed, and darkness was filling her vision, and she fainted. Several hours later, Juliet was holding a baby girl in her arms. Hazel eyes, so much like her own, gazed back at her. "Elijah would have loved you so much," she whispered softly, tears prickling her eyes. A knock on the door of the little room snapped her out of her thoughts. A woman in her late 20s came inside. "Juliet, Luna would like to see you," she said gently. "Come along." "Yes, let's go." Juliet nodded at the Omega lichen. They walked through the long, narrow passages of the Omega quarters to the wide and glamorous hallways of the Alpha and Luna's chambers. The guards let them in the meeting room where the Alpha and Luna sat. The Alpha was a big man with broad shoulders, a proud scar on his left cheek, and fierce brown eyes. The Luna was a fragile-looking woman, but her blue eyes were sharp as a hawk, piercing as shards of glass. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Luna." Juliet dipped in a curtsy, "Mrs." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The Alpha spoke. "We sent troops to your packed territory, but no one could survive the Rouge attack. No one but you and your daughter." Juliet nodded, feeling her chest constrict with pain. "Now we understand you need shelter." The Alpha continued, "And we would offer you a place here in the estate, as werewolves and lichens are not so different after all. That would be very kind of you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Juliet replied meekly, "But," the Luna interjected, "you are not part of our pack. Hence, you can only stay as an Omega." Swallowing the lump in her throat, Isabella looked at her daughter's hazel eyes. With a deep breath, she made the choice any mother would have made. "I accept the conditions." After Juliet had been officially converted to an Omega by taking an oath and shaking her hand, which she had cut a bit to draw out blood, with the Alpha, who had done the same, she went out, clutching her baby. She hadn't taken more than a few steps when someone tugged at the hem of her dress. She whirled around. Her eyes landed, old boy, with his dark brown hair and deep blue eyes. It wouldn't take a genius to guess who he was. Who are you? Though his eyes were curious, his voice had been commanding. I will. Juliet struggled with her words in the new pack member. The boy nodded, craning his neck to look at the child in the woman's arms. Juliet lowered her arms to let him have a look. The boy smiled at the infant. Hello there. Emilu Quinters. He looked at Juliet, apparently to know the name of the child. Juliet blushed. She hadn't thought of it yet, but, looking down at her angle, a soft smile tugged her lips. Elise. She said Elise Atwood. Luke grinned and let the baby hold one of his fingers. Welcome home. Elise. Attack of the walnuts, Elise. I whirl around. My pin straight hair follows the movement. My eyes meet familiar blue ones. Hus. I mock, glare at my best friend. I'm doing something important. His lips tug upwards in the usual crooked grin, and he simply leans against the wall, watching me as I achieve greatness. Right. I take the catapult, grab a big walnut and take aim. 1, 2. Snap. A banshee-like scream meets my ears and I quickly duck behind the wall, choking on giggles. Who did this? A shrill voice demands who did this. A familiar deep chuckle reaches me from my side. What are you? A 6-year-old. His eyes shining with amusement. Just because I'm 19 doesn't mean I can't have fun. I grin at him. You wanna try? He considers it for a moment. Why the hell not? I give him a walnut and the catapult. We exchange a serious nod like the ones best friends do before stealing ice cream from the fridge. He takes aim, pulls the rubber back and snap. I'm going to kill you when I find you. Unable to hold myself back, I stumble away, clasping my hands on my mouth. Only when I'm out of earshot. Laughter bubbles past my lips and I can almost feel my face becoming red. Another laugh combines with mine and I realize I'm not the only one who ran. Goddess? You didn't see her face. He says, oh, don't worry. We always have next time. I say, grinning Carlos. Both of us jump at the stun voice. Soon enough, a tall man with pale blonde hair and grey eyes comes in my view. Beta Drake. I and Carlos bow our heads. Beta looks at me for a second, his eyes holding the usual glint of disdain, then turns to my bestie. What are you doing here? He demands. All the pack warriors are supposed to be training right now. The training ended not 5 minutes ago. Beta, Carlos says, jumping to his serious voice. In fact, I was just here to tell the Omega to clean the weapons. Beta turns his harsh face to me again, then stops standing here like an idiot and get to it. He barks. I stare back into his grey eyes, defying lie. My muscles itch to bend my neck and submit. My eyes prickle with the effort of looking into his powerful ones, but I've practiced this for ages. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Beta, I finally say and turn around to get as far from him as possible. Like father, like daughter. But it's not really Beta's fault. You see, ever since he found out that Darky, his daughter, is a nut job, he's been one himself. And what a pity I've never known him before his condition. As I pass through the hallways of our ridiculously big pack house, everyone considers my existence in their own unique way. Some give me the stink eye. Some quickly turn away. Some with looks of superiority. My wolf claws at my head to let her out. I roll my eyes as a bunch of pack warriors pass by me, smirking. Lichens. I shake my head. They think they're so amazing. I pass by the weapons room but don't bother checking. I cleaned everything just yesterday. So far, Carlos has been the only friend I have other than a few Omgazer. Heck, even some of the Omgazer look at me and Mom with dislike. But none of it bothers me as much as it did. Because my escape plan is simple. 1. Find my mate. 2. Convince him to take my mom with us to his pack. 3. Escape. For attain godly powers and destroy every lycanthrope with superiority complex and then take over the world. See, simple. I go outside the main pack house and towards the Omega quarters. On the outside of the little building, I see a familiar figure. Juliet. Darky barks. My fingers curl in fists as my mother hurries outside to receive the BTCH. Yes, Miss Parks. Mom asks politely. I want a foot massage. Right now, she says, flipping her long blonde hair. I watch as my mom swallows. See hesitation in her eyes and watch as her head moves in a nod. My blood boils. Wait. I quickly jog towards them. What is it, Alice? Darky snaps. Mom is needed to clean the weapons in the weapon room. Sorry she can't come with you. I say, trying my level best not to glare at her. Fine. Darky huffs. Then her eyes light up. Why don't you come with me then? My feet could use some proper tending. And it must be an honor for a werewolf omega to touch the feet of a lichen beta. My left eye twitches, but I glance at Mom. At her still pretty face. The light in her hazel eyes is so dull than what it used to be. Swallowing my pride and dignity, I nod. Darky flashes her pearly white teeth at me and turns around to go inside the pack house. I turn to Mom. No cleaning needed in the weapons room. Go and rest. Smiling at her. Elise, sweetie, you shouldn't have. Mom says if Darky finds out, she wouldn't care. I wave a hand dismissively. She likes to piss me off whenever she can get the chance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hurry up, you lazy, good-for-nothing idiot. I better go. My lips curl in disgust. Nonetheless, I turn to follow her royal damas and quickly fall in step behind her. Took you long enough, she snaps. Maybe next time I can throw rotten eggs at her. Or if I can somehow get my hands on a used diaper. I can't believe how slow you days a walk. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's too much effort for the likes of her. I think I might just do it. Are you to something? Then again, you can't argue about it. Are there any babies in our pack? Ones that might have stomach problems? Darky leads me to her room. A pinky street. Furry's tea. Most sparkling room in the house. One I've been into many times. She lays down on the daybed and gestures at her shoes. Don't lose it. Do not lose it. I yank off her shoes, ignoring the smirk on her face. My fingers itch in resistance as I move them near her feet. My wolf claws at my head harder than usual, but I focus all my energy on my breaths. In undoubt. You know, Alice, Darky says as I try not to crush her feet, I'm very happy today. So happy that even your inferior presence isn't bothering me. You're too generous. It's like my birthday. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And the full moon all in one. If I can just move my fingers a bit higher, preferably to your throat, it might be like your funeral too. Because he's coming. She says excitedly, my love is coming back and find his mate or something. Now there's nothing separating us. Who's coming? Surprisingly, she smiles wider. It's creeping me out. Look, my Luke is coming back. Her words echo in my head. Luke is coming back. Oh no. 3 witches rattle me. New Quintus, the only son of Alpha JX and Linifay, the soon-to-be alpha of our pack, he's coming back. After 5 years. The sound of my heart pounding in my ears gets faster by the second, and Darky doesn't even realize I'm not massaging her feet anymore. No. I don't want to make a reunion feast. My hot, dashing, charming Luke. Darky claps her hands together, and finally he's going to come back without any mate. Which means one thing. Him and me. Yeah. Really amazing. Better find my mate before she becomes Luna. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen, you know. Darky says dreamily. Sometimes, some very rare times, I feel kinda bad for Darky. The pathetic soul has no friends. I've only seen him like 3 times. I feel obligated to point out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The likes of you can't even look at him often. She smirks at me. No wonder she doesn't have friends. Now go. Shoo you. She says I have to get ready before he comes. It takes a lot of time. Not that you'll know. Thanking the goddess, I hurry out of her room and towards the Omega quarters again. It must be an uproar there. When I enter through the main door, the sound of chaos hits me hard. People are running around with decorations, folding invitation envelopes, making lists. Even in the crowd, I can easily make out a short, plump woman with dark red hair shouting, "Stay calm, people." She says loudly, "Stay King calm." Captain Morgan. I push through the rushing crowd, "Don't tell me." Yup, she nods with a grin, smile, it's a code red. I attempt to pass out and fall, but someone grabs my elbow and pulls me straight. No time for fainting. Angelina, Morgan's daughter, with the same red hair and green eyes, says to me, "We have shopping to do." Tell me that's not true. I say a bit dramatically. It's not true. Angelina says, taking me with her now, "Come on. Goddess, save my ass." No, I can't. I lean against the wall, not another step. "Elise, we have yet to buy all the dairy products," Angelina says, waving the list. "You're lycan. I'm a werewolf." I give her a look and I can't walk around with 8 huge bags in my arms in this blazing heat. She takes in consideration my sweaty and red face. Then sighed. "Fine. Let's put these things in the car and take a break." "'Kay," she says. My face lights up. Is there any other answer but yes? We make our way through the busy streets of Minneapolis and towards the car that the pack finally offered us to transfer this stuff in. Back so soon. Carlos, our willing driver, raises an eyebrow. No such luck, I say as Angelina opens the back door and puts in her bags. I do the same. We're going to do another shift after a quick break. You can take these back to the pack house. Sure. He shrugs and the engine roars to life. I and Angelina quickly decide to jog to the forest near the pack house and take a run for Angelina, and a stroll for me. Before we come back, the earthy scent of the forest greets me. Walking deeper in the forest, I focus on the sound of my feet padding on the ground, the breeze ruffling the leaves, the scent of flowers and a human. I squint my eyes and let my nose guide me to the source of the scent. About 10 feet away, I see the humped figure of an old woman. Hello, I say, and surely are you lost? The woman turns around to face me. I falter in my steps. Blazing yellow eyes stare back at me. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Not at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She says I know this forest like the back of my hand. "Oh, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Which is rattle me, I'll go then. So soon. Her bushy grey brows rise. Most lycanthropes are curious to know their future. I'll find when they will meet their mate. You can tell me that. A note of excitement leaking in my voice. "What do you think?" She grins. Gold teeth flashing between yellow ones tell me when I'll find my mate. "Please," I say instantly, "show me the palm of your right." And she holds out a wrinkled, frail hand. I hesitate for a moment. She's a witch after all. She might be tricking me, but I hold out my hand to her. Her bony finger trails the map of lines on my palm. "Very interesting. Such a..." She mutters, toying with my hand. "You're going to meet him soon." "Soon when?" I furrow my eyebrows. "You will meet your mate after you fall in love." I stare at her blankly. "Most talking to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." She turns around and starts walking fast. Hey, wait, before my very eyes. She shifts into a raven and takes off. After you fall in love, confusion clouds my mind. A strange restlessness settles in my stomach. I shake my head and start walking back. They're all eccentric. After I fall in love. Please, my mate is going to be the only man I ever fall in love with. Taking fast steps, I go back to where I was supposed to meet Angelina, the parking lot of the supermarket. I look around the empty parking lot and then see familiar red hair. My eyebrows furrow at the scene. A man is standing close to her, caging her between himself and the wall. Taking a few steps forward, I catch a glimpse of Angelina's horrified face. My stomach twists into a tight knot. Half marching, half running, I go towards them and catch a throaty voice saying, "Why so afraid of me, baby?" The dog is saying all I'm asking is. I grab his arm and turn him around. I'm thinking, uncaring, on pure instinct. My hand raises and slap. I pull Angelina away from him. She clings to my arm, silent tears running down her face. "You bloody BTCH. The man hisses, his eyes on Angelina rather than me. "What are you staring at? You asshole." I give him a death glare. He turns his face to me. "You just wait until what is going on here." I freeze as the deep, powerful voice reaches my ears. Unfamiliar, yet oddly known. Out of their own volition, my eyes fly to the source of the sound. My breath hitches. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Well-built figure walks up to us. A perfectly angular face, a jaw sharp enough to break rocks on it. Straight nose and a subtle tan on smooth skin. Dark, stormy blue eyes meet mine, and for one single moment I feel like, what is this? Solidaire. He asks the other man this female was attacking me, so he glares at me. Dark blue eyes turn to me, a hint of irritation evident in them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." Maybe I look like I can kill someone right now, but there's no way this man would be a big enough jerk to apologize. I stare at him in amazement. Wow, he just broke all the records. No, I will not apologize. I snap. Eyes ablaze with anger. "Your soldier was her assing my friend." The newcomer's eyes go to the ghastly pale girl, trying to hide behind me. Is that true? He narrows his eyes at the asshole you're asking him. My voice portraying my anger. "Are you blind? Can't you see her face?" A low growl rumbles in his throat. His jaw tightens. Apparently, no one's ever talked to him like this. "Do not interrupt me while I'm talking." He throws a glance of supreme disapproval in our direction. Angelina whimpers a little. "I don't have time for such ridiculous arguments anyways." Ridiculous arguments? Should I slap him too? Your employee just did something completely immoral and you'll walk away like a man with no honor. Lighting flashes in his eyes and he takes a step forward. I register the power radiating from him. My muscles start itching, my eyes wanting to blink and look away, but I don't back down. "Do you know who I am?" Or rather demands. Of course I do. Much to his surprise, "You're a textbook jerk." I turned my face away, grab Angelina's arm and walk away, very aware of the piercing blue eyes staring at me until I'm out of sight. "You okay?" I ask Angelina. "When we're far enough, I'm fine." She mumbles, just a bit shaken. "Don't sweat it. Let's go back. Someone else can get the other things." I put my arm around her, hoping to be of some comfort. "You shouldn't have done what you did." Angelina says as we start walking, "Maybe those are guests or something. You might get in trouble." "Screw trouble." I say. "Men who can't respect women are dogs. And men who can't stand those men are bitches." A smile tugs at her lips. "You're crazy." I grin. "Crazy awesome." For truly ironic, after I leave Angelina with Morgan, I go to my own room. Entering the small perfect square place gives me an air of home. I go to my small dresser and catch a glimpse of my reflection. Pinned straight, honey brown hair reaches the middle of my back. Doe hazel eyes, a dainty nose, a heart-shaped face. A smile tugs at my pink lips. At least good looks aren't reserved for the higher ranks. I'd say I'm fairly cute. I go through my drawer and take out a small, brown notebook. My diary. Yeah, anyone who knows me won't believe I have one. But I do have this little product of tree death, and I like to call it the lil BTCH. I open an empty page and start writing. I wonder why people think that you need a reason to respect someone. I think you need a reason to respect someone. Just the title of a living thing should be enough to respect each other. It's not our races, To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, or looks that make us important to the world or define us. It's our actions that define us. I sometimes wonder if my mate will care that I'm an omega, if he will be disappointed. Well, if that happens, I sure as hell will be disappointed. Rather than love, I want respect. I demand respect. I want my life partner to let me stide him rather than behind him. I want him to acknowledge my existence and personality other than his mate or Elise. I'm not doing anything. I snap the cover shut. He's here. Sweetie, Mom says. Ignoring my statement, Luke is back. Oh my God. I say monotonously as I put my diary back. Woo. Don't be so dry. Mom takes my arm. Come on. At least have a look at him. He's the most handsome man I've ever seen. You know, Darky had said. Well, let's see what this Mr. Universe looks like. Mom and I enter the great hall built, besides the pack house for meetings or celebrations. The scent of at least 100 lichens, perfumes and food reaches my nose at once. The place is packed. A lot more people are here than I expected, probably because they invited guests from neighboring packs too. Look, they're on the stage. Mom says to me. I look ahead, above the sea of people. At the stage and my eyes widen. Dark, stormy blue eyes stare back at me, as if they've been looking for me this entire time. I swallow thickly. I'm screwed. Isn't he handsome? Mum asks me, yeah. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say mindlessly, attention please. Everyone. Alpha JX says. Everyone settles down. I quickly grab Mum's hand and go towards a few empty chairs. If they haven't noticed us, might as well attend our first ever pack announcement. I thank all of you for sharing our happiness, he says, and then puts a hand on his son's shoulder. My son, Luke, has come back after 5 years of training. Everyone claps. Mom nudges me and grudgingly, I clap too. As all of you know, he continues this year. We will be hosting the Alpha's Hunt. I encourage all of you to arrive at our Northern Manor house for the ceremony. Another round of applause, but this time heavy with tension. As for the rest of the night, please enjoy. The Alpha's what? I ask Mom. The Alpha's Hunt, dear, Mom says, looking a bit pale, in which all the Alphas participate to choose the Alpha Supreme of the continent. I turn my gaze to the stage again so they're all going to the Northern Manor. Yes, dear. Mom nods. The Alpha's family. Beta rake and beta female. Clara will stay here to manage the pack affairs. They take a few Omgazer with them to take care of the manor's work. You think Darky will go with them? I ask, hopefully, with the way she's holding on to Luke. Mom smiles grimly. I can guess she is. For some reason, I feel a tiny knot in my stomach, but I shrug it off. Good riddance. Who wants Luke here anyways? When we go back, all the young or new adult Omgazer are lining up. Where are they going? I ask Mom. Probably for the Alpha family to pick who will go with them. Mom says pick. We're not merchandise. I say angrily. Not at Mom. Mind you. But at the point. It's how it goes. Mom says grimly, Elise. Angelina waves at me from the queue. Come here. Quick. I take a step forward, but Mom grabs my hand. I look back with a raised eyebrow. I told Morgan you wouldn't be an option. Don't go in there. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mom says. I nod. I'll just listen to what Angelina wants to say. Be right back. Mom lets go of me and goes to the quarters. I go to Angelina. I'm doing to die of nervousness, she says, clenching my hands in her clammy ones. Chill. Lena. I roll my eyes. Wouldn't it be a pretty trip to the north? Yes, but she bites her bottom lip. I'm not like you. I can't handle new situations like I was born to do that. I know I'm pretty legit, but this is taking it a bit too far. I rake my brain to come up with something to ease her nerves. An idea pops up in my head. I look back at the quarters and then at Angelina's nervous face. Fine. I'll walk with you until you're there, but I have to come back afterwards. Thank you. She squeezes my hands in gratitude. We reach the lounge of the pack house quickly. Alpha JX, Luna Faye, Darky, her older brother Casper, and the oh-so amazing Luke Quinters are sitting on the sofas. They look at the gaze as people would look at automobiles in a showroom. Dark blue eyes turn to me with the unmistakable superiority and haughtiness of a Lycan alpha. I frown a little. Excuse me. I turn around to go to my room, but a deep voice makes me stop in my tracks. Going to pack you things already? My muscles tense. Slowly, I turn around, very aware of everyone's eyes on me. Luke stares straight at me, his face blank. I'm not one of the gazer that are going. My tone formal. But you are an Omega, aren't you? He raises a dark brown eyebrow. I open my mouth to say something, but Alpha beats me to it. Luke, you should pick someone a little more obedient. He looks at me like I'm a bug under her shoe. Elise has always had a problem with discipline. Alpha is right. Just wanting to get away, I'm not the best choice. Dark, stormy blue eyes drill into my own and a shiver runs through my spine. I lower my head just for the sake of looking away, willing my heart to stop beating so fast. A moment later, my chin is caught between a callous thumb and finger and my face is jerked up. Luke looks over my face, turns it to one side, then the other, as if observing whether or not the product he wants fulfills his demands. For some reason, his behavior disappoints me. My hands close into fists when I meet his eyes again. I glare at him with every bit of fire in my soul. Luke stares right back at me, thoughtfully. He lets go of me. I refrain myself from stepping back. A werewolf Omega who's not obedient to Lycans. Luke says, I wonder why no one has taught you otherwise yet. With a derisive snort, I simply turn my face away. It's Darky who speaks. It's an excellent idea. Elise could learn a lot if Luke was in charge of her. I'm not some pet animal. You morons. I don't need to be tamed. I agree with Darky. Luna says. My heart drops to my stomach. Elise, you'll be going with us. I look up, ready to protest, but someone else steps into my line of sight, so all I can see is the amusement in dark blue eyes. Now we can go and pack your things. Luke says we leave tomorrow? At 5 in the morning. It's all downhill from here. What? Mom stares at me wide-eyed. Mom, calm down. I say it's not so bad, not that bad. She repeats, you'll be gone to an unknown place for the goddess knows how long with no one to save you. Shall you land yourself in trouble? Mom, I say calmly, I'll be okay. I can handle myself. And besides, a little adventure won't hurt. Mom lets out a shaky breath. I just need some time to myself. Go to sleep. You have to leave early in the morning. With that she walks out of the room, leaving me with a dull ache in my chest. Oh, mother dearest, why do you worry as such? Because you are all she has left. With a sigh, I collapse on my bed. Yes, I want to travel a bit. Yes, I want some excitement and adventure, but not at the expense of Mom's peace. With my mind made up, I go out of the Omega quarters and start for the main pack house. The dew-drenched grass bends under my feet. The cold night air makes me wish I'd put on a jacket. Thankful that my hair is covering my ears, I quickly reach the back door of the pack house. Slipping inside since I knew it'd be unlocked, I rake my head. Luna and Darky would never help me. Alpha is probably not going to see me at this hour of the night and snap at me for sneaking in. I have no idea what Casper is like since he just came back with Luke. That only leaves me with one possible option. The moon knows where his room would be. How am I supposed to find him? Nevertheless, I march towards the stairs and soundlessly go up to the second floor. I wander along the hallway. If there are 5 rooms here, 1 for Darky, 1 for her brother Casper, 1 for the betas and 1 for the alphas, so that only leaves me with. I walk towards the room at the end of the hallway. The perfectly polished door shows me my reflection. I raise my hand to knock but then stop. What am I going to say? So hey there, I can't go with you. Why? Well, my mother is feeling worried for me. That sounds really professional, doesn't it? For 10 minutes I raise and drop my hand, thinking hard about what to do. I take a deep breath, raise my hand, ready to knock. The door opens. My hand freezes in mid-air. My eyes stare at someone's tan skin instead of the polished door. Luke stands in the door frame, his brown hair ruffled, dark blue eyes staring down at me with a tinge of irritation. Did I mention he's shirtless? He trushes to my face, and with no better option, I focus my eyes on his. You've been standing outside my door for the last 10 minutes. He says in a raspy voice, what do you want? Oh, I have to say something. I shudder. What are you saying? Don't let this shirtless male think you're an idiot. Then say it. His lips curl in a tired frown. He really does look tired, with the bags under his eyes. The weary look in them. He looks like he hasn't slept in ages. A low growl snaps me out of my thoughts. What? Do you? Luke narrows his eyes at me. I want a lot of things, like freedom from this godforsaken pack, and equal rights for Omgazer, and a good soulmate. Did I mention a puppy, and some dirty diapers to throw at Darky? I can't go with you. My voice comes out stronger than expected. 3 cheers for me. Why? Luke's eyes narrow to slits. Because I draw that because I'll cause trouble. I always do. I can't do a thing right. You should listen to your father. He was telling the truth when he said I can't obey anyone. Luke leans down so we're on eye level. The scent of pine trees and coffee waves over to me, making my stomach twists in a weirdly good-feeling knot. His narrow, dark, deep blue eyes stare into my wide hazel ones. I haven't slept peacefully in a long time, and when finally, today I fell asleep, you woke me up at this hour of the night to point out how bad of an omega you are. His warm breath fans my face. Yes. I grin sheepishly. You are going to the north with me. End of conversation. And he slams the door in my face. For a moment, I stand there like a gaping fish. I raise my hand, ready to knock and give him a piece of my mind when the door swings open again. I see you're still here. Luke growls. Just wanted to say good night. My own tongue betrays me. I quickly turn around and go to the Omega quarters. Seems like I'm going to the north. Take care of yourself. I hug Mom tightly. You too, dear, she says, hugging me back. Try to not get in trouble, Morgan says to me with a grin. Aye, Captain. I grin back. I'll miss you. Angelina says, and I'm so sorry you have to leave. It's all my fault. Hey, don't stress yourself. Putting a hand on her shoulder. Besides, a free trip to the north sounds pretty good to me. I wave at my family one more time before hurriedly going towards the garage. When I reach it, people are hurrying about. Pack warriors loading their things in one car. The higher ranks standing a bit away from them, muttering among each other. I notice that the Omgazer they picked are standing by their sides, heads bowed. With a sigh, I tighten my grip on the strap of my duffel bag and walk over to a certain alpha-lichen. So where are we going? I ask Luke Pakistan. He replies, hands clasped behind his back. But that would be a 14-hour flight. I point out, be it lichens or werewolves, but lichens more so. They hate long flight. It makes the wolf grumpy and agitated, but very worth it. Luke says Marcog and Vales are known to be one of the most beautiful places in the world. A wave of excitement crashes over me. Suddenly this trip doesn't feel bad at all. I was wrong. It was bad. Ick. It was horrible. 14 hours in a damn plane. Then God knows how long in a car, and we still hadn't reached the place. We're here. The Omega driving our car. John, I think his name is, says to us, free dead Don. I jump out of the car as soon as it stops. The first thing I notice is the cold. The second that it's dark and I can't see anything. The third that there's a mansion on a brilliant landscape just in front of me. But keeping the second point in mind, I can't very well see. Oh well. Grinning like a maniac, duffel bag in hand, I hop over to Luke. He starts walking without acknowledging my presence, but I'm just so happy to be on my feet. I don't care. Omgazer, all of you will have a room attached with you in charge. Luna explains as we enter the grand hall of the house. Behave yourselves and serve with diligence. 2 staircases go up, one from either side of the hall, and Luke turns to the left one. I following behind quickly. We'd reached the middle when a banshee-like scream meets my ears. I cringe and then look at Darky just behind us. I need your help. Come to my room. She quickly reaches us and gives me a look of pure authority. But you have Flora with you. I nod towards the omega female behind her. Oh, I do. Darky grins at me, but I need you right now. I look at Luke. Eyebrows furrowed. Darky turns to him as well, batting her eyelashes. She warps herself around his arm. Luke, darling, you won't mind, would you? She purrs. Luke stares at her for a moment, his face one of pure indifference. Fine, but be quick. He smoothly moves his hand away from Darky. I give him an unbelievable look. He merely shrugs and continues going up the stairs. Hurry up, Alice. Or Elise. Or whatever your name is. Darky snaps. I hold back a growl and follow her to her room. It's almost identical to her room back in the pack house. They must have been here before. Now she grins at me, a spark of evil lighting up her eyes. Let's have a little fun. Sometimes, in your life, you have to be the strong one. Sometimes, life throws you in unexpected situations where others might lose their mind, but you have to go on. You have to remind yourself that you're better than this, stronger than this. Do it properly. A familiar voice snaps. With a deep breath, I somehow manage to keep my hands on Darky's feet rather than her neck. Be strong, Elise. You can get through this. Not only did she make me clean her room, arrange her wardrobe, brush her hair which somehow kept being pulled and put it in a braid, put a face mask on her, but she also wanted a foot massage. Oh, this is better. She sighs in content. The door opens. I don't bother looking up and get myself more humiliated than I already am. What is going on here? Darky jumps. The cucumbers on her eyes fall down. I whip my head towards the door to see Luke glaring at the scene in front of him. You see, you startled me. Darky says you see. I was just letting Alice give me a foot mass. Get up. Luke growls slowly, his eyes focused on me. I quickly stand up from my crouched position and grab my duffel bag from the corner. To my room. Right now. I hurriedly pass by him and go out the door and to the one just to its right since I'd seen Luke going there. I enter the big, square room. There's a king-size bed in the middle, a big window on the east wall, a study desk near the bed, and the whole place is predominantly white. I see a door at the west wall of my room. Before I could go call a Aspie on my bed and thank my lucky stars, someone else comes inside and slams the door shut behind. I jump and turn around. Dark, stormy blue eyes glare at me. What the hell? What did I do? I brought you here to work for me. No one else. Understood? Luke says, barely controlled anger evident in his voice. Really? Weren't you the one who sent me with her? But instead of telling him so, I take in consideration the look on his face and do otherwise. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars. This is a moment to remember. Well, he does look like he might bite my head off. You can't blame me for being cautious. Good. His face still as angry as before. Now go and get some sleep. We have some hectic days ahead. 6 blackmailing is my pastime. Wake up. 5 more minutes. Enthusiasm, marmamble and bury my face in the pillows. Get up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not Hazel. Let me sleep. I swat away the hand shaking my shoulder. Get up right now or I'm going to throw a bucket of water at you. An angry voice commands. My eyes snap open, and the first thing they focus on are 2 orbs of deep, dark blue glaring at me. A scream escapes my mouth and instinctively my hand goes up, but Luke catches my wrist in his hand before my palm could meet his face. Have you, he says slowly, jaw clenched tight, lost your mind? You startled me, I say as he drops my wrist and steps back. Luke straightens and folds his arms behind his back, looking down at me with supreme disappointment. So, Why the hell did you wake me up? Stretching my arms over my head. We're going for a run. My eyes go round with shock. We meaning you and I. Nuke says. His face serious. Hurry up. We've wasted enough time already. But, you're like an alpha. I say you're going to complete a round of the plant before I can say breakfast. I'm like an alpha. Am I? I nod. Well. You forgot to mention that I'm your alpha. That's an order. Get up now. Luke goes out of the room and I fall back on the mattress with a groan of frustration. After a quick shower, I don't bother drying my hair and put it in a ponytail before rushing out of my room into Luke's. We go out of the mansion instantly. A cold shudder passes through me. The sun is barely up. We will take 3 rounds of the 10 miles surrounding the mansion. Luke says to me it should take about 20 minutes. Fine. I say, let's shift. Luke turns to me and raises an eyebrow. Who said we will shift? 10 miles. 3 times in 20 minutes without shifting. I stare at him with wide eyes. That's impossible. I mean, yeah, I'm a werewolf with supernatural speed, but that doesn't mean I'm a machine. And at 6 in the morning, and without breakfast. I'm telling you, it's madness. And then I suddenly feel my mouth movement being restricted due to something warm pressing against my lips. Shut up. Luke's warm breath hits my face. His finger still pressed to my lips. Who am I? Alpha Alu Quintes. Moving my lips with difficulty. The man has strong fingers, I'm telling you. And, as your alpha, I say what we do. His voice is hushed by silence. Understood. Yes, alpha. I whisper, what are we going to do? Deep blue eyes bore into my own. I can feel the heat radiating from him. Run without shifting. He stares at me for a moment, with the haughty superiority and authority of an alpha male. Then, good. 1 questions. I ask. He nods. Why are we whispering? His finger drops from my mouth. Face slack for 1 moment. I grin at him. Let's get to work. Tell my mother that it was me who. But chocolate, I scream. In the night, I huff as I crawl after Luke, and I want to be buried. Away from this godforsaken pack. Get up. Luke crosses his arms across his well-built chest and looks down at my sweaty state. I am not really crawling. I'm just walking very slowly. I can't. I huff out. Luke stares at me for a moment and then turns towards the mansion that seems tiny from here. Where are you going? I call after him. He turns around and gives me a passive look. I have no time to waste on pathetic little ungazer. Anger surges through me like a high tide, crushing away my tiredness. Gritting my teeth, I straighten myself and jog over to him, only to pass him and go towards the mansion. What are you waiting for? I call back. We need to go back. Finally, with a ward-worthy effort, I reach my room, or just Luke's room, and call Aspie on the bed. Luke walks in, as fresh as a cucumber and as cool as a peppermint. He spares me a glance before going to the closet. Not bothered in the least that I'm on his bed. I have a question. I say to him, to seem to have a lot of those. Why didn't you shift? I see the muscles of his back tighten just slightly. His posture becomes stiff. I notice that change in the room's atmosphere. Maybe that wasn't the best question. That is not your problem. Withheld anger clear in his voice, anger issues alert. I swallow inaudibly. I know what happens when alphas lose their heads. Yes, sir. Go and get me breakfast. Luke says eggs, bacon and a mug of black coffee. Don't take long. But he pins me with a death glare. I clamp my lips shut and narrow my eyes at him. With a huff, I get off the bed, but my legs wobble under me, and I fall face first on the carpeted floor. Down, I mumble as I rub my nose. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke takes my small hand in his. Funny our hands fit together just right. I don't want you to immobilize yourself and complain that you can't work. Grumbling to myself, I go down in the kitchen where a few other ongays are cooking as well. One of the perks of being an omega, you learn how to cook fast. Crash. Another. A male omega. Probably someone's mate. Glares at me. His Italian accent flaring. You broke another plate. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hurriedly picking up the pieces, it just happens. No. He says, not another damage. You understand. No promises. I say sheepishly as I put Luke's breakfast in a tray, grab the coffee and hurriedly get out. Well, just because I can cook doesn't mean it doesn't come with a price. When I enter the room, I almost drop the tray. You took your time. Luke says, not looking at me as he picks up a black dress shirt. Are you just going to keep standing there? Put it on the table. I give my head a brief shake and avoid looking at the shameless elf buttoning up his shirt in front of me. Seriously, what would he do if I start changing clothes in front of him? I glance at Luke, now dressed in a dress shirt, dark slacks and an office jacket, looking through a folder, eyebrows pulled together. He'll tell me to hurry up and not waste time. I scowl at the thought but go back outside. Wait. A deep voice calls me back. I turn around to see Luke holding out a thin piece of cloth to me. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hold it up. Then realization hits me. You want me to do your tie? Luke raises an eyebrow, eyes gleaming with challenge. Is that a problem? To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not at all, sir. I grit out hesitantly. I take a step closer to him and reach up to put the tie around his neck. Goddess, he's almost as tall as a camel. I have to stand on my toes to reach him. Can't you just bend down a little? I finally say, alphas don't bow to anyone. Can I choke him with this tie? I give him a hard look. He returns in with 10 times intensity. Fine. I grab him by the collar and more out of shock than force. Luke stumbles towards me. I stand up on the bed and look down at him with a sweet smile. This is much better. I quickly do his tie, avoiding looking into his stormy blue eyes, following my every movement. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say happily. I step off the bed and grin at Luke. He simply goes over to the breakfast tray and picks up his coffee. Another pack is coming in the afternoon. He tells me casually, dress appropriately. Why? I ask with an arched eyebrow when I receive them. You're going to be with me? His dark blue eyes threatening to see through me. I look down at my jogging gear. Though I couldn't give a damn about what anyone would think of my dressing. Dressing, good wouldn't be so bad. I simply nod and go to my room. I look through my bag and pull out a cream-colored top, a fluffy white skirt, and quickly get dressed. I fix my hair and let it down. And done. Now what should I have for my own breakfast? As I go down the stairs, I catch a familiar scent. I halt in my steps. My eyes dart around, and a man in warrior uniform and brown hair. He seems to notice me too and looks up. Blue eyes meet my own, and the next thing I know, I'm racing down the stairs into my bestie's arms. Carlos. Warping both arms around him tightly on my moon. What are you doing here? Same goes for you. He says, but hugs me back just as tightly on second thought. Never mind. I'm just happy to see you. So am I, brother. I grin as I pull away anyways. I didn't see you before. The pack warriors are staying at another house just a few meters away. He says, who did you come with? I wave at him dismissively. Doesn't matter. But what matters is whether or not you take me sightseeing. Carlos puts on a thinking expression. I don't know. I clasp my hands together under my chin and give him the best puppy eyes I can muster. He throws his hands up in the air. Goddess, you're such a blackmailer. Blackmailing is my pastime. I wink and grab his arm, dragging him outside. When Luke said the trip would be worth it, he wasn't kidding. After going around for hours and hours, from one rippling stream to the next grassy land slope, from one majestic hill with little adorable houses to the next, a loud rumble interrupts us. Damn, I feel like my stomach is eating itself. I slump against Carlos. Come on, let's get you some breakfast. He puts his arm around my shoulders and takes me to a little tea shop at the bank of a stream. As I devour my food, Carlos tells me about this alpha's hunt. So I swallow my food they send to us from each pack on an 8-week journey through an enchanted forest. Carlos nods. Shifting is forbidden. They put a spell on them to make sure of that. And all you get is one map of the forest. Sounds simple enough. I shrug anyways. What time is it? Almost 4 p.m. Why, he asks. I stop eating. A deep voice rings in my ears. Would I receive them? You're going to be with me. Oh my moon. The guests. I get up. We need to go back. Right now. What happened? Carlos says as he puts the bill on the table and stands up. Shit. Me deep shit. I say as I grab his arm and start running in the direction of the pack house. When we reach the mansion, I see cars lining up in front of the gates. Crap. 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 Isn't there another way inside? I ask Carlos. Come on. He grabs my hand and races towards the back side of the mansion. The kitchen back door. He nods towards it. Thank you. I hug him tightly once and then bolt inside. From the kitchen, I peek outside and see Alpha, Luna and Luke there along with the rest of our crew. Strange. A few more members of our pack are here. When did they come? As if sensing my presence. Dark, stormy blue eyes turn my way. Taking a deep breath, I walk over to Luke and stand to him just as the guests start coming. Luke leans towards me and whispers, we are going to talk about this. I gulp in over him an apologetic smile. He doesn't look happy. Alpha Ethan. Alpha JX clasps the hand of a young man with brilliant blonde hair and blue eyes. It's a pleasure to meet you again. The pleasure is all mine. So Alpha Ethan nods with a bright smile. Then he turns to Luke with the same polite smile, but Luke's expressions don't change. Talk about being rude. Oh, Luke. Serious as ever. Alpha Ethan shakes Luke's hand. Then his eyes swim to me and I give him a smile. Good afternoon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stick out my hand for him to shake. It's an honor to meet you. He raises an eyebrow, eyes dancing with a strange sort of amusement. Suddenly the room feels thick with tension. All my pack members and Gazer and others combined, along with Alpha Ethan's pack, stare at me. Mum's voice floats to my head. Remember, Elise, when you greet a higher rank, you bow your head and greet them. Don't look them in the eyes. A gasp leaves my mouth and I instantly bow as, sorry. A small chuckle reaches me and I straighten myself. And who might the lovely lady be? Alpha Ethan takes my hand in his and brushes a kiss to my knuckles. Luke's hand comes down on my shoulder with more than necessary force and pulls me back a little. This is Elise. He looks at me instead of Alpha Ethan, and I realize this is the first time he said my name. A strange warmth blossoms in my chest, leaving me slightly breathless. What is happening to me? She's my assistant for the time being. Luke says, turning his stormy gaze to the blonde Alpha. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Then we will surely meet again. He smiles at me and I will look forward to it. 7 and a page job. The rest of the greetings went by in a blur. And after dinner I find myself standing in Luke's room, fiddling with my fingers. Why the hell do I feel like I owe him an explanation? I'm not his slave. Where were you? Luke stares at me from behind his desk, over his steep-legged fingers. I was just looking around. I shrug. You know. You said this valley is one of the most beautiful places in the world. All by yourself. He raises an eyebrow. Yes. I say, but it comes out like a question. Crap. In one moment, he's around his desk and in front of me. Damn, that supernatural like and speed. I stare at him wide-eyed. The scent of pine trees and coffee reaches me, making my head feel light. I can feel the raw power in his aura, the strength behind his dark blue irises, and it makes a shiver race down my spine. Luke narrows his eyes at me, then takes a deep breath. The storm in his eyes intensifies. Oh dear, who were you with? He asks. A friend of mine. Trying to stop my heart from beating its way out of my chest. And does this friend of yours have a name? Luke asks. He probably does, but that doesn't matter. I wave dismissively. Besides, I made it in time. Didn't I? Luke gives me a look and suddenly, my skin starts itching to submit, to lower my head and answer him. So he's using his alpha power now. Clenching my fists, I keep my eyes on his. If he's stubborn, then I am too. Besides, the moon knows what he'd do if he finds out one of the pack warriors has been going around doing nothing but keeping an Omega entertained. With narrowed eyes, Luke straightens himself. He walks back to his desk, leaving me to stare at his back in surprise and confusion. "That," I say unsurely. "Yes. You are excused." Luke picks up a paper, grabs a pen and starts writing something for now. With a confused nod, I turn around and go to my room, trying not to think too much of his mood swings. Wake up. Go to hell. I pull the blankets up to my head and for a few moments drift off a peaceful slumber when, eek, I jump 1 foot in the air when something rips away my blanket. My eyes fly up to someone's handsome face and I want nothing more than to slap it. "Morning jog. Remember," Luke says, tossing my blanket aside. "Why are you even taking me along?" I demand, using my hands to exaggerate. "I brought you here to discipline you." Already walking towards the door. "You have 10 minutes to get ready if you don't want to jog in that." I glance down at my fuzzy pajamas, glare at the hard, muscular back of an asshole, and I pick up my pillow, ready to throw it, but I bury my face in it and scream my frustration out. "You did age. Alpha males. They are so damn infuriating." Dragging my sorry self out, I run the 10 miles distance 3 times and surprisingly, I'm not fainting this time. After we go back, I quickly make Luke some breakfast and take it up. Might as well get my jobs over with as quick as I can. "Where are you going?" Luke asks as I turn towards my room. I almost reply, "Away from your damned presence." But I demonstrate extreme maturity and self-control. "To take a nap." I shrug. "Then I should inform you that there's a change of plans." Takes a moment to sip his coffee, get dressed. The nerve of this man. How can he tell me the change in my plans? And what does he mean by getting dressed? Why should I get dressed? Do as I said and I'll tell you the reason afterwards. You will have to tell me the reason right now. I cross my arms stubbornly. Luke lets his stormy gaze meet my steely one. The air around us fills with tension. "Come here." A powerful, demanding voice commands. My own legs betray me and start walking, but my tongue takes my side. "Why?" Luke picks up a paper from his desk, the same paper he was writing on last night. He holds it out for me. I take it with a raised eyebrow and let my eyes skim over the elegant writing. "Meeting with other participants of the hunt. Check preparations of the crescent moon ceremony. Reviewing the lastest reports of our pack funds. A letter to Alpha Hugo of the full moon pack." It went on and on about various tasks, and I look up at Luke in question. "What is this?" "This is a list of things I have to get done today," he says casually. "Why are you giving this to me?" I asked driftily. "Because you will be managing my time, reminding me respectfully when I need to attend to the next task and overall, making sure all of this is wrapped up in one day." His lips stug upwards in a smirk and he raises his coffee mug. Haughty blue eyes on me. Firstly, I can't believe he took that to be the first thing he smirks on. Secondly, I can't believe I find it handsome. Idly, I hate his stupid guts. "What's the matter?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." He raises an eyebrow. "Are you afraid your limited potential as an Omega will be insufficient for my unpaid job?" I flash him a smile so sharp it could have been used to cut metal. "No. Think I'm very capable of handling it." "Then go ahead and get dressed. We have places to be, since I don't own any office clothes. A simple red sweater and dark jeans will have to do." I follow to the study room in the mansion, a notepad and pen in my pocket. When we come to a halt, the soon-to-be beta looks from Luke to yours truly and back to Luke. His eyes glaze over, and so do Luke's. I roll my eyes and shift my weight on one leg, mind linking to leave me out of the conversation. A moment later, Luke opens the door of the study room. which might as well be made a meeting room. Maybe it already is, considering the numerous men already there. None of the alphas or betas greet each other, other than a simple nod. Luke turns to me, wait here, but I want to know what this is about. It's about the alpha hunt's rules. Casper answers me. He knows me. It's really no use to you, but... Luke gives me a hard look. I narrow my eyes at him and turn my face away. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. As the meeting in there goes on and on, I pace the hallway, press my ear against the door to hear anything, fail miserably and start pacing again. A buzz from my phone tells me it's time to check the preparations. With a grin, I knock the door. No response. My grin falls. I knock again. No response whatsoever. I turn the knob and swing open the door. The room is dark and a projector is displaying one mesmerizing view of the crescent moon. As all of you know, the crescent moon is in a few days. That night the goddess will pair us up with our partners. I'd recognize that powerful voice anywhere, Luke. The goddess will pair them up. I move along the wall, trying to get his attention without disturbing anyone. Suddenly, the image of the moon glows and a dark shape comes over it. Is that supposed to be an eclipse? A dozen heads turn my way and I feel the powerful gazes of the moon knows how many alphas on my little self. Luke's eyes find mine instantly. He raises an eyebrow. Oh, sorry. I quickly move away from the projector to continue. I think this meeting is at its end. Luke says, gentlemen, we will meet again on the crescent moon night. There are murmurs among the crowd. Heavy feet on the floor and a very pissed off alpha in my line of sight. Can this man ever be happy with me? I told you to wait outside. Luke hisses through his clenched jaw. Well, if you've forgotten, you have other things to do. I hiss back. And if you've forgotten, you have to remind me respectfully. He narrows his eyes. Fine. You have other things to do too. Sir? What a pleasant surprise. A familiar male voice reaches my ears. I turn to face Alpha Ethan. He smiles at me. His blue eyes crinkle. Unlike Luke's stormy and powerful ones, they're calm, clear and polite. Alpha Ethan. I remember to bow my head and then return his smile. Nice to see you again. Don't be so formal. He tone welcoming. You can just call me Ethan. My eyes widen. Your name. But I can't just. It would be no problem. The Alpha title makes me feel older than I am. He grins at me. Well, if that's the case then, we will see you later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke's hand closes around my arm like a vice. We have other things to attend to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He nods at Luke, then gives me another smile. Look forward to meeting you again. Luke starts walking, more for the sake of annoying him than for anything else. I look over my shoulder and grin at Ethan. See you soon, I say. Ethan. I, an overlooked Omega, accidentally became the Alpha's partner, turning the rules of this hunting game upside down. The missing piece, Luke Payne. The companion that never left my side. The feeling that always reminds me I'm still alive. The presence that has seen me at my worst. My split knuckles heal almost instantly, leaving only a bloody splatter on my hands. I stare at the sad spectacle of a punching bag infuriately. It's the third today. If I continue like this, I'll have to get more of them imported here. Wiping my blooded hands with a towel, I leave the gym and start for my room. A tide of sounds crashes over me, but I've had enough experience with the Lycan's high-10 ed sensors to know how to tune them out willingly. In a matter of minutes, I reach the familiar space of my room. The faint scent of gardenia flowers and rain reaches me, momentarily soothing my nerves. I walk over to my desk and pick up the file I've been working on from the past few days. The Alpha's hunt. I've managed to trace all the maps they ever provided their participants. All of them are different, but there are some loopholes that keep repeating. And if I can manage to find ways to tackle them, I have this game in my hand. While I scribble away my options and approaches on a paper, the door opens. I look up, immensely irritated that someone should come in without knocking, and even more irritated when I see who it is. Luke, baby? Darky quickly reaches my table. Why aren't you talking to me? I raise an eyebrow. Why are you asking? She looks desperate. Luke. Honey, try to understand. You didn't find your mate. So what? A low growl escapes my throat and I clench my hands in fists. 5 years. For 5 whole years I've been forced to look for her. Going from one pack to another. Training with them only for one chance to know if she's there. If I will find her among them. Darky, I say with extreme self-control, we should not speak in matters that do not concern us. But it does, she says, her grey eyes swirling with emotions that she has no right to feel for me. I love you. I can be your Luna. You know I can. Why do you need some random girl? This time the growl that leaves me is in no context low. I shoot up from my chair, palms flat on the wooden desk. And can you fix me? She flinches. I narrow my eyes at her. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Infuriated, losing my patience. She's living in a fantasy world where love fixes everything. Where it's the supreme form of happiness. For fuck's sake. Luke, I answer. I cut her off. Can you fix me? She stares at me for a few moments. No. Leave. She takes a step forward. I hold up my hand in a gesture for her to stop. This conversation is at its end. I say leave. She glares at me but turns to her heel and goes out. I rub my temple. A headache pounces on me. In lycanthropes, soulmates fill a part of your heart. Life and soul. They complete you. But for me, a soulmate means much. Much more, and still I can't find her. What if she doesn't exist? The question that's been coming up in my head so often comes barging in again. Well then, if I can't fill the missing piece of my soul with love, I will choose the next best thing. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The door knocks. I mutter a come in, before picking up my pen again. Work isn't going to wait for me to sort out my non-existent love life. The door clicks open, and the scent of gardenia flowers and rain swirls over to me mixed with the scent of mud. I look up as Hazel comes inside and my eyebrow lifts. She's dripping wet. Hair and clothes clinging to her body and muddy splatters all over her. I had sent her to the residence of the Pack Warriors where a false delivery had been placed and I wanted that book quickly. How did she end up like this? Do you mind if the book is a little wet? She asks me what. I stand up from my desk through the open door. I see Casper. He stops at the door and gives me a confused look. Hazel pulls out the book from behind her back. Also dripping wet. She hands it to me but I only push it back. It's going to drip over my desk. I say with a scowl, how did this even happen? You see, there's a bridge in the way to the Pack Warrior residence, she says. I nod. I quickly reach the house. I found the book despite the very uncooperative people there and I was coming back as soon as possible. But it was so tempting to walk over the railing of the bridge I couldn't help myself, and when I started walking over it, I lost my balance and fell and then I got wet. But you can still read the book. You only have to dry it. Maybe with a dryer. If you have a dryer, or you can ask someone else. My voice cuts through her rant and animated gestures. Yes. For the first time ever. She looks a bit guilty. Shut up. She blows up her cheeks like a blowfish and gives me a look. And she's back to normal. You're excused. I sit back down and take the book with you. Give it to me when it's dry. She turns around only to freeze in her tracks. Casper gives her amused smirk, leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says to me as he comes in. The preparations are almost finished. Good. Looking out of the window at the bright blue sky. The crescent moon is tomorrow night. All the lichen packs in America will be coming here for the ceremony. All those people. Maybe. Beta. A familiar voice pulls me out of thoughts. Can I ask you a question? Go on. Casper grins. Still amused. How long did you have to wait in the doorway? For 5 or 6 minutes. He says why? Nothing. Hazel squeaks out and rushes to her room. Casper bursts out laughing, taking full advantage of the fact that the walls are soundproof. I can kill to have someone like her as my assistant. He says to me, how can you not find this funny? Doesn't your assistant do stand-up comedy? Keeping my eyes on the paper I was writing on. Nope. All she does is scream silently every time I say her name. Casper says, by the way, why don't you call Elise by the name? I stop writing and look up at him. He's staring at me intently with his grey eyes. My cardiac organ jumps. I ignore it. Saying her name, even if only in my head, gives me a strange sort of nudge, like something is missing, and I have enough things to deal with right now. No particular reason. I say dismissively. For a while we sort out a strategy for the hunt. Mostly, it's the beta who gets paired with alphas on the hunt, and I'm fairly sure Casper will be my partner. A familiar rich aroma fills the air, and soon I find myself looking at a familiar short female with the brightest gold eyes I've ever seen. Hazel holds out the now dry book for me. I take it with a nod. Her golden gaze flickers to Casper and then to me. You didn't tell me tomorrow night is the ceremony, she says to me before quickly adding, sir. I raise an eyebrow. I was going to tell her that tomorrow morning. Who told you that? Oh, I ran into Ethan while I was going to get the book, she says. A spark of anger flickers in my head. Yes, the ceremony is tomorrow night. A hint of irritation leaks into my voice. What else did he tell you? Nothing important. She shrugs, but I doubt that's all he said to her anyways. I'm going to get myself some food. Do you two want anything? I shake my head. Casper also declines. When Hazel leaves the room, he turns to me. Alpha Ethan is a bit too fond of her, don't you think? I nod. You shouldn't let her wander around alone. Look, especially not around the warrior's residence, he says as he stands up to go to his room. Being a werewolf already puts her at disadvantage. Though he makes a perfectly logical reasoning, I can't help but be a bit surprised. Why are you so concerned? I ask. His eyes go wide and he blinks. Hey, I'm innocent. I was just being a good guy. I believe you. I say sarcastically. You broke my heart. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he says dramatically as he leaves the room. I open the book Hazel had given me and flip through the pages until I find one that reads the title I'm aiming for. The Alphas Supreme. 9 by hook or by crook. I can't sit still. All those lichens. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tomorrow, and one of them can be my mate, and then I can put into action my life plan of escaping this stinking pack. I might find him tomorrow. My soulmate. My escape. Is it a bit mean that I want freedom more than unconditional love? Me H. People wish for what they want the most, and I want freedom, baby. Finally, I leave my room to go to Lunafe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I take a turn around a corridor and come face to chest with someone, barely stopping in time not to collide with it. Ethan raises an eyebrow at me. I mimic his expression and then giggle like an idiot. Well, I don't know about anyone else, but if I keep running into the same person, I'll find it funny. Which I do. Hello, Elise. He smiles at me. I grin widely. You look excited. Like hell I am. I nod with enthusiasm. He chuckles. I might just find my mate tonight. Ethan only offers me a small smile. It doesn't reach his eyes. I'm hoping to meet my mate, but it would be a little. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'll be leaving for the hunt just after that. Don't worry. I pat him on the shoulder. Everything's going to be amazing. I'm sure of it. Thank you. I'll see you at the ceremony then. He says, and I'm sure I'd recognize you. I raise an eyebrow. He thinks again. You know, it's a mask ball to make things more interesting. He says, see you there. He goes around me and walks away. Right. I have to be somewhere too. Only a couple of steps later. I have to hide behind the wall. I peek ahead to see a familiar blonde. Bothering Omega. No. Darky throws address at Flora, it's not good enough either. BB, but it's the one you selected. Flora mumbles, well, I've changed my mind. Darky yells, go get a better one. Avoiding both of them, I turn to the opposite hallway and walk away as quick as possible. Soon enough I find myself in front of a door. I take a deep breath. Here goes. I knock. Come in. A feminine voice says I enter the room cautiously. It's even bigger than Luke's room. There's a king-sized bed against one wall, a dresser near it, then a door which no doubt leads to the walk-in wardrobe. The windows are open, letting natural light inside. The theme colors are cream and white. Yes, Luna Faye is sitting in an armchair, a magazine open on her lap. Luna, I bow my head respectfully. I want to ask you something, if that's all right. She raises an eyebrow at my perfect behavior and then nods. I go inside and close the door softly behind myself. Then I take a moment to gather my words. Tonight is the Alpha's hunt ceremony. Yes, Luna nods, but I notice the tension in her shoulders. All the participant lichens from America will get paid tonight. I nod, keeping my face respectful, even though she's never been very nice to me. She's a mother and she's worried about her son. I wanted to ask you, I say softly, if the Omgazer can come to the ceremony too. What? I stare at Luna's now stern face. She stands up, nostrils flaring. My neck muscles start to itch. My eyes start to burn, but I grit my teeth and hold my ground. And Omega's place is not in parties. Her voice is softly poisonous. An Omega is not fit for this. But you were an Omega once. She hates acknowledging that fact. Word is, she was treated very bad before she found Alpha JX. Hell, they say her pack won't even let her go after she found her mate, and she had to run away before Alpha JX could start a war with her pack. And yet, she treats us no better. She's always reminded of her bitter past and she takes it out on us. Why not? I blurt out. Because Omgazer are not allowed. Luna Faye glares at me. Now go. I have other things to attend to. Holding back a growl, I leave her room. This is not over. Not yet. I'm going to get the hell out of this pack, by hook or by crook. As I storm back to my room, I can't help but think how long this will go on. How long will Omgazer be treated like this? Yes, we aren't as powerful as alphas or betas. Yes, we aren't as skilled as warriors. Yes, we aren't random people of the pack. But we are part of the pack. We are just as loyal, just as protective, just as important. We don't want anyone to worship us. We don't want to be special. We just want acknowledgement. We want to be treated as everyone else. You can think of Omega Whites later. I tell myself, right now you need to think of a plan. After thinking for God knows how long, I groan into my pillow. Think. You're running out of time. My eyes swim to my wardrobe and an idea lights up my head. My lips slowly curl into a smirk. I'd like to see how anyone stops me from going. Luna. Drunken balls, I've lost my mind. Not today. I lost it quiet some time ago. You see, when you still have some logic or sense in you, you think of the consequences, the risks, and funnily enough, you give a shit about them as well. But when you've lost your mind, you don't give a shit anymore. I creep along the hallway, my eyes now used to the dark. Make out the door of Darky's room. Luckily, Luke didn't come back in the room today. Otherwise I'd have to climb down my window, and I'm not a fan of climbing. I sniff myself again, making sure the perfume covers my scent, and nod in approval. My hand closes around the cool metal of the door handle. Slowly, cautiously, I turn it. Click. The room is enveloped in darkness. I see a figure on the queen-sized bed. Quietly, I make my way towards Darky's walk-in closet, praying neither Darky nor Flora wake up. I start looking for the dresses in there, scattered around as though a ravenous animal had looked through them. Too vulgar, too flashy, too short, too big. Well, if I am planning on doing whatever it takes to find my mate, I should make a good first impression, shouldn't I? But seems like fate has other plans since I can't find anything that will look good on me. Darn, why does this lichened female only has clothes I'd never wear? In enthusiasm, in my frustration, I let out a silent scream and grab a dress, ball my hands in it and shake out all my anger. When I'm done, breathing as soundlessly as possible, I drop it down only to see something under the pile of clothes, something that catches my eye. I pull the dress out and hold back a gasp. The soft pink material flows in my hands as the puffy evening gown unfurls in front of me. Curly white beads are scattered along the neckline and skirt. Grinning like an idiot, I tuck the dress under my arm and waltz out. Your sense of fashion isn't all that bad, Darky. I'll give you that. When I pass by Darky's bed, I see the side table laden with masks. I snatch the first one in my reach. I leave Darky's room, feeling victorious and giddy. Rushing to my room, I peek in to see if Luke's there. Seeing no one, I rush inside and into my room where finally I start jumping around squealing like an idiot. I call Aspie on my bed, dress clutched to my chest, a dreamy smile on my face. My world is going to change. ACHUU. In my hurry, I had failed to notice that the mask I grabbed has 2 white feathers tucked on one side. And I'm allergic to feathers. Goddess? After all I'm doing, I mutter and fix my mask again. My mate should be the king to make it worth it. Thought I know I will love him with all my heart, no matter who he is. A girl can dream, right? I cast another quick glance at the mirror. My hair is in an elegant CHIG and on. The makeup light and well done, and the dress makes me look older than I am. But the best thing is the shine in my eyes and the smile on my face, real happiness. I leave the room. A frown tugs at my lips. Luke still isn't back. Where is he? Did something happen? An unfamiliar weight on my heart makes my eyebrows furrow. I shake my head. Don't think about him. Think about your mate. Luke will be fine. Everyone has already gone down. The gazer are in their rooms, away from the party downstairs. I take a deep breath and start towards the stairs. I look down in the hall. My heart beats 100 times per second. My mind races 1,000,000 miles per breath. My eyes search the heads I can see, but I don't feel anything. A thread of fear coils around my heart. Don't be so ridiculous. Go down and look for him. He'll be here. All these lichens and all these werewolves they've invited. My mate has to be somewhere among them. I start descending the stairs. All eyes turn to me. My breath catches in my throat. I wait for someone to point me out and scream imposter. But no one does. They simply stare, gazes ranging from curious to lusty. My feet start moving. 20 steps. The tremble in my hands stops. 15. I hold my chin high. 10. My confidence rises. My lips curve up in a smile. I sneeze. Perfect timing. Humility. Just perfect. I slip backwards, catching a glimpse of the surprised looks of the crowd. My body braces itself for the impact, and then suddenly the wind gets knocked out of my lungs, and my mind starts spinning again. I feel something tightly coiled around my waist. My hands flat against something hard that feels like. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes fly up to meet stormy blue ones, staring down at me with enough intensity to drown a battleship. Luke is dressed in a dark blue suit, the same color as his eyes, a velvety black mask concealing his face. He leans down. My eyes become the size of the moon and my heart squirms in place, hyper-aware of his lips against my ear. What are you doing here? A deep voice hisses in my ear. I pull back as much as his grip would let me and look up at the stormy blue eyes boring into my own. I give him my brightest smile, finding my mate, slipping out of his hold. I turn around as if nothing just happened and ignore every pair of eyes looking at me suspiciously. I look around the hall, keep my senses sharp. Eyes peeled, but I don't see him. I don't feel my heart swell with happiness. I don't find a scent that would drive me ecstatic. Come on, mate. Where are you? A man rushes past me, and at the same time a girl pushes through the crowd. They lock gazes, and I feel the air grow heavy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I watch with a smile as the man folds the girl in his arms and kisses the top of her head. Watch as the girl closes her eyes, smiling softly. My smile turns rueful. A dull ache of longing grips my heart. I look around again. My heart starts sinking as the realization hits me like a brick in the face. He's not here. A hand falls on my shoulder. Hope cuts through me with painful intensity as I whirl around only to have my eyes locked with crystal blue ones. This time, disappointment almost makes me cry out loud. Ethan looks back at me. Not my mate. Elise. His eyes instantly cloud with worry. Are you upset? Me upset? I shrug off his hand. Sarcasm drips from my voice. Of course not. This is what my neutral face looks like. He cringes. Not the best question. Brilliant observation. I mutter. I guess you didn't find him. He says softly. I sigh. Can relate. I didn't find my mate either. I feel hopelessness course through me. My lips tremble. I clamp them together. What sort of a party is this? My voice normal despite my parched throat. Is there anything to drink or what? There is but. Perfect. I grab Ethan's arm and start dragging him along with myself. Take me there. Only chocolate and wine can soothe my broken heart. Elise? Think for a moment. Ethan says. Though he keeps walking, many lichens and werewolves don't find their mates. It's not all that bad. I turn sharply to face him. For an alpha. Maybe it's not. But for me. Ethan runs a hand through his blonde hair. I vaguely notice the white suit and mask he's wearing. When he looks at me, I see a pain of hurt in his eyes. You really think I don't know what these people treat you like? He says quietly. I avert my eyes. The looks your pack gave you the first time you put your hand out to shake mine. The way the beta's daughter pushes you around. How Luke barely lets you talk to anyone else. Ethan puts his hands on my shoulders and takes a step forward. You think I don't notice? His eyes soft almost. Pitiful. My hands curl into fists. My jaw tightens. I level him with my steel-eye-esque glare as I step away. Don't. The burn of my voice surprises even me. Don't pity me. I'm better off without it. Ethan's eyes widen. He opens his mouth to say something, but my feet already turn around and take me away. I don't want his bloody sympathy. Mate or no mate. I'm not some damsel who needs saving. I don't need a stupid shoulder to cry on. Yeah. Because you want a whole man. I groan out loud and bump into someone. He turns around and raises an eyebrow. Holy Mother Earth. Carlos mutters a curse under his breath. Had hell no weight. I'm not going to ask what happened. The look on your face tells me you only need one thing right now. Carlos puts an arm around my shoulder. I look up at him, thanking my stars that at least I have my best eye here. You're the best. I mumble, quickly rubbing my glassy eyes dry. Carlos doesn't ask me anything, and I'm sure he figured it out. He lets me devour everything I can find until I stumble upon a bottle of champagne. Elise, that's a bad idea. He says you've never been drunk before. It's going to mess you up. Everything worth doing starts from a bad idea. I say and pour myself a glass. I'm not letting you, Carlos. Another pack warrior comes. They come along. The ceremony is starting, but I wiggle my fingers at Carlos as the man drags him away, towards the stage. Now no one can come between me and my drink. The liquid leaves a burning trail as it goes down my throat, but I relish it. I stare at the stage, where all the participant helpers stand. The skylights open. The letting crescent moonlight inside. I watch with curiosity as the moonlight focuses on the first alpha. He kneels down, muttering something. The light swims from him towards the crowd and lands on a man. Everyone claps. The two men shake hands. Partners. I pour myself another glass, ignoring the stupid ceremony. I drink until my mind feels numb and I can't think of lifetime labor anymore. I drink until I can't imagine about my damned mate anymore, and drink until my guardian angels appear as mini Elises and warn me not to take off my mask and pick up a second bottle. PTTSS. I try to wave them away. I'm fine. You think happy juice was invented for chemistry bar? It was invented for champions to drink when they're feeling down. She's hopeless. My good angle says to the bad one. Hopelessly smart. I take a swing from the bottle. Who needs a bloody mate? I'm gonna escape this damned pack on my own. As if the goddess herself agrees with me. Light shines on me and my angles share panicked looks. What? I say as everyone looks at me. My own pack members gasp. Fishes drop out of their mouths. Someone wades through the crowd. Towards me. I squint my eyes to see properly in the blinding light that's surrounding me. Luke stands in front of me, eyes wide and disbelieving. His words echo in my head. You're my partner. 11. I'm a dead girl anyways. Everyone just stares at me and pin drops silence. This is bad. My good angle whispers frantically. Oh no. This is going to be fun. My bad angle chuckles sinister lie. I take a long swing of the champagne and put the bottle on the table. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My voice slurs a bit. What the hell is happening? Alpha JX steps forward. His hands are closed into tight fists and his face is tomato red. Two horns sprout from his head. I knew he was Satan. What are you doing here? He strides towards me like a mad bull on gazer won't allowed. The word Omega floats out of his mouth and towards the crowd. Whispers and gouts follow. Don't worry. I'm going. I wave dismissively. It was a waste of my time anyways. Is that? Oh my moon. That's my dress. Darky says. Eyes narrowed. You stupid. Stupid girl. Luna Faye glares at me. You should have never come here. The three of them start to advance me. I hold up my hands and step back. Hey, I told you I'm going. I say, why worry so much? You little. Alpha JX raises his hand. Fingers turned into claws and both my angles put their hands on their eyes while I stare wide-eyed as his hand moves towards me and stops, only inches away. Luke hisses quietly as he puts Alpha's hand down from the wrist. Don't be ridiculous. She's my partner. She's an Omega. Alpha JX yanks his hand away. She will only slow you down, and she broke the pack rules. She disobeyed her Alpha and Luna. Alpha JX. Ethan comes out of the crowd. I think you are aware that Luke wouldn't be allowed to participate without his partner. Alpha JX pinches the bridge of his nose and snorts in disbelief. Fire comes out of his nostrils. I wonder if it would have burnt his mustache if he had one. Guards. He barks and two pack warriors come hurrying towards him. Carlos is at my side in an instant. His angle wings flutter behind his back. Wait. Can werewolves have angle wings and a wolf? Take her away until we solve this matter. Alpha JX hisses to a pack warrior. Hey. Don't you bloody dare. I say as the man tries to grab my arm. If this is about me, then I ought to stay. Elise. Carlos whispers in my ear pleadingly. Come on. Please. I want to make myself clear. I raise a hand and sway on my feet. I don't want to be your partner. Luke stares at me with dark blue storms in his eyes. He crosses his arms and looks down at me with a stern expression. Trust me, he says lowly. My thoughts are exactly the same. He turns to Carlos. Take her to her room. Don't let her out until further orders. Yes, Alpha. Carlos takes me by the elbow and starts dragging me to the stairs. I can't believe it. He mutters frantically as we climb the stairs. He had to put his arm around me to keep me straight. It's not like I can't walk. My legs just became purple jelly. I know it's sorely purple isn't even my color. He can't take you out there. Carlos goes on. That hunt is fatal for the Alphas too. You should have never come. You're right about that. Carlos stops. I look around the 9 quarters to find the source of the eerily familiar voice. Darky comes in view. Black smoke covers her like a dark aura. Bitch. My evil angle sneers. Go downstairs. Darky snaps at Carlos. I'll take her to the room. Carlos looks at her with suspicious eyes. Don't fret yourself. I will take her before going back. I said go. Darky sneers. I could almost hear the snap when Carlos' head bent down from the submission she forced. Please be okay, he whispers to me before turning around and grudgingly leaving. Darky grabs my arm. Her nails dig into my skin. Hey, let go. I try to free my arm slap. A gasp leaves my mouth. Something wet. Warm and red trickles down my lip. For one moment. I'm stone cold sober. I liken basic and kill a werewolf omega as easily as snapping a twig. The next moment, I feel myself being dragged to some place at the farther end of the hallway. I realize it's the staircase that leads to the back of the house. Where are you taking me? I struggle against her hold, but her hands are made of iron. She's outside the house, dragging me along, going towards the pack warrior's residence. The empty house answers my protesting grunts with silent mocking, and soon enough, Darky stops. I will make sure I'm the one who kills you. She hisses under her breath and shoves me forward. I stumble into the dark, empty room. Or is it a public bathroom? I can imagine they smell just like this. I whirl around and see thick iron bars against the front wall. The dungeons. Open the door and face me. I try my best to rattle the bars, but they won't budge, cowards. Think you're so strong by locking a girl up. Your superiority complex patience. The whole lot of you. Are you mad? My good angle shrieks they can kill you. Well, they're gonna kill her anyways. My bad angle shrugs. My voice echoes in the empty cells. The moonlight comes in through the tiny window. I shout and yell and try to break the bars, but in the end, my legs give away and I slid against the wall. Slowly, the falling pieces of my head come together. Realization settles in my bones like cold ice. I'm Luke's partner for the Alpha's hunt. The effect of the champagne dulls down quickly due to my werewolf genetics, and I find think through the haze of pain in my head. Damn hangovers. Oh no. They're going to kill me for getting chosen. They won't let Luke go with an omega. I pace around the cell anxiously. Every plan that comes in my mind whirls away like smoke before the fact that I'm an omega and this is the Alpha's hunt. What am I going to do? Kick. I jump to the sky as an ocean clasps on me. Get up. A pack warrior is standing over me. The Alpha wants to see you. Who doesn't? I get off the granite floor and sway a bit on my feet. I glance at the little window. It's almost sunrise. When I get out of the basement dungeons, Carlos' worried face greets me. I'll take it from here. Daryl, he says to the other pack warrior. As soon as he's gone, my bestie wraps me in a hug. I'm so sorry I couldn't help. He says I should have never let Darky get you. I tried to get to the Alpha to tell him, but all of them were in a meeting and I'm sorry. Putting both my arms around him as well, I know it's not your fault. Carlos pulls back and gingerly touches a finger to my cheek. I wince. Damn, that's a bad bruise. He cringes. Seems like Darky's sap left its mark. Come on. He puts an arm around me and leads me outside. The meeting's finally over. They want to see you. Are they about to kill me? Carlos doesn't answer. When we reach the mansion, the air is oddly still. Everything's quiet. Carlos takes me to the second floor towards the meeting room. Outside, by the door, I see a tall figure near the guards. The scent of coffee and pine trees drifts over to me, momentarily calming my racing nerves. Luke turns to face us. I see the weariness on his features, the dark rings under his eyes. Ruffled hair, unkempt stubble, his tie and suit jacket are gone, leaving only black shirt, the top two buttons of which are open. Luke glares at Carlos when we stop. He instantly takes his arm off me. What happened to her face? He asks tersely, looking threateningly at Carlos. Carlos opens his mouth to say something, but I beat him to it. Nothing of consequence. I say dismissively, let's get this over with. Without waiting for his answer, I go past him, guards, into the meeting room. Alpha JX, Luna Faye, Darky and Casper are sitting there. I notice the other chairs out of place. They weren't the only ones to discuss this. Luke comes inside and, uninvited, I sit in a chair across from his and his father's. Alpha JX scowls disapprovingly. Luna and Darky look at me from under their noses. Casper looks uncomfortable. So when is my execution? My voice so composed we could have just been talking over tea, unfortunately. Not now. Alpha JX growls. I raise an eyebrow and look at Luke in confusion. His dark blue eyes meet mine, swirling with thought. You're going on the hunt with me? I stare at him, wide-eyed. His words reach my brain. Not being accepted. You're going on the hunt. You're going on the hunt. I burst out laughing. Me on the Alpha's hunt. I say between my laughs, Goddess. That's the worst joke ever. Luke narrows his eyes. This is not a joke. My laughter dies down. I look at him thoughtfully and cock my head to a side, weighing my options. Why ask? Because the rules are that every Alpha will have a partner and he cannot participate without him. Casper says, or in this case, her. I stay quiet, chewing at my bottom lip while they stand up and turn to the door as if this is over so soon. Come, we have a lot of packing to do. Luke says without sparing me a glance. What if I refuse? They all stop. The air in the room stills. Tension swirls around me like heavy waves. What? Luke says, turning around slowly. Did you just say? I stand up and raise my chin, defying lie. What if I don't want to go with you? Alpha JX's face twists in a snarl. You will be executed. I shrug. If you don't kill me, I'll die on the hunt. And if I somehow survive, you'll kill me afterwards. Why should I even bother to go? This girl has lost her mind. Luna says indignantly. Took you long enough. I grin but instantly let it drop when my split lip hurts. Alpha JX glares at me with a red face, but before he has the chance to speak again, Luke beats him to it. Let me handle this, he says. But Luke, Darky protests. You. Everyone except for Casper. Leave the room. His command leaves no room for argument. With one last hateful glare at me, Darky leaves along Alpha and Luna. The tension in the room only increases. Do you want to die? Luke asks, crossing his arms across his chest. I don't particularly care. I mimic his expression and cross my arms. I'm a dead girl anyways. Why shouldn't I try to ruin all of yours peace too? Alice, you're not going to die. Luke will win, take you back and everything will be normal again. Casper says. I huff and flip my wet hair over my shoulder. Is that supposed to make me feel better? That Luke will win with Oi and I will just be an omega. Luke stares at me with intense dark blue eyes. I have to keep myself from squirming, but I know I've hit the right spot. Without me, he can't even participate, let alone win. What do you want? I grin widely this time, not caring about the pain. Hey you, pretty one over there. I call one of the guards at the door. He looks at me in confusion. Get me a glass of water and a few aspirins. The guard looks at Luke. He nods. I sit down in my chair, content to lie. Luke walks over to me. I look up at his scowl with a smile. Now we're getting somewhere. What do you want? He grits out. A www, don't be like that. I coos off. It's just a tiny thing. A little contract. Luke and Casper exchange a look. Then both of them stare at me suspiciously. The guard come back. Thank you. I chuck down the pills and water, glad to put something in my parched throat. Where were we? Oh yeah, the contract. When I look at Luke and Casper again, all humor washes off my face. I want to leave the pack. To where agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I want to be able to leave without being exiled. My voice comes out stronger than expected, and I want to take my mom with me. Luke glares at me, his expression livid. What would you even do? Oh, you know, get a job like humans. Get paid. Find a little place to live. Get more jobs. Invest the saved money in the bank and get more money. Slowly make enough money to start my own business. None of your concern. I say calmly, but that is my condition. And if we don't do that? Casper asks. Oh well. I shrug and put the glass on the table. I stand up and skip towards the window. I open it and look down. It seems high enough. I put one leg out. Trust me, it's weird when you dress. And then, someone plucks me off the windowsill by my waist and puts me back on my feet. What are you doing? Luke glares down at me, his hands still in a deadlock on my waist. I'm throwing myself out of the window and saving all of us the trouble of an execution. I grin, it's pretty generous on my part. He narrows his eyes at me. Heavy silence envelops the room. Luke stares at me with his intense blue eyes. A war going on in them. On one side, his victory, and on the other side, well, me as demeaning as it is, the choice should be obvious. Finally he lets go of me, opens his mouth and his deep voice reaches my ears. Get the contract, he says, but his eyes stay on me. I accept the conditions. 12. Unexpected. When I leave the meeting room, Carlos takes me back to where I was originally supposed to be, my room. While we go, I tell Carlos about what I did. Brilliant plan. Carlos mutters quietly, so. What now? Honestly, I never thought he'd make it this far. I mutter back, what? He gives me an alarmed look, so you just decided to move out without knowing what you actually intend to do. My mind goes back to the plan I thought of was in the meeting room. But all of that feels so far away. So unreal, I won't need a plan if I end up dead. I say quietly. We stop in front of my room. Well, Luke's room. Mine is inside it. Elise, listen to me, Carlos says, putting his hands on my shoulders. If anyone is capable of pulling this off. I roll my eyes. Really? Yes, really. He grins at me. You're the only werewolf who can blackmail her alpha. Luna and Alpha too, be to do what you want to. You're the only Omega who can look a higher rank in the eye. You're the only one who's reckless enough to sneak into the Crescent Moonball. You can do this. I know you can. Tears brim in my eyes and I sniffle, offering him a wobbly smile. You amazing moron. I throw my arms around his neck. You're the best buddy I could ever ask for. Carlos laughs as he hugs me back. Elise, are you crying? I'm not crying. I defend myself. My eyes are sweating. I pull away and wipe my eye, sweat before giving him the classic Elise, got this smile. Carlos leaves me in my room. Now that the ceremony is over, everyone has to go back to Minneapolis. I sigh in relief as I step into the shower, washing off the dirt from yesterday. What the hell am I going to tell Mom? I leave my wet hair hanging as I change into a comfy sweater and shorts. I really hope Mom wouldn't kill me for doing this. But after all these years, we're going to be free. We can work for our own selves and we can keep our dignity. I look out of my window, at the bright blue sky, at the birds chirping as they fill the air. So alive, so free. All over this world, in every pack, Ongiza are harassed, degraded and hell, even abused. Why? Because we can't alter our bloodlines. Because we can't be good enough. My hands close into fist. If only I could change that. If only I could convey this message to all those Ongiza that they matter. Even if they aren't as authoritative as an alpha, as composed as a beta, as strong the warriors, they still matter. I knock on the door. Snaps me out of my thoughts. A moment later, Luke enters, a file in his hand. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Holding it out for me, your contract. In a dream, in a daze, I take the document that will ensure my freedom. Luke doesn't let go. I look up at him, eyebrow raised. Just as usual. If you take this, he says, there's no going back. You'll have to leave the pack. I try to pull the file. He still wouldn't let go. I know what I'm doing. Do you? Luke steps closer. A hint of anger leaks in his voice. Do you have any idea what you do without a roof over your head and food in your stomach? This is insane. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I consider his words for a moment. You're right. Maybe I should demand some money too. I nod. Luke throws his hands up in the air. looking heavenwards, as if asking the goddess why he was paired with me. Pack your bags. We're leaving in the evening. Luke closes the door behind her. I flinch at the loud bang. What is up with him? Mad that I didn't turn out to be a pathetic female. Or that I'm his partner. I huff as I read my contract. And despite Luke being mad at me, I can't help the smile that tugged at my lips when I read my freedom ticket. In the evening, I enter Luke's room, all packed. Archias at his desk, looking through the damn book he'd gotten after so much effort. I'm done, I say as I plop myself on his bed. He nods, turning the page of his book. My eyes stay glued to his hand. Luke's eyebrows furrow as his stormy eyes swim over the text. His hold on the little book tightens. With a sigh, he drops it on the table. Luke, I stay, not sure if I should be talking. What? On your hands. Still looking at his hands there. I trail off. Luke turns his stormy blue eyes to my objective interest. Luke goes still. His eyes stay on his claws frighteningly long. Razor sharp. In the blink of an eye, he goes out of the room. Sometimes, when lichens or werewolves feel angry or threatened, they retreat into their wolf form for show of dominance or for protection. I stare at the door. Then I bolt to his desk and pick the book up. Achidi dropped it face down. So the page is still the one he was reading. Whoever holds the title of the Alpha Supreme is granted unexplainable power by the moon goddess. A ceremony takes place after the Alpha's hunt, and the worthy Alpha is presented to the full moon. After this ceremony, the next Alpha Supreme will only be chosen when the previous declares his reign to be over, or 10 years later. During the next hunt, the power of the Alpha Supreme is to rule over lichens and werewolves alike. His will, body and soul are unbreakable. Furrowing my brows, I put the book back. There's nothing upsetting about it. Why did Luke's body start to shift? How long until we get back? I asked John, our driver to the back house. Again, a little while. You've been saying that since the moment we came from the airport into this godforsaken vehicle. I say he doesn't answer. With a huff, I lean back into the little space I have on the back seat of the car. If I were my choice, it'd shift and run back to the house. Okay, Elise. Think of the best way you can break this news to Mom. Goddess, it's almost as if I'm about to tell her I'm pregnant. Hey Mother, how are you? I'm exceptionally good, especially since I'm going on the Alpha's hunt. Usually all the Alphas or Betas go there, but you know me. I couldn't help myself. So Cassie, the blonde Omega beside me, clears her throat. Are you really going on the hunt? Yup. I say, and did you really sneak into the ball? Totally did. That was very brave of you. She gives me a small smile. Thanks. I grin, but I did get stuck with this hunt for it. No Omega has ever gone on anything so important before. She murmurs so. I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of you. I smile, thank you. A wolf jumps on the windshield. A scream rips past my mouth as the car skids to a stop. Panic fills the air as growls echo all around. The door of the car suddenly opens and a foul stench reaches my nose as a man enters my vision. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nopin, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He flashes his yellow teeth on Gazer. This is going to be fun. He grabs Cassie by the arm and pulls her out just as the other door opens and someone pulls out the Omega guy on my left. Hey, I protest in vain when two big arms wrap around me and pull me out. I find myself held tightly by the mountain of a rouge. Around us, 7 or maybe 8 rouges. Against 5 Gazer. The other cars were already ahead of us. They won't be able to reach us on time. Oh goodness. Round Emma up. One man bellows as he knocks the living daylights out of John. I want a hunting contest. Oh no. The man who degraded Cassie grins at her keeping this one alive. She whimpers, tears already pooling in her eyes. My eyes widen. I look around frantically. John's out cold. Like a gnome Gazer can hardly shift anyways. The other guy and girl with us look is fainting despite the other girl's screams. I don't see any help. Do something, you idiot. Do something. In one reckless movement, I bite the arm of the man holding me. More from shock than from pain, he lets go with a yelp. The sound of bones snapping and reshaping meets my ears, and the next moment in tackling down the rouge who was holding Cassie. Teeth sinking into his arm. All around me, wolves are snarling and growling. The man it tackled down also shifts. His huge brown wolf easily knocks off my little white one. I back away, ears flat on my head. Bloody teeth bad but fair to many. To strong. This is it. Not mine. Not my recklessness. Not the alpha's hunt, but this is what's going to kill me. A bunch of rouges. Great plot twist fate. Really great. A wolf lunges at me. I brace myself for action, but before I had the chance, something else stops it. Something like a man and a wolf. An 8-foot-tall beast. They can, soon enough. The forest around me fills with howls, growls, and the smell of blood. I slip through the chaos, running full speed towards the pack house. My body starts to feel weary. My legs slow down, and soon enough I fall to my knees, forcefully shifting in my human form since some gazer are too weak to stay in wolf form for long. Huffing and sweating, I spit out the remaining tears of blood from my mouth. I will myself to keep going. Finally, Luke's torturous exercise is coming in handy. Only a few steps further. I stumble back, staring wide-eyed at the black wolf in front of me. The wolf bares its teeth at me, but just as I focus on my face, bones snap and reshape, and I'm left staring at a stout, middle-aged man with a scared face. His green eyes stare at me in a mix of awe and disbelief. I back away, searching my mind for an escape. When he speaks, his gruff voice doesn't surprise me half as much as his words, Juliet. What? My mouth betrays me the reality of the situation hits him. His hounds turn into claws. Canines elongate, but before he could shift, a hand closes around his neck from behind and snap. He falls on the forest bed. Unmoving, blood pools out from his mouth. My eyes fly up to meet familiar stormy blue ones. Luke walks around the body, over to me. His hands fall on my shoulders. They travel down my arms to my hands, causing my heart to squirm in its place. What are you? Words die at my tongue when his warm, calloused hands cup my face. He leans forward, so close that I can see the storm in his dark blue gaze. So close I can feel his warm breath on my face. Luke, a little whisper leaves my mouth this hush. He says quietly, let me. Luke turns my face to one side, then the other. Realization, it's me like a brick in the face. If you wanted to know, I'm okay. I snap. Moving away from him, you could have just asked. And believe you. He raises an eyebrow, you jerk. I jab a finger at his chest, feeling my face warm up from embarrassment. I thought you were about to. What? Luke raises both his eyebrows, trying to act clueless. Before I could give him a piece of my mind, he starts towards the direction I just came from. Get to the house. He says firmly, "I'll be right back." I gather my scattering wits and dignity before I start running again. And finally, I reach the pack house. Sweetie, are you sure you're right? Mom asks me for the millionth time. All the rouges were killed. 2 pack members were killed. The night sky's high above our heads, and I am in bed with my mother fussing about me. Mom, I say just as she's about to get me more chicken soup, yes. During the attack, I start quietly. A rouge said something to me. I look at her worried face and take a deep breath. He called me Juliet. The bowl in my mother's hands crashes on the floor and breaks it to a million pieces. 13. The hunt begins. You were what? I sputter. I was a rouge. Mom sighs, tracing the hem of her apron. I stare at her expectantly, waiting for her to continue this. Mom never told me much of her life before my dad, and frankly, I never thought I should ask about it. We were a pack of rouges. She glances at me, a very notorious one at that. But then, how did you find Dad? I met Elijah when we were attacking their pack. Mom's face flushes scarlet, and he plucked me straight from the battlegrounds. I was stubborn, and I wouldn't admit. I was afraid. But your father was the beta. So the pack let us be. I stare at my mother and try my very best, but oh wow. I tackle Mom in a hug that is so cute. You and Dad have an amazing love story. Why didn't you ever tell me before? Elise? Dear, calm down. Mom pats me on the head, there's more of it. I pull away and nod at her to continue. My pack thought they were keeping me hostage. Mom said they attacked again, and even when they found out that I've met my mate, they wanted me to come along. My eyebrows knot together. Why? Mom looks down. A shadow crosses her face. Their leader and I, we were in love. I gape at her. Confusion races across my mind. I remember all the times she told me of how much she loved Dad and what. I breathe out. Elise, sweetie, please understand. Mom takes my hands in hers. A note of desperation leaks in her voice. I was a rouge. There was so little chance of me finding my mate. Of course I would go to a man who claimed he loved me. But when I met you, Father, it was almost as if I'd never thought of anyone else. He knew everything, but he loved me anyways. I breathe a sigh of relief. Thank universe. And when Warren found out that I've been brainwashed, he tried to take me back. It was a lot of bloodshed, Mom says, but then we were about to have you and everything was perfect, but Mom purses her lips, and even after all these years, tears still gather in her eyes. Hey, Mom. I hug her around the shoulders and press my cheek to her. Hey, you're a badass. Remember, you don't cry. We stayed at that for a few minutes. And as quietly, do you think it was them? Whom? Mom sucks in a sharp breath. I don't know. She turns to me and puts her hands on my shoulders, a stern look on her face. Elise, now listen to me carefully. She says, don't make the same mistake I did. Sweetie, never lose hope that your mate will find you. Never turn to another man. She turns her face away. A look of so much pain and guilt crosses her face. I'm tempted to rip it away from her. I take her hand and press a kiss to it, holding it tightly in both of mine. I'll wait for him. I say, I promise. Mom gives me a little smile and strokes me head. I pray every night that you find him soon. I smile, Mom. Yes, sweetie. There's a little something I have to tell you. Elise Marie Atwood. You have no idea what you have gotten into. I cringe. All that sass and coolness I felt while blackmailing Luke and Casper goes down the drain and leaves a petty feeling of being in trouble. But Mom, I whined, they were making it so tempting. Elise, this is not a joke. Mom says sternly the Alpha's hunt is a suicide mission. And I'm a parrot. I roll my eyes. Mom, come on. You know I got this. Mom purses her lips and glares at me. She turns her face away and I realize just how tired she looks. I don't want to lose my baby, she says quietly, not to this. Not to anything else. Mom, I put my hands on her shoulders. You can't always protect me and keep me sheltered. In the end, all of us are on our own. She lets out a wobbly smile. I never knew you can talk like an adult. I smile, and you also don't know that I can't survive this. Now come on. We have packing to do. Where are we? I ask as Luke stops the car at the starting line. He says as he gets out. I quickly take off my seatbelt and follow him out of the car. I see about 18 or 20 other cars, all parked in front of a forest. As I look around the participants, I realize I'm the only female around. Great. Luke goes through the crowd. Even Alphas, the most ridiculously egoistic people alive, step out of his way. Why am I grinning like an idiot? I look ahead trying to figure out where we are going and see a hunched figure near to big oak trees. I narrow my eyes to see better and then falter in my steps. Bright yellow eyes turn our way, while yellow eyes turn our way, while yellow and gold teeth are displayed in a grin. Oh, I've been waiting for you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The witch says Luke narrows his eyes just a millimeter. K.O. are wrong. He nods. How are you? Old and balding. I'm happy to hear that. The witch takes out her wand, a little stick with a glowing amber gem at the base. She pokes Luke in the guts hard. Be careful, boy. Though her voice is still streaky and old, her eyes have a dangerous glint. Why, our time is running out. Just put on the spell, woman. Luke growls lowly, the witch smiles cruelly. Why? You don't need it anyway. Luke glances at me and then glares at her. She cackles. She waves her wand at him. Silver threads wrap around his neck and vanish in a moment. The witch turns to me. Hello, dearie. Good to see you again. I see Luke stiffen and glance at me once before looking away. Nice to meet you too. K.O.R. I smile. Trying to ease my nerves, don't worry. It doesn't hurt. She grinned, not me anyway. She waves her wand. Threads of silver come out and wrap around my throat. Breath gets stuck in my windpipe and my fingers turn to claws. Blinded by the overwhelming burn again my throat. I bring my hands up to claw the threads away, but something catches them. Something warm and callous. My watery eyes meet stormy blue ones as Luke steps in my line of sight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says in a voice that's almost gentle, look at me. Focus on me. I try to focus on his face. On the sweep of his strong jaw. The curve of his lips. The angle of his cheekbones. The slant of his nose, but what makes me focus are his eyes. People say eyes are the windows of the soul. If that's true, then there's a storm going on in his soul. Wild, chaotic, unstoppable. The pain on my neck stops. I snatch my hands away from Luke and drop my burning throat. The hell was that lady? I rasp, I locked Werewolf. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The witch says now SCR. I have other things to do. We walk away from her and I can't help but wonder about what she said to Luke. Why didn't you feel pain during the spell? I ask him. Luke shrugs, it's different for different ranks. I nod, not really believing him, but I let him be. Soon enough a pair of men give all the doers one map of the forest. Luke takes out our bags from the car when another alpha comes by. He looks at me up and down. I scowl and turn away. I vaguely remember him from a winter feast. Alpha Jordan. Hey Winters. Resting his hand against the doorway, maybe you'd want to trade her for a while. Luke stares at his face in fear at me. Then he slams the car door shut with Alpha Jordan's hand still in it. Alpha Jordan lets out a string of curse words and I stifle F while he pulls his hand out. If you don't want to share, just say so. He glares at Luke, while Luke dismisses him with cool and composed insults, and he argues in dumb and passionate nothings. Someone taps my shoulder. Hey, Ethan offers me a little smile. Hello, Ethan. Awkward as I remember our last interaction, can I talk to you for a second? He asks. I glance at Luke. He's already looking our way, but just as my eyes meet his, he turns away. I ignore the sinking feeling in my chest, sure. We walk a little away, both silent and awkward. About last time both of us stop and smile sheepishly. I'm sorry that. Both of us stop again and I laugh, feeling the awkwardness lift. Go on, I say to Ethan. I'm sorry if you ever felt that I'm pitiful of you. He said seriously, I respect you. I respect your independence and your courage. I never want you to think I'm looking down at you. I stare at him dumbfounded. I'm sorry too. I say I was upset and I overreacted. So truce. He smiles and puts out his hand. We shake. Feeling my spirits lift. I walk back to Luke just as another car comes by and all the participants line up. We do the same. A man steps out of the car and I feel a boatload of power spring in the air. I glance at the man with salt and pepper hair and dark grey eyes. All the alphas and betas look tense, till my legs are ready to give up. Realization dawns to me. The Alpha Supreme. Welcome, hunters. His voice is loud and clear. I wish all of you good luck. Keep the rules in your minds and the goddess in your hearts. He takes out a bull's horn-like thing and blows air in it. It sounds like a war alarm. The hunt begins now. For teen laws of curiosity, everyone starts running. I take a step forward, but Luke grabs my arm. I look back at him, but he just shakes his head. What are you doing? I raise my eyebrows. Everyone else is getting ahead. Luke takes 2 bags. puts one on each of his shoulders and leaves the bigger two on the ground. It's a hunt, not a race. He says pick those up and follow behind. Nuke starts for the furthest side of the forest. I huff and pick up one of the bags only to fall back on the ground. You might want to be careful. A deep voice drifts to my ears. You don't have werewolf strength anymore. What? What do you mean? Barely able to keep up with him. When KO a Werewolf, she locked a lot of other things too. Luke says, eyes on the map. By that I mean any possible advantage of being a werewolf. So we have nothing left. I ask in horror. No speed or strength or smell or anything. Of course I do. Luke says what? I furrow my brows. He's not making any sense. I'm an alpha. You're an omega. As if that settles it. My sharp reply vanishes on my tongue as a wave of cold crashes over me. I shudder a little and glance up at the towering trees. What was that? I mutter more to myself than to Luke. We've entered the forest. Luke says, striding forward now. There's no going back. I look back at the clearing where everyone left their cars. Hesitantly, I hold out a hand and reach forward. My hand brushes against something cold and gel-like. An invisible wall. I try to push my hand through it, but pull back as the burning cold starts traveling up my arm. Come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says from ahead coming. With one last glance at the planes we left behind, I turn around and hurry after him. Now there's no going back. We didn't talk much, just walked further and further. I didn't see any apparent danger that could kill us by now. Luke? He grunts in response. As much as I hate to say this, we can't through the whole forest on the first day. I know. Then why aren't we stopping? Luke looks back at me with hooded, dark blue eyes and a bored face. If you'd walk faster, we could cover the required distance quick. I'm not used to carrying this much weight. I can't get used to this much walking. So I do. I walk and don't talk and keep walking until the day bleeds into night and my sore legs are ready to collapse on the ground. Can't we stop for a while? I whine. Luke looks up at the sky that's almost pitch black now and then drops his bags on the ground. Make a fire, he says, and my eyes widen. What? To cook food. Crossing his arms. I don't know how to do that. I say you're an omega. He deadpans and you're a girl. Yes, what about it? That's literally your job. To make food, so you should know how to make a fire. Luke, I know you haven't been to the pack estate in a long time, but our pack house has stoves. I roll my eyes. Luke looks heavenwards and drags a hand down his face, murmuring something that's probably a prayer. I huff and cross my arms. He's acting as though having certain female parts allows me to snap my fingers and tardor. Everything's on fire. Luke turns around and starts walking. Where are you going? I call after him. He stops and turns around to collect firewood. So, do you know how to make a fire? He narrows his stormy eyes at me and all but bites out yes. Luke disappears behind the trees. So, what should I do now? My eyes land on our backs. One is mine. The other three are Luke's. I glance back at the trees and then grab a bag. Let's see what we've been carrying. One bag has clothes and food supplies that can be carried without rotting. One has a sleeping bag and the last one. That's the biggest. The one I was carrying. Holy cows. I look over the sharp weapons with wide eyes. Guns. Daggers. Ropes, and the moon knows how many bullets. I hold up a gun. The cool metal presses against my palm. I've always wondered how they work. Call me crazy, but when I was a kid I wanted so badly to learn how to shoot. What are you going? Bang. Oh, what the hell did you do? Luke's eyes widen. What? What did I do? I asked, geekly panicked. Now goddess knows how many things know where we are. It was an accident. I defend. And who allowed you to go through my bags? He narrows his eyes at me. Knolls of curiosity. I shrug. With a low growl, Luke snatches the gun from my hand and puts it back in the bag. Shoves in a pile of firewood before zipping it and throwing it in my lap. Get up. We're moving on. He says what? My eyes widen. Maybe you laws of curiosity didn't say. He snaps, but curiosity kills the cat. Or in this case, us. Now get up. Why universe? Why me? So I take 2 bags and start walking behind the douchebag. Almost taking baby steps. After a few hours, finally Luke stops and I fall on my knees and kiss the ground. Okay. Maybe I just fought on my knees. Luke makes a fire and we cook ourselves some food on the flames. I don't think eating has ever felt so good before. Or maybe I think that every time. Later at night, Luke takes out his sleeping bag. I decide to do the same. Heavens. I'm tired. Wait a minute. What are you up to? Luke's sleeping. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I tell him, who told you you're sleeping? He raises an eyebrow. Why wouldn't I? I furrow my eyebrows. You will stay awake and keep guard. Luke says, am I GW, aka at him against what? I asked incredulously. Other hunters. Why, I ask. Luke leans forward. His hair is messy. His clothes simple and eyes stormy as always. In flickering light of the flames, he looks more handsome and human than I've ever seen him. Why do you think so many die on this hunt? His warm breath sends a shiver down my spine. They kill each other. My eyes widen. Luke nods and leans back. So don't you dare fall asleep. Why do I have to keep watch? I ask, why don't you? I made the fire. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke simply closes his eyes. I didn't bring you here to carry you around. You have to carry your share of the team. I open my mouth to argue but close it again. I'm not on a picnic. I'm on a suicide mission. So I sigh in defeat and stand against a tree, keeping my ears focused on any sound. I was shaken awake from my slumber by a familiar alpha, who informed me that we had been robbed. 15 the witch from Snow White Hazel. I groan and push away the annoying thing shaking me. Wake up. For the love of your mom, Luke. I mumbled, don't tell me we have morning jogs here. Hazel, if you want to ever again. Wake up right now. My eyes snap open, and I see 2 legs in front of me. My eyes travel up to see a familiar scowling alpha towering above me. I groan and drop my head against the cold forest floor again. How I ended up here, I have no clue, but I cowed and careless. But now that he has woken me up, I might as well get up. Calm down, princess. I mumble, we're alive. Alive and robbed. He glared at me. Only then do I realize. There are no bags around our campsite. They took all the bags. I ask in shock, yes. Luke growls, because of you. Wait, that means I don't have to carry them anymore. My arms shoot up in happiness. What? Luke's expression falls away and he blinks. I clear my throat and switch to my serious voice. Damn. That's so bad. Well, we tried. Let's go back. This time when Luke looks heavenwards and drags a hand down his face. He even starts speaking. Why, moon goddess? He says, why did you pair me up with this fool? Rude. I huff and cross my arms across my chest. Don't be so happy. We're not raw. Luke says to me, excuse me. My eyes wide. And did you lie to me then? I thought you'd have the slightest guilt and maybe act more responsible. He says as he kicks a tree. The bags fall down from him, but you're hopeless. I say, why didn't someone actually rob us? Luke takes one bag in his hand and gestures me to pick up the others. I gawk at him. Bloody hell. Do I look like a bodybuilder to you? Genuinely curious. No, he says, nor do I care what you look like. Pick up the 3rd bag. I can only crawl while carrying this much weight. Then crawl. Luke shrugs, but crawl fast. He starts walking, but I grab his arm. Luke snaps his head back. His eye go to my hand on his arm, then to my face as they narrow. I'm your companion, not your servant. I narrow my eyes as well. And you're practically useless. Luke rips his arm away from me. Blood rushes to my face and my jaw tightens. Before I could shoot a sharp reply, Luke continues. But I didn't expect any better. He looks down at me, you're E and Omega after all. Oh, he didn't just use that to insult me. Well, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cross my arms, seems like a goddess thought of you as my equal, so she made us partners. I see his fist clenching and his stormy gaze intensify as he takes a threatening step forward. I feel no itch in my neck, no sting in my eyes. I stand my ground easier than usual. An alpha and omega can never be equals. Luke says lowly. Of course they can't. I say crossly because you had to convince me to come with you. Hello. Menacing growl reaches my ears and I snap back to the reality of the situation. Maybe I went a bit overboard. Leave. What? My eyes go round with shock. You think I need you? Luke scoffs. I only needed a partner to enter. I can win this thing alone. So pick up your bag and get the hell out of my sight. He picks up his 3 bags with one hand and starts walking. I say, pick up my bag and sling it over my shoulder before following him. Why are you following me? Luke snaps. You know I can't go back. I say quietly. Sucks to be you then. He says before starting to walk faster. With the light weight of my bag, it's easy to match his pace. Look, I say in a composed voice, we're stuck together. Why not have a truce? Not interested. Luke deadpans. He speeds up further and I have to run a little to keep up with him. The moon goddess made me your companion for a reason. That reason was to make sure I don't win too easily. He says overconfident much. I sigh yet again but continue to follow him. We walk in silence and I wonder why he didn't carry all his bags on his own from the start. He doesn't even seem tired. I look around the tall trees and landscape. I've never seen life outside school or the pack territory. This is all actually really interesting, if you remove the deadly part. The part where Luke is short-tempered. The part where we have to keep moving and the part where I can't eat along the way. It's pretty good. Nearly at noon. Luke stops and I, though confused, stop as well. He drops his bags on the ground and from one of them takes out dolls. Red and charming as if the witch from Snow White sold him that. Oh, finally. I say happily as at lunchtime. Luke says, amusement evident in his voice, wait him not having that. And I, eyes wide in horror. We're not working together, Hazel. He says I'm not bound to share with you. Oh, come on. I stomp my foot on the ground. You acting like an idiot is the reason I lost it in the first place. Calling me an idiot won't make you lose your appetite. Luke shrugs unapologetically. My stomach takes that as a cue to rumble. Oh, even my body is siding with him. Luke, I say intently. Hazel, he says plainly. That's not even. I stop and take a deep breath. I'm sorry. I can literally do anything for food. What was that? Luke smirks patience. What you need when you just can't afford killing. I'm sorry. I say weakly, and what are you sorry for? Maybe I can afford killing him. For being incompetent and for arguing. I mumble. It's good that you realize your mistake. The smirk still on his face. He puts the fruits back and picks up his bags again. Luke starts forward and it takes me a moment to realize what just happened. Whoa. 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 I say, coming beside him. What are you doing? Walking. He considers his answer for a moment, thinking and breathing too. What about lunch? What lunch? I just stare at him, rooted to my spot where he continues to walk. Luke, are you for real right now? Narrowing my eyes as I run up to him again. I never said I'd give you food if you apologized. Luke says coolly, nor did I say that we're back to being a duo. Kick him in the ass. Kick him in that bloody fine behind of his. Even though my rants and threats only go on in my mind. Somehow, some magical force causes me to pull back my leg and then launch it forward. DK. Luke looks down at me with supreme disappointment, holding me upside down by the ankle. Let me go. Trashing around, his hold on my ankle tightens. Luke narrows his eyes. Try anything so stupid again, and I'm going to tie you to a tree and leave you there. He lets go and I fall right on the hard earth. Rubbing my head, I sit up and glare at him. Luke simply turns around and starts walking. As I stand up and start after him again, I can't help but realize just how long these 2 months are going to be. 16 tendencies, hey. Person I'm not in a team with. What? When the bloody hell will we stop? Luke looks over his shoulder, a bored expression on his face. Then he looks up, at the setting sun. You'd think it would be romantic being in a forest with exotic birds and beautiful sunsets. No, not when you haven't eaten since morning and not when your partner is a total asshole. Perhaps we're done for the day. Almost grudgingly, with a sigh, I drop my bag on the ground. My stomach crumbles for the billionth time today. At least I'm not thinking of eating Luke. Due to courtesy of KORA, has Bill locked out a lot of things, including my werewolf appetite. I glance at him from the corner of my eye. Is he really going to ignore me? For how long? Should I apologize again? No, I apologized once. Twice, actually. I'm not going to shatter my ego for his. I nod at my inner voice, but once again, my stomach reminds me that I need food. Think, Elise. What can you possibly do? I look around place we'd stopped and then an idea lights up in my head. I could climb a tree and see if there's any fruit trees around. My mind made. I start my climb on a tree, my ape tendencies in full swing. Luke finally decides to acknowledge my existence. What are you doing? Climbing. For what reason? I look back and give him a foul look. I thought I should just hang myself. Who knows? Afterlife might not be so bad. With a nod, Luke opens a bag and pulls out a coil of rope. He tosses it at me and I clumsily catch it. You're going to need that, he says and goes back his inspection of the map. No. You can't kill him. He's your only hope of survival. I balance the rope on a branch and stand on one myself. Through the thick veil of leaves and boughs, I look around the neighborhood, searching for the supreme form of life food. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dirt, more trees, moving plants, more rocks. Wait, what? My gaze snaps back to the moving patch of brown and green. Breath hitches in my throat. Just under me, I see metal first. The long metallic muzzle of a gun pointed straight at my asshole of a partner. The holder has brown hair and wearing a dark green shirt camouflage. In my panic, I lose balance and slip from the branch. A scream rips past my mouth, getting lost in an echoing bang. As I collide with another body, my wild eyes open to meet dark brown ones. Alpha Jason stares back at me, his rifle laying a little away. He lets out a breathy laugh. Never thought we'd be in this position here. I take in consideration the fact that I'm pretty much starred-lying him. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I totally saw this coming. I say I already knew. I start strangling him. In the background, I hear sounds of groaning and fighting. Another bang rings in the air, but all of that remains my secondary concern since Jason manages to shove me off himself. You bitch. His voice is raspy. Face red, he moves to grab the rifle, but a small click makes him stop. I snap my head sideways. At Luke. He's holding a gun aimed at Jason's head. Other than a busted lip, he seems fine. I wonder why I'm so relieved. Jason swallows thickly and attempts a weak smirk. Luke, buddy. His voice has a slight tremor. This has been real fun. But I should go now. No expression crosses Luke's face. Death hangs heavy in the air. Who it'll take, it hasn't told yet. But I can guess. Finally, Luke lowers the gun. The moment he turns around, Jason leaps for the rifle, and even before I have time to open my mouth, another bang echoes. Sound dies at my tongue and I stare wide-eyed at blood on Jason's forehead, gushing out of a hole. His brown eyes glaze over and his body falls on the forest floor with a thud. Death cheers and dances in the still air. The stench of blood heavy even without supernatural senses. You okay? I snap out of my thoughts and look at Luke. He's offering me a hand. unable to form words. I nod. I put my hand in his, feeling absurdly assured. One, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Unbloodied. He pulls me up and his dark gaze scans my frame quickly. Once assured, he starts walking, taking me along. At our little campsite, I see another body, a bloody hole in his chest. I avert my eyes. Maybe we should go somewhere else. I say to Luke someone must have heard the shots. Luke casts me a glance. For a moment I think he's about to say something, but then he nods. We take our bags and walk off. The fire cackles. I sit with my back against a tree, eyes on the flickering flames. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes widen at the loaf of bread in front of my face. Mindlessly, I take it. So you decided to be generous. I raise an eyebrow at Luke. No. He leans against the same tree. Eyes on the fire. You earned it. I furrow my brows, trying to put back the falling pieces of my head, and then something clicks. I saved his life. Accidentally. But still. So we're back to being a team. Grinning. Luke sighs, long and exaggerating. Then he nods. Yes. I punch the air, then devour my food. Heaven. This is heaven. Once I finish eating, I turn to Luke again. You really should do something about that wound. It might get infected. Luke raises a hand to touch his busted lip, but I slap it away. Doesn't he know it might start bleeding again? Giving me a look, he goes through one of his bags and brings out a little box. Disinfectant. Let me. I take it from his hand seriously. Luke says distastefully, I'm not a child. I turn his face towards myself and lean forward. A little bit of cream on my finger. I know. Not sure for what I say it. Gingerly, I apply the disinfectant on the wound, mind wandering to far-off places. Lip, I ask softly. He hums in response. Would you kill anyone for victory? For a moment, he doesn't answer. I look up at his eyes. The only sound I hear is the cackling of fire. Luke lowers my hand from his face, holding my gaze with his stormy eyes. I'd rather be the hunter than the prey. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He gets up, leaving me to wonder about nothing and everything. Go to sleep. Luke says I'll keep watch tonight. I nod and glance down at my finger, with which I tended his wound. It's red with blood. 17. Dance in the rain. Sunlight cuts through the little spaces between the trees and shrubs, reaching the earth in small patches of buttery yellow. Birds chirp in their nests, preparing for the day's work. Birds. They're like gazer innocent, working from dawn till dusk just to keep going. But birds don't have to answer to stupid seniors. They don't get forced into submission on the name of duties. They don't get stuck with bosses on the name of a pack in the name of family. I yawn as I push myself up from my sleeping bag, rubbing my tired eyes. I look around. The fire had died down at some point in the night. Luke's luggage sits by one tree. Near it, I see a tall figure leaning against the bark. Luke looks over his shoulder and catches me sitting. His eyes have slight shadows under them, but otherwise, he looks as alert as always, holding the map in his hand. I was wondering if I'd have to wake you up as always. Going towards his bags, I roll my eyes. Good morning to you two. About 15 steps in the south, there's a small lake. He ignores my comment and puts the map back inside one of his bags. You can freshen up and then we'll get going. With a nod, I excuse myself to find this lake. Soon enough, I finish washing myself and my hair. By the time I reach the campsite again, Luke has removed every trace that anyone was ever here. Hell, even the soot from the fire we made is gone. He tosses me an apple before gesturing me to follow him behind. Hey Luke, I ask after I'd finished my food, didn't we have some royal werewolves or something? We did. Luke nods, but after the vampire wars, they were no more. And I wouldn't say that was a bad thing. I raise an eyebrow. Why? Wouldn't it have been better that way? Then this ridiculous competition wouldn't even exist. Jackson's hollow brown eyes flash in my mind. I shake my head. Get a grip. Whatever happened, happened. Being a royal doesn't mean you're going to be a good leader. Luke's deep voice brings me out of my thoughts besides. The royals held too much of their animalistic tendencies, horribly short tempers, too aggressive, unbearably bossy. The list goes on forever. Sounds like you. I muttered to myself, what did you say? Nothing. I flash him a sweet smile, but then, why this competition? Why not just vote for the Alpha Supreme? This isn't just a bloody game. Luke says, glancing at me from the corner of his eyes, it's a test. War strategies, survival skills, management and partnership. Whoever's the best at it will rightfully hold the authority over our race. I nod, absorbing the information. Who knew? This is actually quite sensible. But then, and if someone cheats? Blood coming from bullet holes. Luke shrugs his shoulders. Cheating can only get you so far. I nod, not voicing the doubts in my mind. I focus on the passing greenery, the tall trees with old vines hanging from thick branches, roots plunging up and down in the earth. My eyes travel to the sky. Clouds start filling the blue canvas with a muddy grey. Someone grabs my arm. I snap my head towards Luke. He's still as a statue. He glances at me with stormy blue hues. Don't move, they seem to say. His other hand lowers to put his bags on the forest floor before pulling out a shiny metallic thing from the waistband of his jeans. Luke lets go of my arm and takes a few steps towards the shrubs nearby. I swallow the panic rising in my throat. My own heart pounds in my ears. Luke looks over the wide leaves and then lets out an inaudible sigh. His shoulders slouch with the movement. What is it? Already moving forward to see. Luke steps aside and I look past the shrubs, feeling the tension in my own shoulders release. A dear family. The fawn looks so young, its weak legs wobbling. Its parents graze the grass nearby, keeping an eye on their young one. I feel my lips tug upwards in a smile. Don't tell me, Luke says from my left. What? I raise an eyebrow. I'm not going to hunt them. What? Luke gives me a passive look, a werewolf smiling at a dear family. I've seen that many times. Blood rushes to my face. Partially from anger and partially from shame. I wasn't thinking that. I narrow my eyes, and even if I had been thinking about eating them, I wouldn't ask you to do it for me. Really. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke raises his brows. Do you think you could have managed on your own, even without your werewolf abilities? I huff and cross my arms, giving him a steely glare. Of course I could. I say confidently I can do everything on my own. Luke leans forward, observing me with inquisitive blue eyes. I hold his stormy gaze. From my peripheral, I see him raise a hand and move it towards my face. He flicks a finger at my forehead. More from surprise than from pain, I lose my footing and fall on my behind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I rub my forehead. Damn, that hurts. I glare at Luke. My glare intensifies when I see his lips tugging upward in an infuriating smirk. Forget it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He shakes his head, mirth leaking in his voice. Luke starts walking and I quickly get up, following behind. You're such a jerk. I jab a finger at his arm. You caught me off guard. If you can't take a flit to your forehead, how can you hunt? Luke asks, swallowing back a snarky reply. I retort to ignoring the jerk. We walk on silently, save for the sounds of the forest. I wasn't even thinking of hunting that adored their family. It had been his dark mind that started this conversation. How can being flicked on the forehead be related to hunting? Something wet drops on my head. Blinking out of my thought, I look up at the dark sky. Thick droplets of rain fall down, each carrying at least a cup of water in it. Damn it. Luke quickly folds the map and puts it away. Does this man ever look at anything but that damned piece of paper? How can he keep looking at it and not trip? Droplets turn to splatters, and soon enough, we're forced to stop our walk and take shelter under a huge ashtray. Just perfect, Luke murmurs to himself, furrowing his brows as he looks at the sky. Thunder roars, as if telling him to suck it up. With a sigh, Luke sits down beside me, our backs against the tree. For a few moments, awkward silence stretches between us. Well, I don't know about him, but it's awkward for me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's it. I've reached my capacity of being awkward. I clap my hands cheerfully and turn to face Luke. Let's talk. No. Perfect. I flash him a smile. I'll do all the talking. Why me? Luke looks up at the sky. Why did this have to happen to me? I give him the stink eye. Well, if you don't talk, someone has to. 2 hours. Luke gives me a look. For 2 hours you've been continuously eating up my mind. Do you ever shut up? Please? I roll my eyes. If I ever shut up, you'll miss it. I'm not mad. I'm sure you're not. I pat him on the arm anyways. Did I tell about that one time when Carlos and I ranked Darky as ghosts and she started thinking she'd going nuts? Well, I started because she's something warm presses against my lips. A finger to be precise. Not another word. Luke narrows his eyes. I don't care if you tore all of Darky's dresses, or if she went mad, or if the world caught fire. Just shut up. I puff up my cheeks like a blowfish and turn my face away from him. Luke heaves a sigh of relief and pulls out the moon-forsaken map again. Goddess, does he ever get tired of looking at it? Minutes melt into hours, but the rain only gets harsher. I think of Mom, of Carlos, Angelina and Morgan. I think of what I'll do after I'm free of the pack. Finally tired of thinking, I glance at the wristwatch Luke is wearing. It's already well past night. Luke is still relentlessly working, calculating the days it'll take us to finish, marking different routes, calculating our food supply. Don't you ever get tired of working? Pulling my knees to my chest now, Luke says, not taking his eyes off the little notebook he was writing on. How the hell can he see in such dim light? Why is this hunt so important to you? I ask softly. Luke stops writing. I sense the tension in the air, held by silence like delicate glass. Luke puts back his notebook and pen. Why is leaving the pack so important to you? He asks me. Well, I avert my eyes. Looking at the falling rain, I don't necessarily want to leave the pack. I just want respect. If that means leaving, so be it. Similarly, Luke says I want peace. Winning will give you peace, yes. I'd open my mouth to ask so, but then close it. All of us have our own reasons, and whatever his reason may be, all respect his drive. In the falling rain, under a tree that didn't provide much shelter, in Styriasen, in the dead of the night, I feel a little window open in my heart. Maybe Luke and I aren't so different after all. We're both working for things in ways that might seem strange to others, but make sense to us. I stand up from my place, aware of Luke's gaze on me. I grin at him and offer him a hand. Come dance in the rain with me. Luke looks at my hand, as if I've laid the moon out on my palm. Then he looks at my face, his own unreadable. No way in hell am I doing that. With a shrug, I withdraw my hand. I leave the shelter of the tree and a gasp escapes my mouth when rain falls on me, like a bucket of ice water. As a werewolf, though our senses are heightened, so is our resilience. No rain has given me goosebumps ever before. I look over my shoulder at Luke. It's a golden chance. I'm good, he says plainly. I turn around and start walking backwards with my face at him. Oh, come on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Words evaporate on my tongue as my own squeal interrupts me. My feet slip on the muddy ground and I fall face first in a ditch. Not a moment later, I hear a booming laughter. Sudden, unexpectedly cackling. I wipe the mud off my face. my wide eyes on the unbelievable sight in front of me. Luke Winters, the most monotonous, stern person alive, is laughing. You're such an asshole, I say despite my smile. That was gold, Luke says, his laughter coming to an end. I take a fistful of mud and him. My aim is apparently amazing because it catches him straight in the face. A laugh bubbles past my lips as I stare at his stunned face, mud dripping from it in ugly bits. Luke wipes his face, his features hard as stone before he storms towards me. Luke, back off. I hurriedly stand up and take a step back, a ridiculous grin on my face. Why? He asks as you wanted me to come enjoy the weather. He longs for me. I step away just in time. Another laugh escapes me. Not even a moment later, a warm hand grabs my arm and pulls me back. Luke's other arm wraps around me, holding me prisoner. You really can't be a hunter. You know how the game ends. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, his own eyes dead serious. Now I'm going to kill you. My eyes widen, I stare at his dead serious face, lost for words. Then his lips twitch upward. You asshole. I punch him hard across the chest, but Luke simply lets me go. You really thought I'd kill you, he says nonchalantly as he goes back to the tree. Well, no, but I hear a small chuckle and glare at his back. We both sat down in our previous spots, but I glare at Luke again. He pats my head. The action so sudden and strange my expression falters. You're too paranoid for your own good, he says with a shake of his head. When he meets my eyes again, I see something other than a storm of thoughts. Something like, to my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His next words prove me right. But you're all right. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I taken the shortest route. My legs ached. My arms were sluggish. My eyes heavy and mind numb. Luke, I groan, shut up. I'm tired. I whine the bastard doesn't even bother to look back and keeps walking. For the love of moon, it's almost night. He didn't even let us stop for lunch and I just had to eat while walking. Why can't we just stop and sleep? I ask him, indignation fueling my limbs to keep working. Because this is a long path. Luke says, I might just be imagining things, but he sounds tells we can't waste a single second. Are there shorter paths? I jog a little to match his pace. Yes, Luke says, staring straight ahead. The shorter the path, the more dangerous it becomes. I worry my bottom lip. If we take a shorter path, our chance of winning will, well, remain the same, because our chances of dying will increase. Multifold. Just how dangerous are we talking about? I ask enough to not be taken by me. Luke spares me a glance. My eyebrows shoot to my hairline. Are you scared? Luke stops abruptly. The storm in his eyes intensifies. This is what I've been preparing for from the past 5 years. Slowly, precisely, each word hard as stone. You think I'm not ready to do what it takes. I swallow thickly, feeling as if I'm walking on thin ice, unsure of where to put my next step. Then why follow this path? I ask him carefully. Before you ask that again. Luke stares down at me distastefully. Keep in mind who my partner is. Right. A weak little omegamy. I would have argued with him, snapped at him, but deep down, I know ATS right. I know this isn't what I've been prepared for. I was groomed for making food and cleaning a place so perfectly you'd think it's never used. I was trained to be polite and respectful towards higher ranks. And you failed at too. Ignoring my sour thoughts about my own training, I silently follow Luke. Luke, who has been training for this hunt from the past 5 years. Luke, who I know even without his werewolf abilities, is capable of taking the most dangerous path and surviving it. The contents of my contract flash in my mind. If and only if Luke Winters manages to win the Alphas hunt, Elise Atwood and her mother, Juliet Atwood will be allowed to leave the pack without severing their connection to the pack, so as to not declare them rouge. If Luke Dawson win, it'll be all for nothing. If we keep to the longer path, it's a possibility that some other team will take the shorter path and win. Well past midnight, we finally stop. It learned how to make a fire and it was my turn to do that. Luke's turn to keep watch. As we sit by the flickering flames, I glance at the map Luke had laid out before him. I could see the markings of each path, red crosses to depict traps on places during previous hunts. The shortest line was almost ridden with crosses. Since when have you started taking an interest in the map? Luke asks, snapping me out of my thoughts. I level him with my most serious face. I think we should take the shortest path. Luke holds my gaze for a moment. For a moment I think HE is going to agree. For a moment, hope flickers before my eyes. No, my face crumples in disappointment. Why not? I can't keep you safe all the time, Luke says. The unspoken words hang in the still air and you won't survive on your own. I lick my dry lips. You don't have to. You might have been able to fend for yourself if you could shift, Luke says unapologetically, but you can't. You're only going to end up dead. I open my mouth to argue, to ask why he gives two shits if I die, but Luke holds up a hand. Just because you refuse to acknowledge it wouldn't change reality. I clench my jaw, and I wonder if I'm angry at Luke or myself for this stupid hunt and its stupid tricks. I lay out my sleeping bag and shuffle in, ignoring the dull stain behind my eyes. Why can't he just trust me for once? I can take it. I can't survive. Oh really? Can you? As I lay in the sleeping bag, eyes closed in frustration, I vow to myself that I'm going to find a way to make this work. Luke needs to win this hunt. There's too much at stake now, Luke. The moon comes out from behind the clouds. A half moon, incomplete. I pinch the bridge of my nose after I fold up the map. If we keep going like that, there is going to be a stack of odds against us. I glance at Hazel. Even while sleeping, her brows are furrowed. My mind wanders to her words only a few hours ago. If we could take a shorter route, we could most definitely win. Well, at least I could win. But she can't take it. A part of me wants to throw caution out of the window and just take a shorter path, no matter how dangerous. I shouldn't worry about whether or not Hazel can make it. She's on the hunt for her own reasons. It's on her. But despite everything, you can't throw someone in the path of death. With a sigh, I lean my back against a tree and prop my knees up, using them as armrests. My mind shutters between morals and goals. This hunt is my only chance. I can't lose it. I've already lost one chance. A memory flashes in my head. Jen, clear. If you have any intention of finding her, this is the only way. Father sat in his office chair, his face stern as always. Of course I want to find her. But I bit my tongue. Doubt swarmed in my head like wild hornets. But what? Luke, Father said impatiently, without your mate. You know what you might end up as. Do you want that? I could feel the color draining from my face. Who in their right mindset would want that end? I wanted to find my mate, my cure, my peace, but it was too dangerous. Too dangerous for anyone to be around me. What if I hurt someone? I hated how quiet my voice sounded. Listen to yourself. Father pinched the bridge of his nose. You're already 18, son. The sooner you find your mate, the better. Besides, we don't know how long you have before. Silence descended the room like a heavy haze of summer heat. Intolerable, but not removable. Luke? He reached across his desk to put a hand on my shoulder. You have everything it takes to lead this pack. You would be a great alpha and proud of the man you've become. But you can't avoid this. I let out a breath and nodded. I know. Good. He withdrew his hand. Pack what's necessary. I'll inform the Silverclaw pack of your arrival. You can handle it from there. I nodded once again as Father went to pick up his phone. I turned around, feeling as though my shoulders are being weighted by boulders, but I kept them straight, held my head high. An alpha shows no weakness. He can't afford to. One more thing. Father's voice rang in my ears. I stopped at the threshold. Casper will be going with you. A little weight on my shoulders eased. At least I could count on Casper to help me out if things got bad. I left Father's office and walked through the wide halls of the pack house. God us knew when I'd see this place again, or if I'd ever see it again at all. The reality of my situation settled like heavy stones in the pits of my stomach. An anxious riot started in my head. The buzz from the light bulbs was unbearably loud. The footsteps of passing people were like a stampede. I could see my hands shaking. It was happening. The pre-effects. I needed air. Taking hurried steps towards the gardens. I gulped in the fresh air, trying to clear my mind. Panic would only make things worse. Oomph. My hypersensitive senses heard a voice. Unbidened. My head whipped towards the source. About 10 yards away, where the fruit trees were planted, I saw a small figure on the ground. I took a few unsure steps forward, trying to see who it was. Braided golden brown hair caught the fading light of the sun. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I thought to myself, it's the problematic Omega, Elise Atwood, the most peculiar Omega I had ever seen. I leaned against a nearby tree, thankful for a distraction. Stupid tree, she muttered to herself as she began climbing again. She dropped back on the ground. I felt my lips twitching upward. The riot in my head slowly retreated as I focused on the fresh air and the ridiculous sight in front of me. She was so bad at climbing it was hard not to laugh. Yet I cowed and helped but wonder why she wouldn't just give up and go back to the quarters. What are you doing here? I turned around to see Casper. Nothing. I pushed myself off the tree and stood straight. I was just getting some fresh air. We don't have much time. The Alpha wants us gone as soon as possible. He said like we're some pests. I don't know about myself, but you are a pest, I said as we started towards the mansion. Casper gasped like an overdramatic actress. How could you? Dickering. We went to the pack house. People nodded at me, smiled. Some even waved as we passed by them. All those people were counting on me to lead this pack one day, to keep all of them safe. As I packed my things, only one thought occupied my mind. I'm going to find a way to fix this, no matter what it takes. With a sigh, I closed my eyes. Those words I'd said to myself so long ago still carved in my heart like a pledge. Even if I didn't find my mate, the Alpha Supreme Authority would be enough too. Pain shoots through my head. My eyes snapped open, out of its own volition. My hand tore through my hair to the agonizing pain. My hands start shaking, my body heating up. The sounds of the forest too loud. Stumbling to my feet, I hurriedly opened one of my bags. My clawed hands trush around in it, the pain threatening to crack open my skull. Finally, I find the small plastic bag I was looking for. Small glass bottles clink together as I pull it out and take one of them. My fumbling fingers rip out the cork and I swallow the contents. The fluid feels bitter on my tongue, burning my throat. I breathe in through my nose and exhale through my mouth. Slowly, steadily, my fingers turn back to normal. The pain recedes. A small groan reaches my ears. I whip my head towards Hazel. She shifts around in her sleep, but she doesn't wake up. You're running out of time. Winters, do something before it's too late. I look up at the half moon. Soon enough it won't be so incomplete. I glance at Hazel again, raking my head for a way she can be strong enough to survive the shorter path. A way we can both get through this alive. I toss the empty bottle back inside the bag. The weapons shined dimly in the pale moonlight. Mindlessly, I caress the barrel of a gun. The thought speeds through my head. My hand stops. I am such an idiot for not thinking about this before. Hours later, I see the sun coming up. Birds start chirping. The fire dies down. A yawn reaches my ears. The sound of shuffling. I don't need to look back at Hazel to know she's up. Good morning, she mumbles. My lips twitch upward. A good morning indeed. 19 You should brush your teeth. I stare wide at the shiny metallic object Luke is holding out for me. mindlessly, very sure that in imagining things, I take the gun from him. The cold metal presses against my palm, its weight causing me a little difficulty, but it's enough to tell me this is really happening. You said we should take the shortest path. Luke says, bringing me out of my thoughts, then this is our solution. You're going to teach me how to shoot? I ask breathlessly. Luke nods with a serious face. If you have any chance of surviving the shorter paths, you'll need all the firepower you can manage. I look at the gun in my hands and then at Luke, willing myself to keep my face straight and act dignified. I start squealing. Oh my moon. Oh my moon. I grin like a maniac while rocking on my toes. This is re-happening. What? Luke looks at me like I'm a talking ferret. You have no idea what this means to me. I fail to stop grinning. It's a long-lost dream of mine to learn how to shoot. A shooter. He raises his eyebrows. I know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Talkative Omega wishing to be a shooter. But you can't blame me. I was obsessed with cowboys. So how do we do this? I ask eagerly. Luke starts explaining the proper way to hold a gun, to load it, how to put the safety on, and how to use a silencer. I take in all the information, patiently waiting for when we'll move on to actual shooting. We should have used a silencer before. But Luke only has 3, and whenever we've needed to use guns, we haven't been fortunate to grab the ones who had the silencer on. The magic words leave Luke's mouth. We should start practice now. I whoop as my hands shoot towards the sky. I whip out the gun from the waistband of my jeans shorts where I put them a moment ago. Stand straight, with your feet apart. Luke instructs. We don't have ammunition to waste, so I put in pieces of cork. They're lighter than the bullets, but they'll have to do. I nod and do as I've been told. Luke's voice reaches me again. Keep your arms straight. One hand on the gun and the other supporting your wrist, so it stays straight. I aim at one of the trees directly in my line of sight and pull the trigger. I stumble back from the impact, though only a small sound echoes in the air due to the silencer as the aluminum foil flies towards the tree, the white material giving me view of its path. It flies straight past my target. The hill. I narrow my eyes at nothing in particular. It was supposed to hit the tree. Of course I didn't hit home. Luke shakes his head. You stumbled back and your hands flew upward. How can I stop that from happening? Keep your feet firmly on the ground. Maintain your stance. I do as he said, putting all my strength in my limbs as I aim again. I stumble back nevertheless. The cork goes past the tree again. This is not working, Luke says, pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, I can't become professional in a day, I mutter, half disappointed, half embarrassed. How come it looks so easy when he does it? I've never seen him stumble, nor any of the people who do it in TV shows or movies. You don't have to be a professional. Luke walks over to me. All we need is for you to be able to aim without falling over in the process. And her words die on my tongue where I feel a warm presence behind me. Luke's arms slid over mine, holding my hands a little higher than how I had them. His chest presses to my back. I feel he trushed to my face. Relax. His breath tickles my ear. If your ear so tense, you'll stumble for sure. What the hell? How can I relax when a man is holding me like this? I'm a decent girl, for moon's sake. I'm not used to this kind of thing. Pull the trigger. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. His voice almost soft. Unthinking, I pull the trigger, though I don't stumble. My aim was to off target. I hear Luke sigh before he muttered to himself, why did I think a weaker mega female could do this? Indignation spread through me like wildfire. I tighten my grip on my weapon, almost bruising my palms. Get a grip. Be professional. You want to win or not? Taking a deep breath, I ignore the warmth of his body and look at the tree like it's my sworn enemy. I can do this. Omega or not, female or not. I'm not helpless or weak. I pull the trigger. The foil-clad cork hits the tree before bouncing off to the ground. I turn my face just slightly and meet Luke's dark blue gaze. A smirk playing at my lips. You were saying? Winters. I was saying. He leans down, reducing out distance to mere inches we don't have time to waste. I turn my face ahead again, ignoring however warm it feels. But before I pull the trigger again, I shove the heel of my boot in Luke's foot. More from shock than from pain. He steps away, letting me go. I pull the trigger. I don't stumble. My aim hits home. I turn to face Luke again and put a hand on my hip. A smug smirk on my lips. Goddess, I could get used to this. Don't waste time. Luke, I chide him softly while in practicing. Why don't you map out our route? Luke narrows his eyes at me cocky much. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Suits me, doesn't it? I grin before I turn my face to my target again. We didn't move from our campsite the whole day. I kept practicing, even surprising Luke by denying lunchtime to practice. I was no professional, but I knew I wasn't a hopeless case either. We'll set out towards east tomorrow morning. Luke tells me, tracing one of the smaller lines on the map. If everything goes well, we can finish this hunt in little more than 4 weeks. I nod, feeling hope and excitement and adrenaline mixed together. Finally, I think we might be getting somewhere. Don't get so excited, Luke says, noticing my expression. We'll have to keep our guard up all the time. Oh, no worries. I wave my hand dismissively. Living life on the edge is what I've always wanted. After this is over, I think you should see a doctor. I give him a look and huff. What would he know? I'd just been on the road for the past 5 years. He has no clue how boring and monotonous the packwork gets. You're tend to keep watch. Luke says after we had dinner on my misfortune. I shake my head. Luke simply goes inside his sleeping bag. I sit cross-legged on the forest bed, chilling my hands. For more weeks the moon knows what the path is holding for us. Time goes by and I start to feel my eyes dropping. The tiredness of the day kicks in. No, don't fall asleep. But goddess, the silence and warmth of the fire is tempting me to fall asleep like the dead. I hurriedly stand up, trying to find a way to distract myself. I dig through my bag and take out the one of the 2 guns Luke gave me earlier. I press a kiss to the cold metal, already feeling less sleepy. One of them I be already loaded with solid silver bullets. I stand up and walk only about 10 steps away from our campsite. Practice will keep me from sleeping. Bullseye, I say as another cork hits home. As I reload the gun with foiled cork, I hear a shuffle nearby. My shoulders tense. It's probably just an animal, looking for a better place to sleep. But my gut clenches in a bad way. My instincts tell me to run. I slowly back away and go back to my campsite. The sight of Luke, even if sleeping, gives me a little comfort. I put my gun back, but the tension in my shoulders doesn't leave. You're being paranoid, I tell myself. It's probably nothing. A low growl reaches my ears. I spin around, the gun with bullets in hand. My heart jumps to my throat. Luke, I say, but my eyes keep darting towards the bushes. After a small groan, I see him sit up from my peripheral. What are you doing? He raspy voice. I thought I heard something pounces on me. My back scuds against the hard forest floor. The heavy paws press my shoulders down. A grey wolf growls at me. My nose crinkles at the horrid smell from its mouth. Like rotten meat. You should brush your teeth more. I grit out. My hand moves up and I pull the trigger. A slight swoosh reaches my ears before something warm and wet trickles from the wolf's gut to my hand enclosed. With a pained howl, the beast slumps on me. Then the weight is gone. Someone yanks me up by the arm. Luke and I back away as for wolf close in on us. Weren't our wolves locked? I ask him in a frantic whisper, what are those? Wurges. He says a trap. When I say run you. A brown wolf tackles him to the ground. Luke wedges his hands between his jaws, wrestling the big beast to get it off. From the corner of my eye, I see one of the other wolves rush towards me. Almost without thinking, I pull the trigger. It dodges, Hissing a curse, I frantically move out of its way. Its claws graze my arm. I shoot again. The bullet hits home. Whimpering, the wolf falls down, red seeping from its side. I whip my head towards Luke, who's busy trying to keep the other 3 wolves off him. I raise my gun. My eyes dart between the 4 figures, unsure of what to do. Luke throws one of them off his back, his sleeve ripping in the process. I take that as my chance to move. Taking aim, I don't think before pulling the trigger. The wolf falls. I turn towards Luke, but HE's standing on his feet. A wolf with broken jaws whimpering at his feet. The other laying limp against a far tree. We meet each other's eyes once. As if by magic. We both understand each other run. Luke grabs his bags and I grab mine. Only just realizing the blood coating my clothes and hands. Some my own. Most from the rouges. I stare at my red hands. Mortified. I've killed before, but not like this. Luke grabs my uninjured arm and starts forward, almost in a sprint. Even though they were solid silver bullets, I don't think those rouges would be dead so easy. I almost turn my head to look back. Don't look. Luke tightens his grip on my arm. After the moon knows how long. We stop. Me huffing for breath. Luke looking around with skeptical eyes. I think we can stop now, he finally says, dropping his bags. I drop to my knees, closing my eyes and taking long full S of air. Goddess, my throat feels like sandpaper. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke hands me a water bottle. I take a few gulps before tipping the bottle so I could brush the blood off my hands, but Luke takes it from me. We can't waste water. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says this is for drinking, maybe for cleaning wounds, but nothing else. I narrow my eyes at him. I'm not sure I like being coated in blood. Why, I think red suits you. Very flattering. I give him a look. Just use your shirt to wipe it away. Already taking off his ruined shirt, I see blood seeping from his shoulders. Claw marks evident you did bring other sets of clothes. Didn't you? I nod and wipe my hands on my current shirt before I start rummaging through my bag for a new one. Once I come out from behind one of the trees, I see Luke dressed in a fresh shirt, apparently done with cleaning his wounds. Let me see your arm, he says as I near him. I hold out my arm, glad that it brought more tank tops rather than shirts. Luke cleans the wound with a wet piece of cloth from his previous shirt. I hiss a little, but let him work. If I thought the cleaning was bad, application of the disinfectant was worst. I almost jumped away from Luke. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If he taunts me on my old behavior right now, I'll lose it. We're lucky we got away with bear scrapes. He says I scoff, not lucky. Talented. I shot 3 of them. Remember. Congrats. The barest smile touches Luke's lips. You're ready to face the actual hunt. 20. The first lodge who's a good boy. I coo as I scratch his head. Obviously. You are. Luke says in irritation, stop it. I huff, you're just jealous because animals hate you and not me. Stop playing with that squirrel. We have to get going. Already starting to walk, but no arguments. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mutter before I swing my bag on my shoulder and follow him, since we pretty much didn't sleep yesterday. We woke up late. Yes, Luke Winters. The perfectionist is actually not a robot and woke up late as well. Hey Luke. He hums in response. Didn't you expect to find your mate in that crescent moon ball? No one during your travels. I ask, didn't you think you'd find her during that? I see his shoulders stiffen at that. No. Sure, I think to myself. Even if Luke might not accept it, his tense demeanor is more than enough to tell me that he did expect to find his mate during his travels. So when you become Alpha Supreme, what will you do? Deciding to drop the mate subject, We have just started a shorter route. What makes you think well then? Humor me. I'll do what I'm supposed to. He shrugs. Work. Maintain peace. Shift to the New York HQ. That's it. I stare at him incredulously. That's what's driving you to win. That, and a lot of power. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why would someone want to risk their life for some stupid job? What would you do? Nuke asks, effectively surprising me after you leave. My rough sketch plan flashes in my head again. Get a job. Save up money. Work my ass. I'll start a small business which will eventually grow and I'll be rich. Luke stares at me for a moment before looking ahead again. A small sound escapes him. Did he just chuckle? Maybe I should just admit that HE's a living being too. So you do have a brain in that big head of yours. Yes, a very bright one. I ignore his sarcasm. And about your mate? He asks. You did sneak in the ball. I'm guessing you wanted to find him. That was my intention. I don't bother denying, but you didn't find him. Luke says, now what will you do? I pause for a moment, trying to think past the twang of emotions in my head. What will I do? Try to find him. If I do find him, will he accept me? With all the crazy things I've on and probably will keep doing in the future, I haven't given it much thought. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say honestly, maybe I'll adopt a kid or two and leave all my money in their name. For someone who acts like a lunatic almost all the time. Luke says with such a straight face. It's infuriating. You're actually quite mature. You're not sure if you're complimenting me or insulting me. I say I'm a multitasker. We keep walking, me keeping up conversation and Luke simply sticking to monosyllable answers. Noon bleeds into night and the urge to stop and sleep starts its toll on me. Luke, no, you didn't even hear me out. I know you're going to say we should stop. He says, but we can't. We slept too much and now we have to compensate. Well, if we sleep at midnight, we'll wake up late again. I say then this cycle will never end. Then get used to your new sleep schedule. You cannot be serious. I give him a look. For once. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says you're right. I breathe a sigh of relief. We won't wake up late again. I'll make sure of that. You bloody BAS. Language. He cuts me off. A steely edge to his voice. There's a spring a few meters from here. Well set, camped near it. Now shut up and keep walking. At least I get one of the things I wanted, to take the shorter path for a good sleep. We keep on walking in silence. The moon rises up in the sky, illuminating the place with its silvery glow. Everything looks so pristine. Big trees with hanging vines. Moss-covered forest floor. The little wild flowers scattered everywhere. It's so beautiful, isn't it? I say softly, looking up at the moon. But while I do that, I forget that I need my eyes on the ground. The consequences of my actions catch up to me fast and I trip forward. My eyes automatically close as I brace myself for the fall. Something warm wraps around my arm and pulls me back into fright. My eyes snap open. The sudden tug causes me to stand on my toes against something hard and warm. Luke looks back at me, his stormy blue eyes dark in the dim light. Don't you know? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says pain finds beauty a reliable disguise. Pup, pup, pup. I jump away from Luke, startled at the sudden sound and then at the things falling on us. Confetti. Congrats. A man appears from behind a few trees. What is this? Luke asks, taking a step in front of me. Whoa. Whoa. Hold up. Who told him I'm a little girl he needs to protect? With a huff, I step aside and stand beside him. The man in front of us smiles gently. Dressed in a neat suit. He appears to be in his 40s. Please. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He holds up a hand as if in surrender. Allow me to explain. He takes out a folded piece of paper from his jacket and gives it to Luke. His eyes scan over it quickly before giving it back. A one-day break. He raises an eyebrow. Yes, the Mount says the Alpha Supreme wants everyone to be comfortable. Luke crosses his arms and gives him a curt nod. But I notice one of his hands is close to the waistband of his jeans, where he keeps his gun. You see, Alpha Supreme has arranged for the competitors to have checkpoints. The man explains every now and then. The teams in the same area will be allowed a day's rest in a lodge. And right now, I'm here to lead you to your lodge. Luke assesses the man in a quick glance. His eyes flicker to me. I shrug. Then he nods towards our messenger. Go on. We're right after you. He says, very good. This way. The suited man starts walking. How come there's a lodge here? I whisper to Luke, probably magic. He says quietly, keep your guard up. This is the first time I'm hearing anything like this. I nod, feeling my stomach turn a bit in anxiety, but this man hadn't been one of the participants. Besides, if HE is allowed to pay some witch to make a lodge here, HE is probably an official. And soon enough, we reach a little wooden cabin in a clearing. I look around for any sign of danger, but everything seems normal. Then again, it's not very well lit at this hour of the night. The suited man opens the door for us. Once all of us are in the front hallway, he turns to us again. You have to leave your weapons with me. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The man says all the other teams in this lodge have done so. This is supposed to be neutral territory. Luke's shoulders stiffen at that. But still, he hands over the weapon bag. The guns he and I keep on ourselves still hidden beneath our clothes. Please make yourselves comfortable. There are 3 more doers here other than you. He says I should get going. I have others to attend to. With that he leaves us alone, closing the door behind. What now? I ask Luke. Now we see what's going on. He says surprisingly. He takes my hand in his and starts forward. A strange sensation rises up my arm, but somehow, I like the press of his palm against mine. Goddess, I need to pull my hand away. Before I have a chance to do that, I hear someone laughing as we enter the lounge. The guys look back at us. Their eyes fall on Luke first, not very surprised. They probably already know him. Then their gazes turn to me. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Amused. Indecent. Ah, Luke. One of them stands up from the couch. Running a hand through his sandy blonde hair, I was wondering if you'd be joining us. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke gives him a curt nod in surprise that your E's still alive. Your E is cheerful as always. Adrian laughs. Won't introduce me to your little companion. I notice the momentary hesitation on Luke's face before he pulls his hand away from mine. Is he ashamed of me being his companion? A messly mega girl. Elise? He says formally, putting a hand on the small of my back. This is Adrian Woodsman, Alpha of the Blue Moon Pack. A pleasure to meet you, milady. In one swift movement, Adrian takes my hand and presses a kiss to my knuckles. Allow me to introduce you to our housemates for the time being. He pulls me towards the couches and sits me down. Luke walks over to us and sits down on my other side, putting aside his bags. I put mine down as well. This is Ryan. Adrian gestures to a man with dark hair and equally dark eyes, my bay-turned partner. Nice to make your acquaintance. Ryan nods at me, his face passive. In Joseph, a man with long, wavy brown hair says to me, his green eyes sparkling, Alpha of the Riverfall Pack. My name is Freddy. The man sitting beside him says, he is that playful childlike face with bright blue eyes and silvery blonde hair in Joseph's Delta. Pleased to meet all of you. Finally managing to take my hand away from Adrian. Let me call our last duo. Adrian says as he leaves the lounge and goes up the little wooden staircase. So, Elise. Joseph leans forward. How are you liking the hunt so far? I shift a little in my seat. his gaze unnerving me. There's not much to like. Luke is lucky to have you as his partner. Freddie says with a grin, must be nice to have someone to cook good food and keep you motivated. Luke snorts quietly to himself. I throw him a quick glare. Should I pop Freddie's bubble and tell him that I'm not a perfect maiden? Probably not. Footsteps reach my ears, and soon enough, Adrian comes down the stairs with 2 other men in tow. My eyes widen at the sight of them. Rich golden hair, crystal blue eyes, and a tall, well-built frame. I stare at him wide-eyed, standing up from my seat. He mirrors my expression before giving me a bright smile. In a few long strides, a cheers in front of me, and before I know what's happening, he calls me in a hug. It lasts for just a moment, but the stares that come after it last longer. Are you all right? He looks me up and down. You offend me. I roll my eyes. I'm not all right. In amazing. That earns me a round of snickers and chuckles. Ethan smiles at me, taking a step away so as to maintain a respectable distance. My apologies, he says with a chaste bow before turning around to look at the man behind him. This is Tyler, my beta and companion. I remember him a little from the Crescent Moon Ball. Same black strands of hair, same hazel eyes. Miss Atwood, he nods, evidently surprising me. He knows my name. Will someone tell me how you two? Adrian motions between me and Ethan know each other. Ethan opens his mouth to say something, but a deep, hard voice cuts in. Not likely. Woodsman. He stands up and stands by my side. We'd like to retire to our rooms. Tension charges in the air. Adrian holds Luke's gaze with his fierce brown eyes. Joseph observes them with a hint of interest. Ethan seems tense. Tyler, Freddie and Ryan look ready to defend each of their alphas if needed. They're only for rooms. Joseph says people will have to share one room. Very interesting. Adrian says, a sudden grin on his face. So, Elise, who would you like to sleep with? That sounds so damn wrong. That is not a question. Luke narrows his eyes at him in a spiteful glare. She's going with me. No one asked you. Winters. Ryan speaks, backing up Adrian. She can choose for herself. Whoever Elise is comfortable with should keep her company. Ethan says with a nod. If you've forgotten, Luke says with a dangerously calm voice, I'm her partner. She's obviously more comfortable around me. She didn't have an option about being your partner. Look, Ethan gives him a measured look. Now she can choose. Are you saying that just because she let you hug her? Freddie raises his brow at Ethan. Trust me, a voice says in my ear. I almost jump when I see Joseph behind me. You need to choose wisely right now. I step away from him, giving him a wary look. What the hell have I gotten myself into? I clear my throat. Everyone turns their attention to me. We should all just share with our partners. I say in a professional tone. We're still opponents. That's a reasonable argument. Tyler nods at me, so it's settled. Luke says, did I imagine the hint of triumph in his voice? Where's our room? There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. Ethan says one of them has our luggage. You can take the other. Luke nods and grabs our bags from the floor. Joseph turns to me with a smirk on his face. If you're scared, Elise dear, he says like a true gentle ass, my room is just in front of the stairs. And if you see his face and get scared, Adrian says my room is just beside it. I doubt she's afraid of the night. Luke says she's been sleeping under the open sky for almost 2 weeks. All the more reason to sleep comfortably tonight. Adrian winks at me. I offer him a tight smile before hurrying towards the stairs. Luke follows behind. We find our room, and as the door closes behind, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Goddess, that was too much testosterone. Don't let them get to your head, Luke says, glancing at me from the corner of his eyes. Alphas tend to get antsy when they're away from females for too long. I crinkle my nose and Stace, you don't do that. The barest smile flickers across his face in a rare peace, regardless of the tension downstairs. When I collapse on the soft bed, I sigh in purest as why. After almost 2 weeks of sleeping in a stuffy sleeping bag, I finally get to sleep in an actual bed. What do you mean in not sleeping on the bed? Luke gives me a look. There's just one bed. Well, You can sleep on the couch. I glare at him in sleeping here. Just look at its size. Luke points at the two-person couch. Can I possibly sleep on it? We can share the bed. Not a chance. I open my mouth to argue, but then close it again. A devilish idea pops up in my mind, scouring my features in defeat. I sigh and get off the bed. Luke watches me suspiciously. Fine. I say cool, you can sleep on the bed. I move towards the door and give him a glance over my shoulder. Maybe one of the others would like to share a bed with me. I hadn't even grabbed the handle when he says fine. Well, share the bed. My lips curl upwards in a smile and I turn around to see Luke's sour expression. I put a hand on my hip and cock my head to his side. That was so hard. You really have no idea what you're doing, Luke says, disdain rolling off his voice. This isn't a kid's sleepover. To my agent extraordinaire, untamed, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Grown-up men aren't to be played with. Ignoring his comment, I take the cushions from the couch and create a boundary on the bed, diving it into two. As I lay in the bed, waiting for sleep, Luke's comment whirls in my mind. Today I was ready for what those idiots had in store for me. But tomorrow, they'll realize what they're dealing with. Grown men aren't to be played with. I feel myself smirk. Unless you know how to win the game. I woke up on a bright sunny morning, only to find myself entangled in a conspiracy. 21. Same mistakes. I wake up in a soft bed, cocooned in my blankets. I stretch my arms as I sit up. Light filters through the gap in the window curtains. My feet pad against the cold wooden floor as I go towards the window. I open the curtains. A smile tugs at my lips. Sunlight is scattered over the tall trees. Birds are sweeping and diving through the air. Opening the window, I let the cool morning breeze brush against my face. This is life, I say to myself, crossing my arms at the windowsill, talking to yourself. To my agent extraordinaire, untamed, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A deep voice reaches my ears. That's not concerning at all. I turn my face towards the source and see Luke coming out from the bathroom, a towel around his neck, hair sticking in all angles. Of course it's not. I roll my eyes despite my smile. When are you ever concerned about me? Not often. He walks over to me and takes a glance at the scenery. For a moment, both of us let silence envelop us in cozy embrace, watching as the sun continues to rise. Something wet and heavy drops on my head. If I start doing that, Luke walks by me. I'll become a blood pressure patient. I take the towel off my head and glare at him. He simply goes to the door. I'm going down to see if there's something to eat, he says before vanishing through the door. I take a shower and then look through my bag for clothes. With a sigh, I pick up a tank top and pair of not-so-short shorts. Why am I suddenly regretting my choice of clothes? Don't worry. If anyone thinks it's smart to bother you, you can handle it. I let my hair frame my face and leave the room, my shoes in my hand. The wooden floor feels nice under my bare feet. Just as I close the door and turn around, I bump into someone. Sorry. Ethan offers me an apologetic smile, steadying me by the arms. Are you okay? To my agent extraordinaire, untamed, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I returned his smile. This hallway's too damn small anyways. He nods with a chuckle before stepping out of my way. Ladies first. Why, thank you. I grin as I walk past him and descend the stairs. Just as I reach the bottom, I spot Adrian and Ryan. Adrian raises his brows at my attire. Ryan looks passive as ever. Good morning. I smile at them as I turn towards the lounge. While I put on my shoes, I feel a dip form in the couch as someone sits down beside me. Going somewhere, love? Adrian asks. I straighten myself and give him a bright smile. Going for a walk. Being cocked up at a house is not really my thing. Mine neither. He gives me a sly smirk. Mind if I join you? Is there a reason I should? I raise an eyebrow and stand up. I catch Luke's eyes as we pass by him leaning against the kitchen door frame, a steaming cup in his hand. He straightens himself, eyes darting between me and Adrian. "Oh, Winters. Morning coffee," Adrian says, casually resting his arm on my shoulder going somewhere. Luke completely ignores him, his eyes trained on me. "We're going for a walk." I reply cheerfully it won't take long. "And don't worry about her safety." Adrian smirks as long as I'm with her. "She's going to be all right." He puts his arm on the small of my back and, before Luke has a chance to say anything, steers me away. I look over my shoulder and see Luke's stormy glare at the man by my side. My lips tug upwards as I wink at him, barely catching his slack expression when we turn around the hallway. My eyes assesses the small clearing in front of me as we leave the house. I take Adrian's arm, much to his contentment, and steer him around the lodge, keeping light conversation as I scan the residence. No shed, no fence. Where did they take our weapons? The tree's too far for someone to plan an ambush from close. Unless they have guns. To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's one dense partner you have. Love, Adrian says, catching my attention. I sigh my misfortune. He has no clue how to treat girls. Adrian leans a little towards me. "I'd like to make it up to you." I look up at him from under my lashes, a shy smile on my face. "Are you so sure you can do that?" "Positive." He gives me a wolfish grin. I'll walk around the lodge ends and Adrian starts walking towards the trees. I brush my hand against the waistband of my jeans shorts, feeding the gun I kept there. "Goddess, I really don't like trees with vines." Holding Adrian's arm tighter, they are so creepy. "Don't worry, love," Adrian says, "Ivy got you." I lean forward, noticing how his eyes dart to my lips for a second. I resist the urge to smirk. What an easy kill. "You're so good at this," I say softly. Luke is always stumbling over the ground. His other hand moves towards my waist, in quick to place my hand on his arm. If he notices the gun, we're probably about to be eliminated. "In good, got a lot of other things." "Love." He leans forward, our faces too close for my liking. "Oh, I'm sure you're better than Luke." I say, "You must be so far ahead from us." "Yeah, we're moving towards the southwest." Adrian smirks, his eyes shining. "Pleased to be called better than someone you're probably looking at your future Alpha Supreme." I swiftly pull away, a rueful smile on my lips. "The future Alpha Supreme is even farther from my reach than you." To my agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With a sigh of misery, I cradle myself in my arms, then start walking forward, leaving a blinking idiot behind. "Hey, Elise." Adrian catches up to me fast. "Love, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not like others." I look at him with a sad smile. Line, "Oh, you're not." The look on his face. Goddess knows how I stop myself from laughing. "I don't understand." Eyebrows furrowed. "Did I do something wrong? Just a minute ago, we were about to." "Oh, moon. Just how desperately does this strip of an alpha boy wants to get laid?" "Oh, my moon. Feigning innocence, do you think I was going to seduce you? How could you think that about me?" His eyes widen. "No, I didn't mean." "No, I guess it." I sniffle. "Of course you would think that about a little Omega girl." "Elise? Lucy has love." I didn't. I run off to the lodge like a heartbroken princess. When I enter, the lounge is empty, much to my relief. I quickly go up the stairs to lock myself in my room before that poor idiot can catch up to me. When I go inside, I quickly turn and lock the door, catching my breath. When I turn around, I see Luke sitting on the bed, the map open in front of him. He notices my breathless, red face, and the next moment, HES standing in front of me. "What happened?" he asks as his eyes scan me for injuries. "Are you all right? Did Witzman cross the line now?" "No." I exhale. "I just came up the stairs really fast." Luke raises an eyebrow. "Didn't the walk go as planned?" Sarcasm drips from his voice. I grin at him. Oh no. It went splendidly. Just then, the door rattles. Then someone knocks. Love, open the door, Adrian says. Luke gives me a suspicious look. I only gesture at him to stay quiet by putting a finger to my lips. Go away. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say in a wretched tone, leave me alone. Love, I didn't mean to upset you. Please open the door. Goddess, forgive me for enjoying this so much. And the fact that Luke looks beyond surprise doesn't make it any less amusing. I am not upset. Just let me be for a while. Sniffling, please. A moment of silence passes. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wait until his footsteps vanish before I burst out laughing. He fell for it. He bloody fell for that little clay. Someone coughs. My laughter subsides and I turn to Luke. He crosses his arms and gives me a hard look. An explanation. Leaving no room for argument. Adrian wanted some company. I just made it a little dramatic. I grin and tell him my little play. Oh, he told me something. I take a startled look in Luke's arm and pull him to the bed. My eyes skim the map before I realize which path Adrian was talking about. The shortest route. They're taking this path. I point it out to Luke. Luke raises an eyebrow, then shakes his head in disbelief. I can't believe he told you that. I shrug, a smirk playing at my lips, the woes of male lust. There's no way woodsman can pave this route. Luke traces the line. Ridden with crosses only a short way from he would tell him to reconsider. But well, he shrugs. He never told me. Did he? My smirk fades away, leaving a small lump in my throat. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hesitate. Are they going to be okay? Luke raises an eyebrow at me. You've been playing around with him and now you're asking if he'll be alright. He asked for it. I huff and am not heartless. I don't want anyone to die. Too bad that's not possible. My shoulders slump. I give Luke a glance that will tell him exactly how much his pessimism is appreciated. More like realism. Luke's eyes hazel. If you tell him it's dangerous, Achia's not going to stop. It's his own choice. I worry my bottom lip, feeling a bit disturbed. I know Achia's a lusty asshole. But Adrian and Ryan are still people that are important for others. Everyone matters to someone. Someone ruffles my hair. My eyes snap to Luke as he walks past me, the map in his hand. Don't stress yourself for things that aren't in your control. You're right. I shake my head. I'm going to get myself something to eat. I go towards the door. My hand closes around the handle when I hear Luke call me. I look over my shoulder and catch his impassive gaze. Don't fool around with them again. I grin. No promises. I walk inside the kitchen and grab an apron from the hooks behind the door. I feel myself smile as I tie it around myself. It's been so long since I did some cooking in an actual kitchen. I make myself an omelette and a cup of tea. I sigh in bliss as I take the first bite. Damn, I'd forgotten how good of a cook I am. Once I wipe my hands on my apron after washing the dishes. I see Adrian come inside, and am instantly reminded of my talk with Luke. So much for not stressing. Hey, he closes the distance between us. Are you alright? I give him a small smile. I'm okay. I think I overreacted. He grins, relief clear on his face. Would you like to continue where we left? I raise an eyebrow. He quickly holds his hands up in defense. I mean the walk. I bite the corner of my lip as I take off the apron and set it aside. Maybe. Sure. I finally say. He takes my hand in his and we walk out of the house again. Our walk is silent this time. Adrian holding my hand at his own, but unlike what I experienced with Luke, I don't feel my skin tingling. It's just his hand around mine. Nothing more. Hey Adrian. I begin softly. He hums in response. Don't you think the path you're taking? It's too dangerous. He laughs. The bloody fool laughs. There's nothing like too dangerous in my dictionary. Love, he say, winking at me. I hold back a sigh soon enough. We reach a little stream. I can't help my fascination as I see the crystal clear water. It's so pretty, I say in awe, watching my reflection on the fleeting water. Yeah, Adrian says, but I can feel his eyes on my face rather than the stream. I feel his hands on my arms and he turns me to face him. Elise, I really didn't mean to upset you. Yes, so close to me. Too close. He starts leaning forward, eyes closed, lips puckered. I roll my eyes and do what any pure little maiden would. Oh my. I shove him away, turning my face shy splash. I gasp. Adrian comes to the stream surface. Drenched completely. I have to hold back a bark of laughter, almost choking on it. That gave you the cold shower you needed, didn't it? Oh my moon. Are you okay? I help him up. Perfect. A sour look on his face. Come on. We should get back. He nods. Adrian goes to his room with a sullen look. With a snicker, I sink down in a sofa. You seem pleased. My eyes fly open to see Joseph. He offers me a lazy smirk before he walks towards me, lazily settling down beside me. I stiffen and shuffle a bit away, watching him warily. You're not going to try anything. Rolling his eyes, what are you? I raise my brows, a mind reader or just creepy. He straightens himself. An offended look on his face. I am not creepy. This time, I roll my eyes. Sure you're not. If you're referring to last evening, Joseph says I was just messing around. I'm already mated. What? I almost jump from my seat. You have a mate. A very loving one. Then why did you even bother acknowledging my presence? I was teasing Winters. I give him a look that doesn't make sense. We can test that right now. Winters is probably going to come looking for you in a moment. His lips dug upwards at that. After a few minutes of awkward silence, I hear someone descending the stairs. Joseph takes a sniff of the air, glances at me before he quickly goes behind the sofa and on my shoulders, leaning down so his face almost brushes mine. Not a moment later, Luke enters and his eyes fall straight on us. His jaw clenches. The storm in his eyes goes livid and he steps forward. I feel a lump forming in my throat. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. What are you doing? He gives Joseph a death glare in just giving her a massage. Winters, Joseph says casually as he pulls away, you should really try this. Luke? Trying to act just as casual. Joseph's hands are magical. It'll pass. Luke narrows his eyes at Joseph. Fine. Joseph shrugs and, shoving his hands, he looks at me. See you later. Before he disappears in the hallway that leads to his room, he looks back at me, his mouth see. I really can't leave you alone for a moment. Luke says to me, why? I feign innocence. What did I do? He narrows his eyes to slits and all but bites out nothing. Then he storms towards the stairs again. Goddess, that is one protective man. With a sigh, I push myself up from the sofa and go out of the lodge. I lean against the wooden wall, staring at the trees ahead. Why is Luke always thinking him some damsel in distress, some weakling omega? Why can't he just trust me and know that I can fend for myself? Upset, I jump, snapping out of my thoughts to see Ethan behind me. He walks up to me and leans against the wall. Right beside me, I hold my arms and offer him a small smile. Not really. I shrug, just tired after the long day, I guess. Tired on a break. He raises his eyebrow. I guess I became a workaholic. I grin. He chuckles softly, seriously. That's concerning. I look at him thoughtfully. Words fall out of my mouth without permission. Why do you care about me so much? Ethan's blue eyes snap to mine. For a moment he doesn't answer. I almost think he wouldn't, but then he says my brother's mate was an omega was. I raise an eyebrow. Ethan nods, turns his eyes to the trees in front of us. She was treated very badly by her pack. By the time she met my brother, she was too afraid. Even of him. No matter how much she tried. It just didn't work. She was already too broken. It broke him too. I stare at him, holding my breath. Were they now? 6 feet under. A strained smile tugs at his lips, both of them. I swallow the lump in my throat. What happened to them? Celeste had a heart attack. He says quietly my brother attempted suicide. I was 15. Silence descends around us. Neither of us move. Neither of us say anything. Finally, I say I'm not broken. He glances at me then. His lips curve up in a smile. Maybe that's why I like you so much. Unwidened. My cheeks heat up. Did he just say he likes me? As in likes me. As in a guy liking a girl like. If only Celeste had been strong like you. Ethan trails off. He shakes his head, as if trying to get rid of a pestering thought after this hunt. He'd like to know you more. My eyes dart across the place, trying to hold on to something innocent, him not sure that would be possible. Ethan raises his eyebrow. Why? I open my mouth to say something, but a loud voice interrupts me. Anyone wanna play cards? Freddie peeks from around the wall. How long has he bloody been there? We found a deck in one of the drawers, I say, and quickly follow him to Adrian's room. Where him, Joseph and Ryan are already seated. Though I focus on the round we play, Mom's voice kept ringing in my ears. Don't make the same mistake I did, Elise. Sneak peek. What is this? I hold up the tiny bottle. Luke snatches it from my hand and tosses it back in his bag. Zipping it up, he throws it over his shoulder. We're moving on. He starts walking. Quickly, I catch up to him. Where do you have wolfsbane? 20 to he. It's lucky we leave the next morning. In all honesty, I can't believe I like this better than the break. I like the forestry all around, the constantly changing scenery, and the lack of hormonal nails. Gaze jump by, and as time passes, Luke gets more and more snappy. Stop wasting time. Get up. I hear a hard voice. Shut up. I mumble as I push myself up from my sleeping bag. Grumbling, he all but yanks up his stuff and gives me a low-key glare. Ignoring him, I pack my stuff and we start walking again. Luke silently and with the speed of a cheetah. Me munching on biscuits and following as fast as possible. Slow down, will you? I finally say. My breakfast long finished. Keep up. Will you? I put up with him for another hour before my patience reaches its limit. You're being lazy. Luke snaps at me. No. I cross my arms. You're being irrational. We can't run our way towards the finish line. He grits out. Stop arguing. We're going on. Now okay, Elise. You know what happens when both people start acting like idiots. You have to be the mature one right now. Luke, I say calmly, we need a little break. Just a breather. Then we'll go on. I don't want a break. What we want isn't always what we need. I give him a look. I hold his stormy gaze with my steady one. Luke works his jaw. His eyes narrowed a millimeter as he stares at me. I don't back down. He finally grits out with a sigh of relief. I lean against a tree. Maturity 1000. Luke 999. I'm going to go make sure the perimeter is clear, Luke says before disappearing behind the trees. Goddess, can't he sit still? Rolling my eyes, I sit down and take a deep breath of the fresh air. A few moments later, I pull my gun from the waistband of my jeans and check the ammunition. How did I forget to reload this? I make my way towards the weapon bag and shuffle through it, looking for one of the ammunition boxes. I stumble upon a small plastic bag. Curiously, I pick it up and see what's inside. I take out one of the glass bottles inside and observe the fluid inside. I pull the cork out and take a sniff. Horrified, I pull away from the contents of the bottle. Wolfsbane, what are you doing? I whirl around. Luke is standing a foot away from me. His eyes flicker to the bottle in my hands. When he looks at me again, his face is set in a hard glare. Enthusiasm, didn't I tell you not to go through my things? Snatching the bottle and bag from my hands is that I hesitate. Is that wolfsbane? Luke's shoulders stiffen as I say that. He doesn't answer me, simply puts back his things and zips up the bag. The coast is clear. We're moving on. Luke starts walking. I stare at his back in sheer disbelief before I jog up to him. He didn't answer me. I say, what's in those bottles? You seem to have figured that out on your own. Why do you have wolfsbane? I have my reasons. I jog a little faster and come up in front of him, causing him to stop. Luke gives me an irritated look. I offer him my CIS glance. All the participants have their wolves locked up. I say I don't think we have any chance of using that on Rouges. What are your reasons then? Drop it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He walks past me. I spin around, swiftly grab his arm. Luke's eyes snap towards me, darker than usual, the storm more intense. Tell me, Luke? A low growl of warning leaves his throat. I narrow my eyes at him. Why won't you just tell me? What's so secretive about? Will you just mind your own damn business for once? Luke rips his arm away from me. I flinch at his harsh tone. I have been tolerating you and your childish behavior for longer than any sane being should be forced to. You keep complaining. You don't listen to me and you have no sense of privacy. On top of all that, you have the audacity to demand answers from me. I almost feel myself shrinking back. I feel my throat getting dry, a lump already forming in it. I open my mouth to apologize, to tell him HE's not an awesome partner either and keeps triggering me on being an omega. I would never figure that out, since Luke beats me to it. I pity the man who would have to spend the rest of his days with you. He looks at me like I'm a bug under his shoe. HE's lucky to have escaped you for this long. My thoughts vanish in a puff of smoke. People say we are honest about our feelings when we're angry. So that's what Luke Quintus thinks about me. Enthusiasm. In my head, I find a whole speech that could possibly make him regret saying those words. Make him guilty. But when I open my mouth, only a few words tumble out. We should get going. Almost taken aback. Luke stares at me for a moment. Cold silence wraps around us. Then he turns around and starts walking. I follow behind him, keeping my eyes on the ground. I don't want to trip now. You're not worth my words. Winters. I ignore the dull burn behind my eyes, and am not in a habit to waste myself on the unworthy. 2 days. It has been 2 days since I last spoke to Luke. Other than yes. No. You decide. I've spent the majority of my time thinking about Mom, Carlos, and the jobs I can possibly get after leaving the pack. Mom was saving up some money for my wedding when I meet my mate. Now that that's out of the picture, we can use it to rent a room or maybe an apartment after we leave. Luke has been more antsy than usual. Many a times, I notice him glance at me, almost as if he wants to say something, but he never does. Not that it will make a difference anyways. It's your turn to keep watch, Luke says while we eat salted cod for dinner. I nod, counting in my mind the money I can save up if I take 2 jobs. I don't go to any institute, and with my werewolf stamina, I can easily manage. Lucius stressing the nickname. I don't look at him. Did you hear me? Yes. I say calmly, finishing my food. I stand up and lean against a tree, arms crossed across my chest. I can almost feel Luke's gaze on my back before he opens his sleeping bag and shuffles inside. I don't say goodnight. I look up at the starry sky, the almost full moon. My mind wanders to everything. Nothing. Achius lucky to have escaped you for this long. My mate won't think that, would he? I shake my head. Seriously. After years of taking taunts from your pack, you'll let this snob's comment rattle you. But somehow, his words make me feel a twist in my chest, a bitter taste in my mouth. After so long, I thought he would not think of me as so little anymore. Stop it. I tell myself fiercely. Luke is an asshole. You know you're beautiful, smart, kind, and maybe you're a bit of a lunatic sometimes. You're still amazing. Don't let him get to your head. I wander a little away from our campsite. Maybe it was for the best that I heard Luke say all that. Maybe I was getting a bit carried away, thinking an alpha could ever respect an omega. Pain finds beauty a reliable disguise. Well, at least he was right about something. A hand closes around my mouth. An arm wraps around me, holding me prisoner. I thresh around wildly, wiggling my fingers to reach my gun, but the lack of breath makes my chest cave in. Black spots appear in front of my eyes. Sorry. Enthusiasm. Love. A voice reaches me from far away, but as you said, we are opponents. And everything fades away. 23 all paid, my heavy eyes open in the dark. My head dizzy. I try to lift my hands but feel them bound together in front of me. Ah, you're awake, a newly familiar voice says. My head snaps towards the source and I see a tall figure with sandy blonde hair and dark brown eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Amidst, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My eyes widen. The words from before rush to my head. What the hell are you doing? With a small chuckle, he crouches down so we're on eye level. My eyes adjust to the dark and I can just make out his smirk. Nothing personal. Elise. Bemused, but your partner is a pain in the ass. Taking him down is necessary. I narrow my eyes at him. And how do you plan on doing that? By kidnapping you. To my agent extraordinaire, Amidst, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says, waving a hand at me, he'll come for you, hell. Any man would. And when he does, he won't be going back. I school my features in perfect calm, holding my breath so it wouldn't come out as shallow intakes. No. Don't panic. Do not panic. Panic makes you stupid. Stupid gets you killed. What about me? We'd leave you alone. A new voice says. My eyes snap up to see Ryan against a tree. You can wait in one place until the hunt is over. Then you can go back. I stare at him for a moment. Indignity sparks a fire in me, fueled by 2 days of pent-up words. To my agent extraordinaire, Amidst, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I glare at them. You think I'm not a threat? That you can leave me here? What? Adrian raises his brows. Don't what? To my agent extraordinaire, Amidst, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I snap him, perfectly capable of coming back for revenge. I might not look much, but I'm pretty damn dangerous. I don't follow. Adrian looks at Ryan for help. Do you want us to kill you? Ryan asks me. His brows knotted. Those words snap me out of my angry haze. Right. Well, I clear my throat. You don't have to think about that. Luke won't come for me. Adrian shakes his head with a smile. That's the oldest trick in the book. Love. Fine. Don't believe me. I lean back against the tree I'm sitting by, but he hates my guts. He can't stand the sight of me. He'll probably thank the stars that I'm gone and be on his merry way. For a moment, they both go quiet and I realize it's not just me amazing acting skills that they are considering my words. It's the conviction, the truth in them. Adrian and Ryan exchange a look. Then Ryan says whether he likes you or not. It's on his pride now. He will come. I put on a thinking expression, ignoring the bitter taste in my mouth. Now that you put it like that, maybe he will come after all. That's what we thought. Adrian says before he stands up. Now you sit tight while we plan on how to take the moron down. Moron, that's one thing I agree with you on. I know Lee is an ass. Always was. Adrian says where he came to our pack to train for 2 months. He wouldn't even talk be like in his age. He was always talking to my father, and can you imagine? My father never told me what the hell they talked about. I can understand. I nod solemnly. If you need any help planning this trap for him, feel free to ask me. Why would you help us? Ryan asks suspiciously. Well, you just said that I can go free. I say calmly, and besides, Luke is insufferable. You two will do me a favor by taking him down. Adrian grins. I knew there was a reason I like you so much. I smile back. Don't mention it. So, what are you guys planning? Adrian takes out his mat, but before he could come towards me, Ryan stops him and they start talking in quick, quiet words. Damn you. You moderately smart person. Just let your stupid, impulsive alpha do all the deciding. But she just died up. Adrian's voice reaches me in a bare whisper. She can't be harmful. Look at her. So small and helpless. For probably the first time in my life. Being short, female and an omega is helping me out. Nevertheless, I feel my jaw clench when he says that. Just wait. I'll show you how helpless I am. After a few more minutes, Adrian walks towards me, map in hand. He sits down and lays it open. For a moment I have to blink at the spotless paper. Luke's map is full of lines and crosses and little notes. We are here, Adrian says, pointing at a spot about 2 miles from my Luke, and I had count we told your partner to meet us here. He moves his finger towards the waterfall about 1 kilometer away. We are planning on shooting just as he arrives. He won't be expecting it. Ryan adds grudgingly. I purse my lips. That's a great plan, but I don't think it'll work. Adrian raises an eyebrow. So much faith in that asshole. No, I shake my head. It's too obvious. Luke probably won't even come from a place open to the eye. If he got anywhere close to you two. Adrian and Ryan exchange a glance. But you know what will take him by surprise. I say an underground trap. A what? Ryan says. I roll my eyes. Dig a hole. Cover it with leaves and stuff. And what about the fact that he can come out? Adrian crosses his arms. He won't. I click my tongue. HES claustrophobic. This secures their interest. Ryan comes and sits by my side as well. I suppress a grin. Perfect. With my bound hands, I slid the map towards me and point as a spot near the waterfall. You can dig the trap here. If you guys put me just in his line of sight, they'll tell him I ran away. When he comes for me, then he'll be done for. Too afraid to do anything. You love enthusiasm. Adrian puts his arm around me and presses a kiss to my cheek. Are amazing. I can't believe Lou can't appreciate such a treasure. Well, I bat my lashes at him. You're getting rid of him for me, aren't you? Promise. He smiles at me, then leans forward so his lips brush against my ear. Maybe you should come with us. Love, you might find me more agreeable than your current partner. I move away from him and give him a little smile. I'd have to wash my ear with acid now. We should get going. Ryan says the sooner we start, the better. So we start forward, me walking between Adrian and Ryan. I test my binds a bit. I can't possibly break them. They took my gun as well, so I have nothing but a brain to work with. Once we reach the decided spot, Adrian and Ryan start digging. For hunting purposes, Adrian and Ryan had a net with them, made of barb-covered wires. Since they don't have property and gear, the Kurisols were working with daggers. I wondered if I should tell them they should break a thick branch, sharp head its edge like a spear, and use that. I decide against it. All right, time to get rid of these binds. You think a girl can be the Alpha Supreme? If I decide to finish the hunt and win, can I be the Alpha Supreme? It would be so much fun. Hurry up, guys. The sun might be rising any moment now. Don't you want to catch Luke? If you guys win, what's the first thing you'd do? If it were me, I'd make it a rule to respect Gazer. But since I have no intention of continuing this hunt, maybe you could do that for me. Ryan grips his head in his hands. Adrian drags a hand down his face. I have 3-year-old triplets. Ryan grumbles, and the 3 of them aren't half as annoying as you. I say that's so cute. What are their names? Are they boys or girls? What's their mummy's name? Seriously, Ryan, I never knew you would be such a family guy. Is there any way to shut her up? Adrian looks at the sky. I'm hungry. I pout and am talking to distract myself. Adrian says as he reaches for one of their bags. You can eat. Just for the love of all that is holy. Shut up. But how will I eat? I ask innocently, holding up my hands. He slashes through the ropes with the knife he was digging with. I flex my wrists. Both red, but it'll be gone in a while. Thank you. I shove a cracker in my mouth. Go on. Help you, Beta. Luke might be up by now. Adrian and Ryan continue to labor away, disappearing inside the hole. I slowly stand to my feet and peek around, gauging the best route when I see the net. A smile curves at my lips as I walk towards it and carefully pick it up. the noise of the waterfall giving me cover as I reach the hole. Hey guys. I look down, they look up, and Giant says, "What are you?" I drop the net. The heavy stones at the sides weight it down, and the bards will be making sure they don't get out any time soon. Adrian glares at me. "Struggling with the net, you bitch. You'll pay for this." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading Kishut's enthusiasm. I blow him an air kiss and wink, all paid, chuckling to myself, shoving my hands in the pockets of my shorts. I walk away. Who says you need a man to save you? 20 for my partner Luke. The moment my eyes open, I feel the overwhelming pain in my head, as if it's about to explode into bits. The effect of the wolfsbane dose I took last night before sleeping was off, and my senses return again. The fire has died down, leaving a pile of embers and ash. My eyes go across our campsite, searching. I take a sniff of the air. Her scent is too faint. The next moment, I'm on my feet walking towards the tree she was standing against. I notice a piece of paper struck to it with a knife. I tug it off and unfold it. "If you want your little whore back, come by the waterfall. Take your sweet time. Well, be sure to take hours with her." I stare at the note, mind and face equally blank. The scent of it is vaguely familiar. Woodsman. A low growl escapes my throat as my hand curls in a fist, crumpling the note. The pain in my head recedes as white hot rage consumes my mind. No, he wouldn't dare touch her. His infuriating grinning face from our time in the lodge flashes in my head, making my finger elongate. Adrian Woodsman is going to regret ever thinking about taking her from under my nose. The sound of the waterfall reaches me way before I see it, deafeningly loud to my hyperactive senses. I catch a whiff of her scent like gardenia flowers and rain, and I start towards it. When I see the waterfall, my eyes quickly scan the place. Her scent is strong, but she's not here. My lips curl in a snarl and a growl claws at my throat. Then I catch the other scents along with the coppery tang of blood. In a moment of hot rage and instinct, I almost think of going straight out there, but then stop. Damn it. Winters, get your mind together. You think it'll be so easy. I alter my course, swiftly going to the trees so I have a view of the clearing from afar. I see 2 men near a hole, a net nearby, where I get my hands on that bitch. Woodsman is seething with anger. I'm going to snap her pretty little neck into. Without thinking, without caring, my hands find their way towards the guns into loud bangs, echo above the sound of the waterfall. Woodsman crumples to the ground with a scream, clutching his side, his beta holding his own bleeding arm. My feet move forward. I feel my lips pull in a snarl as I see Woodsman's face. The next moment, my hands are at his shirt front, holding him up the ground. "Where is she?" My voice reverberates with a growl. Winters. His brown eyes dart in every direction. "She was just here. I swear." I turn him around and hold him against a tree. My hands tighten at his shirt enough to make his face grown red with breathless. I feel something in my snapping, a raw anger taking over any rationality I had left. I'm not a patient man. Woodsman. I narrow my eyes. "We had her right here." He croaks out, trying to take off my hand weight just opened her bounds. "Don't you dare." My own voice sounds foreign to my ears, the growl of an outraged animal. "Say her name." "I don't have her." His struggle's slowing down, but the panic on his face grows. "Why don't you try to remember?" I say calmly to calmly take your sweet time, or I will take mine in skinning you alive. I'm not sure if more from blood loss or from panic do his eyes roll back and his body goes limp. I let go and turn to his beta. My patience reduced to nothing at this point. I haul him up, not caring about the fur sprouting on my arms yet again. The elongation of my canines. "What have you done to her?" My voice sounds rough to my own ears. "Nothing." He says we didn't have to. She was helping us to plot this trap against you. "Liar." I say harshly. "You tell me." "Winters." His voice strained. "What did you do to make her want to get rid of you so badly? Answer my question." I say, "Or I'll forget that you have a mate and 3 children." I see his dark eyes glint with fear before he swallows. "She was right here. We'd opened her binds before we continued digging. She ran away. I stare at him for a moment, my breath coming short and ragged. Despite the fear light in his eyes, he holds my gaze. I drop him down, already looking for a hint of her scent, where she could have gone. Believe it or not, Winters, his raspy voice reaches me. She hates you. And ensure it's not her fault. Something about his words make me feel like someone had set my insides on fire. Despite myself, I turn around and my foot hits hard against his stomach. Hating me or not, I growl no liches my partner. Keep that in your head. I turn back. My senses searching frantically for a hint of her, and I caught a faint whiff. The thumping of my heart and feet echoes in my head. Pain overwhelming my senses and head swimming with panic. She could be anywhere, in any sort of danger, and I wouldn't be there to protect her. I wouldn't be there because I'm the most stubborn man alive and I let her go. I didn't trust her to understand what was happening to me. Bewildered, I reached back to our campsite. Probably because I must be walked in a circle, tracking her scent back to where it began. With bare shards of control left in me, I punch a tree. My split knuckles heal in an instant. The stem shakes. Leaves fall down. Damn it. I hold a hand to my forehead. Where are you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Would she even come back to me, after all I've put her through? Or was she happier with woodsmen? At the lodge, where people didn't tell her to shut up or be quick or anything that would hurt her, where I was her only option. I tried to swallow the lump in my parched throat. Once I find her, I will fix this. I'll tell her everything she needs to know. You shouldn't have taken me for granted. A soft voice reaches me. I close my eyes and breath through my nose. Great. Now these pre-effects and panic are driving me mad. I can hear her voice in my head. Feel her scent around me. I hope you've learned a lesson from this. The soft voice says, closer now. Something touches my shoulder. My eyes snap open and I whirl around. Golden eyes stare back at me, as bright as ever. Elise, I can't quantize the relief that crashes over me like a heavy wave view. I step forward, taking her face in my hands. Not a hint of anyone else's scent on her. Not a scratch. Almost mindlessly, I put my forehead against hers, taking a deep breath. The intoxicating scent of gardenia flowers and rain soothing my nerves. Her face contorts in confusion, pink lips slightly parted. Chesserie here. Luke, she says, her voice soft and confused. The pain in my head dims to non-existent. My falling mind comes back together, and the overwhelming emotions step aside. I remember what I was saying. You idiot. I hiss out. My arms wrap around her in vice-tight hold, feeling her heartbeat in sync with mine. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What the hell were you thinking? My voice hard, but my hold on her docent falter. Why didn't you wait for me? Something could have happened to you. I feel her push me away. An irritated growl fights to escape, but I hold it back and let her go. Hazel steps back, out of my reach. Her face unreadable, but her eyes spewing out fire. The words that leave her mouth almost make me stumble. I didn't know if you'd come. Of course I would come. I stare at her in disbelief. How could you think otherwise? She shrugs and walks past me, out of its own volition. My hand snatches her wrist. You didn't think it'd come for you. Feeling a twist in my chest. Why would you? No. She gives me a glance over her shoulder in liability. Aren't I a complaining, ungrateful brat who's a blight to you? Why would you come for me? She pulls her hand away. I instantly feel the difference. She gives me a humorless smile, one that makes it hard for me to swallow. Hell, according to you, my own mate wouldn't come for me. Words wither away on my tongue, a feeling I hadn't ever felt taking over me. It takes me a moment to realize what it is. Shame. She doesn't wait for me to continue and turns to pack her things. We should get going. Oh, and I snag their food supply bag. It'll come in handy later. At least now I don't have to worry about you calling me a resource sucker. Words retch themselves out of my mouth without permission. She stops in her tracks. Slowly, unsurely, she turns to look at me again. What did you just say? Eyebrows furrowed. I swallow my pride and ego and take a step towards her, reaching for her hand, for support, to make sure she doesn't run away. Both. I apologize that I took you for granted. I outflew Quintas, who was never bowed to anyone, not even fate or destiny. Bow my head at how I apologize for every idiotic thing I've done and said. You're not a liability. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You never were. My heightened senses hear the catch in her breath. I look up at her again, searching her gaze for a hint of what she's feeling. But her eyes are unreadable as her face. Behind the bubbly childish nature, this girl is made of steel. Goddess, I've never felt so small before another soul, let alone a girl. Finally, the steel armor slips aside. She smiles at me. A real smile. I feel myself drawn towards her. Slap. Blinking. My hand reaches up to touch my stinging cheek. Now we're even. Hazel says calmly, come on. We should get going. With that she starts packing her things. Despite what she just did. Despite the fact that she just lapped her alpha. I can't believe how relieved I am when she says, do you want to know what happened? Eyes alight with excitement how I made my brilliant escape. My lips dug upwards by all means. Continue. 25 the beast, it's full moon tonight. I was beyond surprised when Luke stopped just as the sun started setting. I glance warily at his face. He looks pale, the scars on his face more pronounced. Even the smallest sound seems to put him on the edge. Luke, are you all right? I asked carefully. He hesitates for a moment. I need to tell you something. My brows pull together and I nod, waiting for him to continue. Luke goes through his clothes bag and pulls something out. My eyes widen. A silver chain hangs from his hands with a manacle and a padlock. Luke holds out a silver key for me. I step back. What the hell? Silver should have burned him. And it's most definitely going to burn me. Seriously. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He gives me a look. Silver bullets didn't burn you. You think this would? Yeah, but... I blink in confusion. Why didn't they? Our wolves are locked. Luke says, taking my hand and giving me the key. It wouldn't hurt unless you managed to dig it in your flesh. I swallow. Why do you have this? I'm going to put the manacle on my wrist and unlock the chain around a tree. You're going to keep the key. While Luke takes a breath, I'm going to shift tonight. What? I stare at him blankly, but KO are locked our walls. You just said so. A shadow crosses his face that wouldn't matter in my case. Luke, my throat feels dry. What is going on? Just promise me. He leans down and puts his hands on my shoulders. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, you won't come near me. Promise me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. The urgency as in his voice makes my stomach turn unpleasantly. I let out a shaky breath. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I nod good. Luke exhales as he pulls away and runs a hand through his hand. But why are we doing this? I ask yet again, why do you need to chain yourself? I will tell you. Luke says, just know that when I shift, I'm not myself. I will tear apart anything in my reach. Confusion and questions cloud my mind, but taking in consideration his look, I think it better to simply nod. I watch Luke pace around from my place near the fire, the silver key held tightly in my palm. Soon enough, darkness falls over the place. Luke puts the manacle around his wrist and picks up the chain. I expected him to just put it around a tree, but he starts walking. Where are you going? I get on my feet. I'm not going to be near the campsite. He says before he starts walking again. Why? Following behind him. You told me the chain is enchanted. It won't break no matter what. I see his shoulders stiffen. I don't want to take any chances. Finally, he stops by a big oak tree and puts the chain around it before locking. Luke's eyes slide to mine. I'm taken aback by how dark they are. I'm going to be fine. He says just go back to camp and don't come here. Luke, I almost whine. I don't like this. His lips stug upward just slightly. Why? I thought you'd like me tied to a tree. Are you really going to make that kind of jokes right now? I cross my arms and give him a look. He opens his mouth to say something but cuts himself off with a hiss of pain, his hands going up to hold his head. I step forward, to do goddess knows what. But Luke holds up a hand, or rather, claw. Don't. His voice is strained. Luke, I'm not leaving you like this. I give him a look. You gave me your word. The moonlight shines through the thick shade of trees. A feral growl tears through his throat and his hands fist in his hair, shaking his head as if trying to stay conscious. Oh, moon. My eyes widen as I step closer. Are you Hazel? No, Luke growls out. Anger flares through me now. His head snaps to face me and I take a step back. Obsidian eyes stare back at me. Pits of endless rage and fury. Lethal canines elongate from his mouth. Lips curled in a snarl now. His growl reverberates through the air. I hesitate. Then I turn around and run towards the camp as possible, swallowing the lump in my throat. I stare at the path I just came from. After a while, I sink down and hold my knees to my chest. What is happening to Luke? Why is he shifting despite KOR's spell? Is that why he had wolfsbane? To keep himself from shifting? Even if he does shift, why is he dangerous? A loud howl shatters my thoughts. I jump a little, holding myself tighter. The sound of something rattling a tree reaches my ears, followed by loud, guttural howls. The look on his face flashes in my head. So wild and primitive. That was not Luke. So what was it? I get to my feet, the weight of the silver key heavy in my pocket. This is a bad idea. I take a step forward. He told you not to go. I keep walking, slowly, quietly, occasionally flinching at the loud howls. I near the tree Luke chained himself to. Just a look. A tiny peek and I'll know what the hell is going on. If he's okay or not. I shuffle closer and press my back against a nearby tree. The howling stops. I hear something sniff the still air. A tree rattles again. The sound of chain clinking against each other makes my heart jump to my throat. Don't be such a ninny. He's just another lichen. Just take a look and you'll realize it's nothing to be afraid of. With a deep breath, I will myself to turn. A series of deafening growls make me stop in my place. This was a horrible idea. Okay, there's no going back now. Just turn, take a look and run away as fast as you can. The chain won't break. Mustering up every bit of courage in my bones, I turn around. My eyes travel up the beast that stands a few feet away. A dark manifestation of nightmares. Obsidian eyes outraged and wild. Another loud howl. The clinking of chains. The tree moves fiercely, as if about to tear off its roots. I feel like someone has sucked the life out of my legs and fall back. A scream fights its way out of my mouth. I hold my hands up as though they would protect me. Nothing happens. Slowly, I open my tightly closed eyes to see an arm extended towards me. Long pointed claws almost close enough to touch my foot. I quickly scramble away. My breaths tremble. Luke, the beast, pulls his arm away with a whimper. The sound so different from the guttural howls I just heard. Trying to swallow the lump in my dry throat, I shakily get to my feet. He reaches for me again, making me yelp. The chain stops short just a foot away from me. He growls lowly, shaking his manacled wrist and the tree along with it. I turn around, only to hear another loud growl. The furious cry of a wounded animal. The tree shakes again. I whip my head around, watch in horror as the tree sways dangerously. Stop. The word retches its way out of my mouth. Unintentionally. Instinctively. I watch in confusion as he flexes his arm towards me yet again. Another whimper reaches my ears. You hesitate, you just want company. Apparently, he doesn't understand. Nevertheless, I walk towards a nearby tree, slowly, keeping my eyes on him, and sit down against it. The beast watches me warily for a while, then finally settles down, his stormy eyes trained on me. So familiar, completely unknown, animalistic, wherein like a wolf form, Lycanthropes can understand everything that's happening. The animal part of us has retreated a lot in the past century, but looking at the hairy creature in front of me, I feel like I'm near a brutal military dog. Impossibly, a chuckle escapes me. Those words probably describe Luke's best military dog. A low growl reaches my ears. I look at the beast, expecting it to start trashing around to get free again, but he's only staring at me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pleased, goddess, and going mad. You see, you really exaggerated. I put my chin in my hands and smile at you. You're not all that bad like this. He tries to reach for me again, gently this time, as if he doesn't want to scare me. The chain stops him again. He gives it a hard tug. His lips curl in a snarl, displaying razor-sharp teeth. When he looks at me again, he whimpers a little. He looks so lonely. My heart aches a little, even surprising me. Maybe he just wants company, someone who's not afraid of him. I stand to my feet. His shoulders stiffen, probably thinking I'm running away again, which is what you should do. The voice of reason in my head says, this is madness. Luke said he'd rip apart anything in his path. Just a little step closer. Maybe he'd be a bit comforted. I take a step forward, then another. The beast lunges for me, and the next moment I feel myself being yanked forward and crushed against something. Alarms start ringing in my head. This was a bad idea. A horribly stupid idea. My body goes rigid from shock. Screams die at my tongue and my heart leaps to my throat, but the beast is too busy to notice as he wraps me in his arms and loud howls rock through him to me. I'm about to die, I'm about to die, I'm about to die. A wet nose presses against my neck and the beast takes a deep breath. A growl rumbles through him and I shake with it. I'm still. I'm alive. I need to get the hell away before he changes his mind. Luke. Struggling to put some distance between me, his big, furry head. He presses me closer still, almost suffocating me in his arms. Is that how he plans to do it? By crushing me to mush? Like how snakes do to their victims? No. I'm not dying just yet, and definitely not due to my stupid sympathetic nature. But seriously, universe, this is what I get for being nice. Imminent death. Okay. Deep breaths, Elise. You can do this. With Herculean effort, I free one of my arms and cautiously, praying not to get killed, scratch him behind the ear. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Almost polite growl reaches my ears. Slowly, his hold eases enough to let me breathe. The beast raises his head and drops his chin on my head, holding me like some favorite toy. Luke? I try to push his arms away only to stop a moment later when a threatening growl meets me. Perfect. A roughly padded claw brushes against my cheek. A nose is pressed in my hair. More deep breath, both from me and the beast. Dear moon, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Okay. He seems to like me. I just need to distract him enough to get away. Maybe get him to sleep. Swallowing my fear, I slowly pull my head away and to look at him. His obsidian eyes are impossibly tender when he meets my gaze. The storm of rage now come. He doesn't look half as scary as he did a while ago. Cautiously, I reach up a hand and trace the scars on his muzzle. He leans into my palm and a little flower of warmth opens in my chest. You're not going to kill me? I ask quietly, tracing the scars on his face, acutely aware he can rip me to pieces at any moment even if you are. Please reconsider. He whimpers a little and leans towards me so his muzzle presses to my hair. You're not very much like Luke, are you? I can't believe the chuckle that leaves my mouth, and you're not quite a beast either. I shift a little in his hold. This time he lets me. You're like a complete lichen. But I'm not going to call you that, so. Wolfie. He snorts through his nose. I feel myself smile a little. In his senses or not. He's still Luke. Don't sound so disappointed. I pat his furry arm. That's all the creativity I can muster right now. My panic dims down and I feel the tension in my muscles escape. Goddess? He's so warm and furry. A yawn escapes me. Luke, or maybe I should just call him Wolf. He tucks me under his head again. For a moment I think I should try to escape somehow. He's still pretty much a wild animal. But somewhere in my heart, I feel sure that he won't hurt me. Slowly, steadily, despite all my cautions, I feel darkness seep into my vision and I fall asleep. The last thoughts that swirl in my head are something along the lines of, "Good moon, I really should get my head checked." 26 eclipse born, I wake up in a strange position. I can feel my back against the rough bark of a tree, but my head against something else, and something warm is wrapped around my neck, holding me gently. My eyes flutter open as sunlight tickles my skin. I see the trees and shrubs around. Strange. Where did the fire go? Why the hell am I not in my sleeping bag? With clouds of confusion in my head, I look at the human limb around my neck. The events of last night flood in my head. Carefully unwrapping Luke's arm from around me, I pull back. My eyes fall on his face. Goddess. He looks exhausted. Mindlessly, my eyes travel down to his very bare front, and before they could go further down, realization hits me hard. I jump to my feet and sprint back towards the camp. Once back, I slap my hands on my burning cheeks. Oh my moon. Oh my moon. Oh my fucking moon. Thank universe I didn't see anything. It'd have died from embarrassment at the spot. Why the hell didn't he have a shirt on? Mostly when werewolves or lichens shift, they take off their clothes or they rip apart. Since no one wants to shift back in their birthsuit, hacks arrange a witch to enchant some clothes on us. So when we shift back, we can save our decency weight. My hand falls on my pocket, feeling the silver key. I have to go back to give him this. Unbident, blood rushes to my face. I shake my head vigorously. No way am I going there. But if I don't go, how the hell will Luke be unlocked? The chain is unbreakable. With a groan, I bump my forehead against a tree. Why me, universe? Okay, I can do this. The moment I see a speck of him, I'll throw the key and run away. Yeah, I can do this. Pumping myself up with motivation, I start towards the spot where Luke is, keeping my eyes as closed as possible without tripping and quite possibly cracking my skull against a rock. I see a hint of wavy hair, a shade of brown so dark it's almost black. Luke? I call from behind a tree a moment later. A raspy voice reaches me the key. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I huff. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I toss the key in his direction and breathe a sigh of relief. Only, it's cut short by a familiar voice. You threw it too far. Something between a whine and a groan leaves my mouth as I stomp my foot in annoyance. Well, you're not getting it. I say, oh. And I can definitely spend my life chained to a tree. Comes the snappy reply. Don't be so pessimistic. Luke, I chide him, maybe some lucky lady will find you. A low growl reaches my ears. A laugh escapes me. Get me that damn key. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, first you tell me, why the hell aren't you wearing anything? Enchanted clothes don't work on me. What are you? Anti-magic. No humanoid. Luke's voice reaches me. How hard does Evanel stop this nonsense and give me the key? Ask nicely. What? You heard me. I smile to myself. Ask me nicely. Or we might as well rest for a day. I'm not in a mood for this. Fine. I shrug even though he can't see me. I'm going back. I take a few steps forward, humming to myself. Wait. He sounds almost desperate. I bite my lip not to laugh. Yes. I ask innocently. He takes a deep breath. Please get me the key. What did you say? Luke, I asked like the innocent soul I am. I didn't quite catch it. More deep breaths. Then he says a bit loudly, his voice slightly terse. Will you be kind enough to get me that key? Please. Smiling content lie. I turn around and start walking with my eyes towards the sky. I see Luke's head from my peripheral. What are you doing? He says the key is on the ground. Oh right. I close my eyes. Where is it again? I can't believe in doing this. Luke mutters before saying 2 steps on your left. I take 2 steps to the left and crouch down on all fours. Hand searching the earth. A little forward. I crawl forward and hit my face against something hard. Like a tree. Ouch. I rub my nose before saying in an accusing tone, you did that on purpose. Why would I? A hint of amusement leaks in his voice just at the base of this tree. My hands search around and touch something cool. I snatch the key and stand on my feet. In tossing it, I say no. Luke says quickly, just walk towards me and hold it out. I walk in the direction of his voice and hold out the key. Moon. Callous fingers brush against mine as he takes the key, causing them to tingle slightly. The sound of a padlock opening reaches me. Then the sound of a chain rattling. Now go and wear something. My tone more authoritative than I intended. Him going to wait here. The sound of his footsteps gradually becomes distant, and I let out a breath I was sure I was holding. Well, you can't blame me. My mother raised me to be a demure maiden. Though I didn't turn out the way she wanted, I did catch some of her lessons. A few minutes later, someone touches my shoulder. My eyes fly open. I see Luke standing near me, thankfully clothed. Thank goddess, I say as we start walking again. Luke raises his brows. Since when are you so concerned about decency? I narrow my eyes at him. Since always. We reach the campsite and I see that Luke already packed everything. He opens his food bag and tosses an apple to me, taking one himself. Come on, we have to get going. He says wait. I grab his arm. Luke turns to me, an eyebrow arched. I let go of his arm and cross my own across my chest. You promised me an explanation. I level him with a steely look. Luke keeps staring at me for a few moments. He looks so tired, as if he's been breaking rocks. The way he was looking like when I had knocked at his room's door so many nights ago in our pack mansion. It had been full moon the night before. He sighs, you're not going to leave it. I shake my head firmly. Luke drops his bags and surprises me as he takes my hand and pulls the soft patch of earth I was sitting on last night. We sit down. Luke doesn't say anything, simply traces the lines on my palm, causing a strange sort of tingly feeling to rise up my skin. I think of putting it away but then let it be. Luke glances at me from under his lashes. For a moment I feel like something has stolen the breath from my lungs. The sunlight filters through the trees, catching his eyes like the deep blue ocean. He looks almost anxious. I internally shake myself. Luke winters. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylene Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. No way in hell. I'm surprised at the softness of my voice. Luke tightens his hold on my hand, shifting closer to me. Whatever I'm about to tell you should never reach anyone else. Understood? Pulling my brows together, I nod. Luke lets out a breath. I was born on an eclipse. I suck in a sharp breath. My eyes widen. Yikantras born on an eclipse never survive. They die just a few minutes after birth. But I stumble on my words. That's impossible. You're the strongest like an ivy ever seen. After last night I've just seen him almost pull that huge oak tree from its roots just by a tug. Luke turns his eyes to my palm again, tracing the lines almost mindlessly. My mother was very malnourished. It was a miracle she survived childbirth. He says she couldn't have survived again. That was clear. There would be no leader of our pack after my father. Enthusiasm, in their desperation to save my life. They were willing to do anything. His finger stops its track on my palm. Luke looks up at me. They called Ko a Ra. Realization dawns to me. She had recognized him at the starting line. I swallow. What did she do? Over the centuries, Our primal nature has receded to almost nothing. Luke says lycanthropes born on an eclipse can't survive in this age. But they could before. Luke lets go of my hand. Silence hangs in the still air. She made mine strong enough to survive. But last night, I saw you. I heard the growls and the rattling. What was that? That's where it went wrong. Luke heaves a heavy sigh. It was all right in the start. Everything was normal. But as time passed, around the full moon, my primal nature heightened. It got worse when I shifted at 11. I stare at him blankly. Lycans usually shift at 13. Werewolves at 16. It's almost impossible to shift before that, and if someone does, they usually die of the pain. It slept early due to how panicked I was feeling. Luke says, and I woke up in the forest near the Pack Mansion. Blood on my hands and the body of a dead animal at my feet. My father called Koa raw again, and she told us that somehow my animal nature was still growing stronger. Luke runs a hand through his hair, pushing it back from his forehead when it got worse still. She gave my father that chain to lock me up every full moon night. I pull my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around them. So this will just go on? I ask quietly, trying not to think of how painful it must be. There's no end to it. A shudder flickers across his face as he stands up. There is. I tighten my hold on myself at his. If this goes on, my animalistic side will overtake the human one. Luke turns around and starts towards where he dropped the bags, and when that happens, there'll just be another monster to be killed. My heart twists horribly in my chest. My throat tightens. There's no cure. Luke glances at me over his shoulder. That's why I'm on the hunt. To get a cure. And another time today, realization hits me. The Alpha Supreme's will is unbreakable. That's what's driving him. That's why HES always looking for ways to ensure his victory. Come on. I stand up from my spot and just go win this thing. There's too much at stake now. When I wake up in a dim room, bound and filled with despair, I think it's all over. 27. Mind readers. Days melted into nights, and my memory only stores all of it as a haze of walking, arguing and more walking. The forest was getting thicker. The trees and vines blocking our path. It's not even a path actually, just a zigzag go through. So I guess it's really our fault for doing this. Not theirs. Goddess. This is infuriating. I grumble as I push vines out of my view and stagger behind Luke. How the hell can he walk through here? Stop grumbling and focus. He calls back. The roots are protruding out of the ground. What's next? Apes throwing rocks at us? I doubt it. The forest was cleared of most animals for the hunt. I roll my eyes but don't say anything. As I do so, my gaze lands on a bright red feather born on one of the lower branches of a tree. Just look at that adorable ekek. My foot catches in something and I lose my balance. Falling towards the earth, I clench my eyes to brace myself for the fall, but before that could happen, something pulls me back upright. Luke doesn't let go of my arms even when I've straightened, causing a tingly feeling where his skin touches mine. Does he feel that too? Am I being hormonal? Is it the air? I told you to be careful. Nodding his chin towards the ground where a root was protruding out. I got distracted. I pull away from him, unable to bear the tingles. But when I attempt to do that, a sharp pain up my ankle causes me to stop with a hiss. I lift my foot into my horror. See a bruise winking at me. Luke studies me again. Furrowing his eyebrows, he stares at my ankle that's already starting to swell. Do you think you can walk? I give him a look. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that. But we can't stop here. He looks at our surroundings. Oh yes, I can definitely float in the air. Let me think. No, really. Just watch. I close my eyes and strike a yoga pose by connecting my thumbs and forefingers. OOM, what dancing, OOM. With a sigh, Luke lets go of me. I wobble and lean against a tree. He simply turns his back at me before crouching down. Are you? I stare at his back in disbelief. Are you going to give me a back ride? If you're done processing that, hurry up. His voice hurt. I bite my bottom lip not to grin like an idiot. Who knew it'd see the day Alpha Luke Quinters gives me a back ride? But like the decent little girl I am, I simply climb on and don't tease him. See generosity. Luke stands up, with a slight squeal of surprise. I put my arms around his neck, my legs already wrapped around his waist. Goddess, are you trying to choke me? Luke says, and what do you eat? For a moment I think of tightening my arms around his neck. I don't weight that much. What would he do if he had a male companion? I eat whatever the hell you eat. I huff, and it's not much. Thankfully, I really should strangle him. Luke starts walking, all for bags held in his hands. The man is made of steel. I'm telling you. I shake those thoughts out of my head and focus on the scenery. With a jolt, I realize how high I am. Everything looks so different from up here. Like the sunlight is a little closer, the lower boughs of trees within reach, the uneven earth far below. Thankfully, we reach a clearer area so the tree vines aren't swapping our faces anymore. This is so much better than walking. Luke might complain, but he doesn't seem tired. A mischievous giggle escapes my mouth. What are you up to? Luke asks suspiciously. Luke, if I sprain my ankle every day, will you carry me all the time? I ask cheekily. It'd make you crawl. Better savor this then. Mindlessly I lower my chin. My skin brushes against his hair and my eyes widen. Oh my moon. I straighten instantly. How the hell is your hair so soft? Better jeans. I ignore his remark. It's probably softer than mine. I unwrap one arm from around his neck and brush my fingers through his hair. Oh moon. I need to know what conditioner this man uses. What are you doing? Luke snaps. His shoulders stiffen and he comes to halt. What? I ask in confusion. Stop being distracting. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I'm afraid I can't do that. Then I'm afraid I can't cat carry you anymore. I fake gasp. You wouldn't. Luke turns his head just the slightest bit. Barely enough to let me have a glimpse of his dark blue eyes. Is that a challenge? Somehow I know it'll be really bad if I say yes. So I simply gesture to zip my mouth. The barest smirk crosses his face. That's what I thought. I huff silently. Arrogant asshole. Though my back aches, I keep myself straight, avoiding any more physical contact than necessary. Then I feel a little sting on my neck. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say under my breath. My hand reaches towards my neck, prepared to ward off a mosquito, but brushes against something else. I pluck it out and stare wide-eyed at the needle that comes in my view, more like the drone of a wild plant. Luke, feeling my head starting to spin. I told you not to disturb me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I wave the needle in front of his eyes. What the Luke takes it from my hand. It struck me. I blinks several times. Luke's several heads come in and out of focus. What? Luke unwraps my arms from around his neck and I step down on one leg. I sway on my feet or foot, holding on to him for support. I don't feel so good. What do you mean it struck you? Luke asks. I open my mouth, but only a big yawn comes out. Before I could speak again, 3 similar needles strike Luke in the neck and arm. Just like that. I mumble and I pass out. Muffled voices reach my ears. Not making sense. My eyes feel like they're weighted down by tons of sand. With Herculean effort, I pry my eyes open. My blurry view clears the outline of the roof above my head and it comes into focus. Wait. Roof. Oh, my limbs feel sluggish. I turn my head to take in my surroundings. A bare room with no window. I try to move my hands but feel them tied at my back. Goddess. Not this again. It takes me a moment to realize the worst part of this situation. Where's Luke? Panic settles in my stomach and I force my legs to work and stand up. With a hiss, I realize my ankle is still swollen. It means it has been long. I limp towards the door and press my ear to it. I don't hear anything but muffled voices. Should I call out? Is Luke even here? Who else is? Don't be dumb. If you make any sound, whoever our captors will know you're up. What are you going to do then? I worry my bottom lip, raking my head for any idea to get the hell out. Apparently, my captors are mind readers since the next moment. The door clicks open. I stumble away from it. Two hooded figures stride in and grab me by the arms. Whoa. Hey, I say as they start dragging me out into manhandling much. They don't answer me. I squint my eyes to fight the bright light as we go outside. My eyes adjust to the brightness and I realize we're in a small hall. Dark hooded figures all around. Are you going to sacrifice me now? My eyes become the size of the moon, trust me, that's a bad idea. I haven't been a very pious soul. And I'm a wolf. You should try a goat or something. Well, a feminine voice reaches my ears. Isn't she a chatty one? My eyes snap towards a figure with a blood-red cloak, sticking out like a sour thumb in the parade of black. With a manicured, pale hand, the woman tugs off the hood and I stare her in disbelief. That's probably the most gorgeous woman I've ever seen in my life. Coming from someone who's as straight as a pole. That's something. A little girl. The woman cocks her head. Her rippling black hair follows the movement in surprised. I thought this was a men's game. What can I say? I try to ignore the bad vibe coming from her. I'm a feminist. The woman turns to the hooded figure to her left. Was the other one. My apologies. My lady. The man bows so deep I think he is going to topple off. He was being problematic. And you forbade us to use magic on them. Archie is still in the containing room. With a rush of relief, I realize they're talking about Luke. If HES being difficult, it means HES okay. The woman taps a finger to her sharp chin. Very well. I'll deal with him. She gestures at the hooded figures holding me before she starts walking and they drag me after her. My ankle throbbing painfully. Soon enough, we reach one of the other doors in the hallway. The thick metal dented as if someone's been hitting it with a hammer from the inside. A loud metallic bang reaches my ears and another dent forms on the metal. No, not a hammer. Settle down. One of the hooded figures yells, our leader wants to talk to you. A moment of silence passes. Hesitantly, the man unlocks the thick metal door. The woman in red strides inside and I'm shoved in as well. It takes me a moment to take in the sight in front of me. Luke is sitting on a chair, arms crossed across his chest, booted feet on the table in front of him, as if HES not a prisoner here but a gang leader who has come to collect his share of the scrub. The moment his gaze meets mine, he stands up, eyeing the two figures holding me. The woman in red walks up to him. Her grey eyes go up and down his frame appreciatively. She cocks her head thoughtfully. I hear you were being a handful for my gods. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke keeps his eyes on her for a moment. Then his lips curve up in a slow charming smirk. I'm not used to obeying. He swiftly takes her hand in his and presses a kiss to her knuckles, but if you had come, I think things would have been smoother. I stare at him, mouth hanging open as the woman laughs in a soft, highbrow way. Quite the charmer, aren't you? She arches a perfect brow. Alpha Luke Winters at your service. Luke's smirk turns into a smile. You must be Rebecca Everett. Wait, he knows her. You've heard of me? Rebecca asks, mildly surprised. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke shrugs modestly. I knew that if I come across a devilishly beautiful woman on this hunt, it'll be you. Rebecca pulls her hand away and gives him a playful shove. You don't look so bad either. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Miss Everett. Rebecca, if I may. Luke asks politely if we are going to talk. I'd prefer it somewhere where my companion is not tight enough to illuminate your features perfectly. Rebecca's eyes slid across his face and come to mine. She looks at Luke again and smiles, of course. Led the way. Luke gestures towards the door. Rebecca walks past me towards the door and Luke follows, ignoring me like I don't exist. That bloody bastard. My gods help me limp outside as well. Someone had brower bags in the hall. I breathed a sigh of relief. Whoever these people are, I think they're letting us go. Let me take care of that for you. Rebecca pulls out a stick from her cloak, a grey quartz gleaming at the base, and waves it. Our luggage catches fire, and before my very eyes, reduces to nothing. My wide eyes meet Luke's. His face is unreadable, but I notice the tension in his shoulders. Rebecca slides her arms around his. Now we can talk without worrying about you leaving. She smiles at him, like a tigress baring her teeth prettily. What she says next tells me they're not mind readers after all. Welcome to the Witch's Den. 28. Werewolf crazy. I glare at the two people sitting on the sofa in front of me. Rebecca laughs again, as if Luke just said the funniest thing in the world. Well, all he said is, "So you were planning to kill us? It's part of the hunt." She waves a dismissive hand, but I've changed my mind now. She runs a single finger through his hair and Luke smiles at her. The bastard smiled. He was snapping at me all the damn time. I huff and cross my arms. My eyes run over the lounge we're sitting in an attempt to ignore them. I see hail and eye hands from the high roof. The furniture is a charade of white, gold and red. The cookies that were put on the table in front of us are gone, leaving only the crumbs as a sign that they were ever there. The spectacular work was due to yours truly, since Luke was busy charming Rebecca and she was busy pretending to not be interested while her hands seemed to think otherwise. See who the bitch is here. Even Darky was better than you, I muttered to myself. Come, I'll show you to your room. Rebecca takes Luke's hand and stands up. He must be exhausted. With a nod he stands up and lets her guide him towards the spiral stairs, both ignoring me. If I could growl right now, I would, gritting my teeth. I quickly follow after them. The only thing I appreciate about being here is that they healed my ankle. Apparently, Rebecca is the leader of the witch coven that lives in this part of the forest, and they are paid by the Alpha Supreme to help in making the hunt all the more bloody. Isn't he a kind guy? We reach a brightly lit hallway on the second floor. The witches and warlocks give way as Rebecca passes through. It's the sort of respect lycanthropes give to their alphas. Why the hell are all the leaders so shitty? She stops by a room at the far left. I hope you'll be comfortable. Rebecca bats her dark lashes at Luke. If you want anything, my room is just to the right. Oh, be sure to keep that in mind. Luke winks. Luke Winters just winked at her. No, that's just crazy. Impossible. Maybe there was something in his eye. Then why is he bloody smirking? I clear my throat loudly, causing the two lovebirds to finally acknowledge my existence. I cross my arms, shifting my weight on one foot. And where is my room? I raise an eyebrow. Oh, Rebecca looks taken aback. I'm sorry, but the other guest rooms are being repainted. Maybe we can adjust you somewhere in the lounge. Don't worry yourself on her behalf. Luke says she can share a room with me. Rebecca suddenly realizes she has made a mistake and quickly tries to make amends. Now that I think of it, she says, as though trying to remember, maybe we do have a room on the third floor. Come on. She trails off and stares at me. I offer her a sarcastic smile. Elise. She nods before she gestures me to follow. My eyes meet Luke's once, waiting for some sort of explanation, but all he says is stay alert. Before he disappears in his room, I stay rooted in my spot as the door closes, feeling a little twist in my heart. That's it. No explanation. No apology. Shaking my head, I try to swallow the lump in my throat and turn to jog after Rebecca, who's already at the next staircase. We walk silence, and soon enough we reach the third floor, but Rebecca doesn't stop there and turns to the next staircase. Furrowing my brows in confusion, I follow behind. We stop when the stairs end at a door in the roof. Rebecca opens it and climbs inside. When I peek my head up, I realize where we are. The attic. You could adjust here. Rebecca says I'll tell someone to put a mattress here. I stare at her, fighting the urge to bash her head against the wall. Cool little Eve. This woman is in charge here. Just breathe. So I try my best to smile, even though I know it'll probably only be a grimace as I say thank you. Always welcome to help those less blessed than me. She tosses her mane of black hair over her shoulders, She walks past me and starts climbing down when something hits my head. Wait. She looks over her shoulder. Almost bored. What about the bathroom? The 3rd floor is for the servants. Anyone would be glad to let you borrow. She walks away. B-R-E-T-H. Why are you getting so worked up? I mumble to myself, rubbing my temple. You've endured worst. Stop being such a brat. Though my sour mood doesn't subside much, I try to focus on the bright side as I push away all the stuff in the attic towards a corner. The big circular window on the east looks over the whole forest from such height. It looks tiny. My head doesn't bump against the roof despite to a slant due to my short frame. I find a broom and quickly dust off the floor when someone knocks on the door on the floor. I open it to come face to face with a boy about my age. His big violet eyes stare at me, curiosity obvious on his features. Yes. Are you Elise? He blinks and immediately my lips tug upward. That's Mans. Everett asked to drop off a mattress here for you. The only problem we face is that the door is too small for the mattress. So we do the obvious. A little more. I wheezy out, throwing my whole weight, trying to squeeze the mattress. Squeezes it from his side and gives it a shove upward. I fall on my behind from the impact of it flipping to its original shape as it pops up. We did it. I grin, breathing heavily. Thank Merlin. Philip comes up and lays flat on his back, and I'm over his eyes. Why can't you use magic in here again? I ask Miss. Everett has forbidden it unless necessary. Sitting up, his violet eyes roam the attic before meeting my gaze. A surprisingly charming dimple on his left cheek. You cleaned up nice, Philip says. Nothing an Omega cowl and pull off. I get up and dust my clothes. I nod towards the mattress. Help me put it in place. Philip gets up as well, of course. He helps me lay it near the window. I observe the tainted glass, mindlessly brushing my fingers on it when I feel someone's gaze on me. I look back and catch Philip's stare. His cheeks turn pink. I didn't mean to stare. He holds up his hands in universal surrender. It's just. I've never met a werewolf who was, you know, dead or trying to kill us. I shrug with a small smile. That's fine. I've never met a warlock before either. So Philip rocks on the heels of his feet. You want to look around and maybe answer a few questions I have. Why the hell not? I grin brightly. We spend the next hours going around the Coven Mansion and the area around it. First we stay at the mansion as I ult Philip Esquires wholeheartedly, laughing at how ridiculous most were. Do you hate vegetarians? Do werewolves shed hair in wolf form? Do you hear a voice in your head? Do mated werewolves make out all the time? Do you die single if you don't find your mate? After sating his curiosity, we go out of the mansion. There were a few houses here and there, meant to accommodate some of the more powerful witches or warlocks. I observe the place keenly, keeping in mind every detail Philip tells me when I spot a small warehouse-type building beside the meeting hall we were kept in. What's in there? Mostly random stuff. Philip shrugs some stuff from the other competitors we captured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My throat goes dry. Philip shifts uncomfortable on his feet. Look, Elise. Nothing personal. It's just how this thing goes. I shake my head. It's fine. I think your leader won't hurt us. Tell you what. Philip looks sideways as if making sure no one's near. Then he leans forward to whisper, Miss. Everett is a little werewolf crazy. What do you mean? I furrow my brows. She adores how loyal and possessive they are towards loved ones. Philip shakes his head like a disappointed doctor. Then why didn't she keep alive the werewolf she caught before us? They weren't too good looking, Philip says. Besides, your partner is quite the charmer. I actually want to snort. Charming. Please. When we go back inside, I see the charming Luke still charming Rebecca. I narrow my eyes at them, laughing and smiling in the lounge like they have nothing better to do. I turn my face away and make my way toward the kitchens. Goddess. Infamished. In the kitchen I see a woman humming to herself, waving a wand with a bright ruby at the base. Things float in the air. I stare open-mouthed as a whisk mixes something in a bowl. A frying pan sizzles something that smells mouth-watering. The dishes arrange on a trolley, as if sensing my presence. The woman looks over her shoulder. Her bright amber eyes settle on me. She lowers her wand and everything settles down gently. She smiles. "Hello, dear," she says. "Do you need something?" I find myself returning her smile, just wondering if I can get something to eat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Come in." She ushers me inside. "What would you like?" "Anything, really." I exhale and laugh. She walks towards the fridge and fishes through it while I seat myself on the kitchen island. The plump woman with amber eyes hands me a tub of ice cream. I look at it like it's a gorgeous male model. "Thank you," I say as I take the tub of half-full mint and chocolate chip ice cream. "No need." The woman gives me a spoon. It's rare to find anyone in the kitchen but myself. "Melisse, by the way." I smile at her. "Nice to meet you," she says as she waves her wand again. I notice tiny thread of silver slip out of it. Holding everything up and making them move. "My name is Martha, head of the kitchen and apartment. Is there anything I can help with?" Swallowing a mouthful of ice cream. "I can handle it," Martha's with a chuckle. As I watch her work, I can't help the wave of homesickness that crashes over me. Sitting on the kitchen island as Mum and Morgan made food, since it always end up breaking something, I suddenly feel less hungry. I hear someone laughing. I look up at Rebecca as she enters, Luke following behind her. "Martha, is everything ready?" Underlying authority in her voice. "Everything is ready, my lady," Martha says, looking at the food trolley for any sign of imperfection. "Good." Rebecca says. "Luke and I will have dinner in my room." "Very well, my lady." Martha bows her head in a nod. I feel my grip on the ice cream tub tighten. My eyes narrow as Luke doesn't spare me a glance before leaving with her. A familiar ache in my chest makes me curse under my breath. Why am I feeling so rejected? It's not like Luke, or any other guy for that matter, ever paid special attention to me other than when they want something. I know not to expect anyone to be kind or good to me for no motive, but somehow, for some moon-forsaken reason, this hurts. "You like him?" My eyes snap towards Martha. She's giving me a knowing smile. Her eyes crinkled. I feel blood rush to my face. Werewolves have soulmates. I mumble. "We're not supposed to like others. Werewolves have hearts too, don't they?" "I don't like Luke." I shake my head. "I'm just worried about getting out of here." Martha offers me a small shrug as you say, "Dear." But my eyes see something else. She takes the trolley out, leaving me alone in the kitchen with my pestering thoughts. I look hard at the ice cream tub in my hands. I do not like anyone, especially not Luke Winters, 29. Spellbound. I always hated being a light sleeper. The slightest sound can shake my slumber. But you see, I'm stubborn, and so I try to ignore the sounds and sleep again. I shuffle in the sheets, ignoring the creaking of the wooden floor under someone's feet. Wait. I open my eyes just a little. There's no one in my line of sight. When my eyes move away a bit, they widen. I scramble away from the dark figure looming over me. I open my mouth to scream the whole mansion down, but a hand closes around it. The feel of it is oddly familiar. I smell him before I can make out his features. The scent of coffee and pine trees. Don't scream. Luke crouches down so we're on my level. I shove his hand away and glare at him. "You almost gave me a heart attack," I say in a furious whisper. My eyes adjust to the dark and I see Luke raising an eyebrow. For some reason, his being here is bothering me. After ignoring me the whole day, he thinks he can just come to me in the dark of the night, when no one can see him talking to me. "What do you want?" I cross my arms. For a moment Luke stares at me, face unreadable and eyes thoughtful. Then he settles down on the mattress, forming a dip in it. I narrow my eyes. Everett said they didn't burn the luggage of every teen they captured. He says that means there's still a map here somewhere. If we ever want to get out, we need the map. I raise my brows at him. "Everett, huh?" Not oh my beautiful love. And he does want to get out of here. Interesting. I thought He found himself a home. I decide to be professional and think of what he just told me. Something clicks in my head. The warehouse. I snap my fingers. Philip told me that's where they're keeping stuff they took from other competitors. Luke nods. But the sudden hardness of his features doesn't go unnoticed by me. And who is Philip? Just as he says that, the devil himself comes to me and whispers in my ear, time for payback. I smile shyly and lower my face, making a great show of tracing my finger along the sheets. He helped me settle up here. I say like the demure maiden I am, and he also gave me a tour around the mansion and the perimeter. I look up at Luke's constipated face with innocent, big eyes and a smile. Cheer's really nice to me. Briskly, Luke stands from his seat. Good to know you find admirers everywhere. He walks towards the door. On the floor you'll have to search the warehouse. I'll keep Everett distracted. Tell me if you find the map. What about everything else? I ask. Food. Weapons. I'll take care of that. Luke opens the door but doesn't go down. What is it? I move out of bed and walk towards him. When I peek down, I realize what exactly it is. Two people in the hallway are practically devouring each other. Goddess, at least get a room, you two. If they saw me, word. And Luke closes the door. Maybe they won't notice. I offer. Luke gives me a look. I spread out my hands and shrug. Partial apology, partial confusion. You can just wait until they're gone. Everett said she'd come to collect me for breakfast. Luke gets up and goes towards the window. It's almost dawn. He opens the tainted glass and I shudder a bit as the cold air whips inside. You can't possibly jump from here, can you? I glance down at the earth far below Kyantai. Lou says, his face calculating. Well, even if you manage to have all of your limbs intact, what are you going to say to the guards near the front door? I ask. You'll make something up. Luke rolls his shoulders. I look away from him. Maybe you can say you went for a morning jog while they dozed off. From the corner of my eyes, I see a faint smile touch his lips. Not a bad idea. Something warm presses against my cheek, making breath hitch in my throat. Stay safe. Luke's lips brush against my skin. I dare to blink and she is gone. I stick my head out of the window and stare down. Luke's dusting off his clothes. Perfectly fine. I let out a breath of relief. My cheek still tingles when I close the window. My face too warm for my liking. Stay safe. I shake my head. Get a grip. That's all the things he says. Stay focused. Stay alert. Stay safe. It's nothing to overthink. I eat breakfast in the kitchen with Martha and afterwards head towards the warehouse. Unluckily, there are too many people outside, so I head back to the mansion. I don't want to risk suspicion. The day passes as blur of talking to Philip, trying to ignore just how much Luke and Rebecca flirt and helping Martha in the kitchen. Thank moon I'm not going to be near when Luke finds his mate. I can't bear people flirting so openly. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Or just I cut off my train of thoughts. Nope, not going to think stupid stuff. Nearly at sunset, I head outside again, telling the guards I only want to take a walk around. I casually walk towards the warehouse and take a moment to make sure no one is near. I push the big wooden door, thanking the moon it's open. I close it behind me as I enter. The warehouse resembles an old barn. Broken furniture, dry grass and dust covering everything and barrels of something I suspect to be grain. I look through the objects, narrowing my eyes to see better in the dim light. I spot something in the farthest corner, behind an old settee with protruding springs. A few bags. I hurriedly make my way towards them and start shuffling through. Men's clothes, food that's gone bad and sleeping bags. No weapons. No map. Damn it. I shove back the shirt I had lifted. Something brushes against my hand as I do that. Something with a slight hitch. I pick it up again and fumble with the pocket. A tightly folded piece of paper comes in my hand. I quickly unfold it and a wave of relief crashes over me. A map. I fold it again and shove it in the pocket of my shorts. When I stand up, ready to leave, the door opens, biting my tongue not to curse. I crouch behind the settee again. Are you sure, my lady? A male voice reaches me. Keeping the lichens here can cause us trouble with the Alpha Supreme. He won't mind. A very familiar feminine voice says he just needs them not to win. HES getting that. You know best, my lady, but there's a moment of hesitation. Why keep them here anyways? A moment of thick silence passes before a deadly low, poisonous oft voice says, Hector, are you here to question me? No, my lady. Luke is my guest. Rebecca says, and after tonight, I'd be spellbound to be my guest forever. What about the girl? Once Luke is wrapped around my finger, we can get rid of her. I swallow hard. Spellbound. Is she planning on bewitching him? But magic doesn't work on Luke. Will her spell work? Burn whatever word picked from the others. Rebecca's voice snaps me out of my thought side. Don't want any slip-ups. Yes, my lady. The sound of heels thumping on the earth progressively becomes quieter before it vanishes completely. As I reaches my ears, Marlin. Give them women some brains. I totally feel you. Hector. Footsteps reach me again and I realize HE is coming here. To get rid of this stuff. I swallow thickly. And maybe me too. I look around, finding no way of escape in the tightly packed corner. The footsteps become louder. Okay, Elise. It's now or never. Instead of waiting for him to find me, I shoot to my feet and jump over the settee, coming face to face with a middle-aged man with bright red hair and equally red eyes. Hi, I smile at his shocked face and I punch him square in the jaw. Hector stumbles back, his wand flying out of his hand. What the hell are you? What he was about to say. You'll never know, because the next moment I pick up the broken leg of a chair and bring it down on his head. His eyes roll back and he sinks to the floor. I wince. Sorry. I mumble to his unconscious form. It was nothing personal. For a moment, I consider simply leaving, but then glance at Hector. She is bound to wake up sooner or later, and if he told Rebecca what I did, which he definitely will, in dead meat, I take out the clothes from the bags I was going through a few minutes ago and shred them to bind and gag him. Goddess, forgive me. This hunt is really making me do stuff I don't want to. Sorry again. I whisper as I turn around and go out the door, closing it behind. I quickly make my way towards the mansion, and just as I enter the lounge, I see Rebecca basically lying atop Luke on the couch. His eyes meet mine and I give a minute nod before heading for the kitchen, ignoring the sour taste in my mouth. A few moments later, Luke comes in the empty kitchen. Did you find it? He asks in a hushed voice. Yes, I nod, watching his eyes gain a sparkle but amounts on me. I just temporarily occupied. But we need to hurry. Luke nods. Your e-room. Tonight. Luke, I think Rebecca. Speak of the devil. She waltzes inside just then. Her eyes flicker from me to Luke. Dinner's at our room, she says, sliding her hand to his our room. Our room. Luke gives her a charming smile before he nods and they both walk out. But before she leaves, Rebecca turns around and smirks at me. It makes a cold feeling settle in my stomach. After tonight, I'd be spellbound to be my guest forever. 30. Better a bitch than a whore. Luke ever leads me to her room, and after dinner, she excuses herself to go and change. I sit on the bed, calculating if everything's ready. Only a few hours from now, Hazel and I will be out of their territory and on our way. The bathroom door clicks open, and I have to refrain myself from raising my brows at the sight in front of me. This is one desperate woman, is my first thought when I see her in a lingerie. The second is that I really need to get out of here. She walks towards me, or maybe stalk would be a better word. Her manicured hands come down on my neck as she settles her behind on my lap, batting her lashes at me. I'm just so tired. Trust me, I am as well. I make my lipstick upward and cock my head to a side for someone very tired. You look ravishing. Rebecca drags a hand through my hair and smiles at me. Unbiddened, The memory of someone else's hand in my hair forces its way into my mind. Hazel's hand had been smaller, gentler, but it made me feel as if someone had set up a small shock machine on my head. I had dismissed it, thinking it's because I haven't let any woman touch me like that. But this doesn't make me feel anything, simply 5 fingers moving through my hair. I want an escape. She leans forward, lips hovering over mine. I'm sure anyone with eyes will do anything for you. The corner of her mouth lifts, you know any. I've heard many men from your coven would die to have a moment with you. I say smoothly. My hands slide up her back towards her shoulder blades, searching for the pressure points to numb her arms. If she can't use her wand, we can slip away easily. Megas Philip I've heard of. Leaning in just a little. She laughs that I know a lot of them have a soft spot for me. But Philip isn't one of them. He doesn't swing that way. Good. Don't talk about others. She says softly, tell me what you would do for me. The faintest sound of the door opening makes my shoulders tense. A familiar scent hovers towards me. I have to force myself not to break eyes contact with Rebecca. From my peripheral, I see someone take silent, determined steps forward in a loud metallic bang. Rings in the air as a frying pan slams on Rebecca's head. Rebecca falls off my lap with a yelp of pain. Her grey eyes narrow at the short female, holding a frying pan like a lethal weapon. You bitch. Rebecca shoots to her feet. Better a bitch than a whore. Hazel slams the frying pan straight on her face. Rebecca's eyes roll to the back of her head, her nose bleeding profusely as she collapses on the ground. I watch wide, with my mouth hanging open, mind blank with shock. Oh my moon. Hazel turns to me, brows furrowed in concern. Luke, can you hear me? Are you all right? She touches my cheek and I feel a jolt in my spine. My mind snaps back to reality. What have you done? I stand up, gesturing at the unconscious witch on the floor. Everyone must be heard that sound. Hazel blinks at me. Her golden eyes confused. You're not under a spell. What? I raise an eyebrow. When I was in the warehouse, she was saying to someone that you're going to be spellbound by her. She trails off. Her eyes fall on Rebecca as a tyro. I don't know if I should laugh at her innocence or slam my head against the wall. Yes, dimwit. I narrow my eyes. You just announced to the whole house that something's going on. Wait. Hazel narrows her own eyes at me. So you were under a spell and still you? That is so gross. My back straightens. The note of accusation in her voice doesn't go unnoticed. If you've forgotten. I'm a gentleman. She scoffs, waving the frying pan in the witch's direction. Doesn't look like it. I was going to disable her. We would left after that. She glances at the unconscious witch. Then her eyes flicker to me. Suspicion ain't in them. Really? Luke. She makes a face. I feel muscle in my jaw jump. Get your mind off the gutter. Will you? I didn't say anything. I open my mouth to give her a peace of mind when the door knocks. Oh fuck. Oh. Hazel glances at the door and then at me. I pull my shirt over my hand and ruffle my hair. I hold out the shirt towards Hazel, who mindlessly takes it, red tainting her face. If the situation was different, I would have smirked. I open the door just slightly. The girl outside quickly averts her eyes. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but we heard a sound, she says awkwardly. Try to ignore the sounds. Will ya? I say in a raspy voice. Of course, sir. She quickly turns around and walks away, with a silent breath of relief. I close the door and had my shirt thrown straight into my face. Try to ignore the sounds. Will ya? Hazel mocks me. Shut up. I give her a look. Go to my room. You'll find a duffel bag there. Throw it down the window, giving me one final glare. She walks past me and out of the room. I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. Looking down at the shirt in my hands, I can't help but tug of my lips. Now do you know what it was like for me at the lodge? Quickly pulling the shirt back on, I open the window in Everett's room and neatly jump down. Soon enough, a bag hits my head. Still haven't taken out your anger. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I put the bag on the ground and direct my eyes towards my room's window. Jump down, I say as quietly as possible. Even from here, I can see the hesitation on her face. Can't we go through the door? The guards. Remember. Hazel bits her bottom lips hard. Goddess, I need her to stop doing that before she tears off the skin. What are you waiting for? I can't jump from here. Hazel says. I can guess what it must be costing her to admit there's something she can't do. I will catch you. I open my arms and take a few steps forward. Just trust me. She looks back at the room she's in. Then at me, a hint of fear on her features. For the love of Moon. I roll my eyes. Just jump. Something lands in my arms. Instinctively, I hold on to it as 2 arms wrap around my neck. Wide golden eyes stare back at me. I can hear Hazel's fast heartbeat. Feel her short breaths on my face. Luke, don't say my name like that despite myself. I lean forward, yes. In 3 little words. She snaps my mind back in place. Put me down. Briskly. I put her to her feet and grab the bag. The map. I ask her. Silently she reaches into her pocket and hands me a thickly folded paper. The spotless paper that comes in front of my eyes is almost an insult to this hunt. Regardless, we'll have to get out of their territory before they have a chance to find us. I tell her once we're out, they can't follow. Hazel nods, focusing on her steps for once, rather than talking. I don't know if it's because she doesn't want to sprain her ankle again or if she just doesn't want to talk to me. What is wrong with you? Winters, stop acting like a teenager. We keep walking and moving until finally, Hazel breaks her hour of silence and I hear the 2 familiar words. When will we stop? Why do I have this ridiculous urge to smile? I look at my watch. It's about 2 hours in morning. 1 more mile to go before we're out of their territory. I turn my eyes to Hazel. At her tired features, as if on cue, her mouth opens in a perfect toes yawn. Whenever Ed wakes up, if she hasn't already, she wouldn't let this insult go easily. We have 1 more mile to go. Then we can stop. Oh, come on. Hazel puffs up her cheeks. What difference would 1 little mile make? It's going to ensure our survival. And your safety. I take her hand in mine, ignoring the tingles that erupt across my skin and start walking, almost dragging her along. If I have to choose between comfort and safety, the choice would be pretty obvious. Comfort won't matter to you if you're dead. We walk on silently, her hand clasped in mine, fingers interlocked. Finally, we cross the boundary of their territory. Hazel bumps in my back before stumbling away and attempting to straighten herself. Her expression, one of supreme sleepiness. Are you dead yet? She yawns again because I feel dead. Yes, it's time to lay in the grave. By all means, let's not waste any more time. It managed to gather some food. 2 guns, a box of ammunition, some medicine supplies in a blanket, though the limited supplies are bound to cause problems later. I'm too tired to worry about them right now. When I pull the blanket out and turn to where Hazel was standing, I find myself staring into air. My eyes dart around, and a moment later, I spot her curled up against a tree. Goddess, this girl wouldn't wait for anything when it comes to sleep. I crouch down and shake her shoulder. FOAFWY. She mumbles her version of what I suppose was meant to be go away. You're going to catch cold. Shaking her again or get sucked dry by mosquitoes. Grumbling, she opens her eyes and pushes herself just enough to let me drape the blanket around her. And you? She raises a sleepy brow and going to keep watch. I stand up again. I turn around, but before I could take a step forward, something closes around my hand. Electricity cackles through me. I whip my head back. Hooded golden eyes stare back at me. Stay. My heart should not be beating so hard. Let go of her hand. A part of my mind yells at me. Hold it tighter. Some forbidden part of me argues. Who's going to keep guard? We've just crossed their territory. She tugs at my hand. There won't be any traps in such a condensed space. She has a point. I look around, focusing if I can hear anything. The perimeter should be safe for another few kilometers. Another tug on my hand. Without giving it a second thought, I settle down bedside her. Hazel flops a part of the blanket towards me. Before I could tell her it's not necessary, she slides closer and leans her head against my shoulder. Words evaporate on my tongue. Everything in my mind goes haywire. Just relax. A soft voice whispers to me, I didn't know a proud alpha can't handle sharing a blanket. More from challenge than from being vexed. I slide my arm around her shoulders and pull her closer so her head rests against my chest. The scent of gardenia flowers and rain cascades over to me, her frame small against mine. I think you've seen enough proof of what I can handle. My voice quiet in the fragile silence. Her shoulders tense. Just a little, and if we weren't so close, I doubt I would have noticed it. Were you really interested in her? She asks quietly. I turn my head the slightest bit so I can take a look at her face. The soft sweep of her jaw. The pouty shape of her lips. Doe eyes closed and long lashes brushing against her cheeks. Her features are slack from exhaustion. Somehow beautiful still. A crease between her golden, brown eyebrows. I want to brush it away with my fingers. I straighten my neck. Have you seen better? So you've had relations with other women. No, you're saving yourself for your mate. This time I openly turn my face towards her. Hazel lifts her head from my chest. Her eyes meet mine. Like big, golden mirrors bright. Clear with the slightest flecks of darker brown. Both of us have flirted with others. Both of us have done it for our own reasons. Are you? Raising Azure. She doesn't hesitate. Before answering, you didn't find him. What if you never do? Hazel puts her head back against my chest. Eyes closed. Breaths even. She could probably hear my heart beating. Then maybe I will find someone else, she said softly. The silence that follows tells me she's already asleep. Against my better judgment, I rest my cheek on her head and close my eyes. Her words still echoing in my mind. And after a long time, I find something I thought I'll never have again: peaceful sleep. 31. Crazy X were cursed with rain the next morning. Luke doesn't surrender to nature this time, and sits not raining carts and dogs. We continue walking. Tell me again why we have to keep going. Steadying myself against a tree before I slip on the muddy ground. We're still closer to the witch territory than I'd like us to be. Luke says our food supplies are limited, and so are weapons. We have to hurry. Oh, and did I mention that the only clothes we are wearing are the only ones we have? Yay, witches. Damn that witch. I muttered, did she really have to burn all that? One of my favorite shirts was in there. Maybe it would sting less if you weren't so jealous of Everett. I pause while taking a step forward. My head snaps upward. What? Luke gives me a cool glance over his shoulder. You are reeking of jealousy. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not jealous of anyone. I snap at him. Both of us have stopped walking, and the only thing that reeked was her crappy perfume. Just admit it. You were jealous. I opened my mouth to fire another sharp reply, but then closed my mouth. I shrug with an indifferent face. Fine. I say calmly, I'm as jealous of her as you are of Ethan. In a flash, Luke's cool demeanor is wiped off from his face and onto mine. His jaw tightens and eyes narrow a fraction. I am not jealous of anyone. He says, especially not that pup. I raise an eyebrow. What are you? 55. 23. Luke gives me a measured look. Parks is barely older than you. I let out a dreamy sigh, and yet he has been handling a pack for so many years. I do an internal happy dance when a muscle in Luke's jaw twitch. Take that. Only a moment later, he wipes away his expression and takes a deep breath. With continual support from us, Luke looks down at me from under his nose. Most of the defense plans sent to Parks were made by me. My expression falters out. And if you're Eon making assumptions, let's go. Luke glances at the darkening sky before starting to walk again. You started it. I mutter under my breath before following him. We keep up a fast pace, and though I wanted to complain, I didn't. Ever since Luke told me the real reason why HES hell-bent on winning no matter what, I've made it my business to be his operative as possible. Besides, the little detail that I will be free of my damn pack doesn't hurt either. Rain starts getting heavier and I feel my boots being swallowed by the moist earth. Our pace slows down partially due to the darkness, partially due to the muddy earth. We'll have to stop, Luke says with an irritated sigh here. I look around the muddy for a stim, pretty sure I don't want to be covered in leeches. We can climb. Luke takes in consideration the tall trees. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I squint my eyes to see the trees ahead, but something bigger than these. I don't want to hear you yelping if your branch breaks. I'm not the clumsy one here. I walk past him, keeping my eyes on one big tree a few feet away. It should provide enough shelter and stability for the night. I hope that blanket isn't wet, because if it isn't, I'm taking. My own scream interrupts my next words as ground slips from under my feet, but unlike what I had expected, I don't fall on the earth. Rather, it swallows me. In a distance, I hear someone shout my name. A moment later, I fall on the wet earth bed. Bloody hell. I push myself up with one hand, rubbing my cheek with the other. Something crashes on me, knocking out the breath from my lungs. Over the haze of pain, the scent of coffee and pine trees waves over to me. Goddess, are you all right? Luke quickly gets off me and helps me up. A 6-foot-something man just squished me into the earth. But I am okay. I look up at the opening from where raindrops fall down. A patch of dark sky visibly. What is this? I look around the small cave where it landed in. I have no idea. Luke says nor do I care to find out. Too bad? A perfectly feminine voice purrs from above. A moment later, Rebecca looks down the rabbit hole, wearing the same red cloak I'd seen her wearing days ago. You might want to know where you spent your last moments. She grins. The expression causes my stomach to roil goodbye. With a wave of her wand, the opening starts to close before my eyes know. I leap forward, but a moment later, I'm tugged back as rocks start to fall through the earth, blocking any path that was left. Luke, let go. I trash against him, calm down. Will you? Luke finally lets me go when the rocks stop coming. He walks over to where the entrance was, his face calculating. Let's see. Luke rolls his shoulders. I see his fingers turn to claws. Calm down. I will my heart to stop beating so fast. The walls are not closing in on you. Got it. Everything is going to be okay. You're not alone here. Luke is with you. You two can figure this out. Luke pushes aside boulder after boulder. I stay quiet, air harsh against my dry throat. Finally, I see the path clear a bit. A silver of hope enters my heart, only to come crashing down with another wave of boulders. I hadn't even screamed when Luke already moved out of the way. Panting, he staggers back, so we're standing side by side. The silence in the cave thickens and stretches. Finally, Luke's gaze meets mine, and for the first time, I see something in them that scares me. Uncertainty. I swallow. Maybe she's still out there, keeping up the spell. After a moment, Luke nods. The spell will wear out eventually. Well, just have to wait a while. A while later, he tries again, and again, and again. Luke and me as well try to pry the boulders away from the entrance. Panting, both of us slide down against the earthen wall of the cave. I'm not sure if my clothes are still wet from humidity or from sweat. Okay, Luke huffs out. Either she's still out there, or this spell is supposed to be this way. That's one crazy X. I crack a smile, breathing heavily. The corner of his mouth tugs up to think we weren't actually together. I feel a breathy giggle bubbling up to my mouth. Darky would have done the same. What can I say? This time Luke smiles openly. I have a way of making women go mad. Ignoring the aching muscles, parched throats, and the looming certainty of death, we both laugh. They're mad to begin with, I say with a light-hearted smile. So are all the guys infatuated with you? Luke says I have. No one's infatuated with me. They're all just lustful morons. Luke stares at me for a moment longer than necessary. Are you so sure? I pull my legs to my chest and wrap my arms around them. For a moment words seem lost to me. You know, in high school, I don't know why I say what I say. The words just seem to retch themselves out of my mouth. Guys from Outback used to make bets about me. Who would fool the difficult Omega first? I lean my head back. A small cynical smile tugs at my lips. I was young then. Dumb and idiotic. Thinking I can be like others. Like, well, respected people. Important. Reminiscence clouding my head. Carlos told me about the bets before my first date. I shake my head at my own past stupidity. Naivety. I cried my eyes out. But I didn't go. Maybe that's when we became best friends. I turn my face to Luke again and shrug slowly. Surely, I've tested every guy who's been nice to me, and no one was ever truly interested. Luke watched me with his stormy blue gaze, as if seeing me for the first time, but he doesn't say anything. A part of me was disappointed, but every other part of me was glad he didn't try to offer sympathy. I'm glad though. I say genuinely it would have been fruitless when our mates would get involved. You always talk about your mate, a man you have no idea about. Luke says, what if he isn't the way you want him to? What if he has had relations with a lot of others? I can only hope he isn't like that. Though a string of uncomfortableness coils around my heart. Then I grin at him even if he is. I'm going to change his player ways. For a moment we hold each other's gazes. I feel my face starting to warm up. Goddess, what am I doing? I'm telling Luke, of all the people, about my past and my future hopes. This hunt is getting to my head. What about you? I kirk up. Don't you want to find your mate? The comfortable air vanishes in an instant. Luke straightens. His features turn into taut blankness. No, my eyes widen. Why? Luke turns his face away from me. Somewhere in this world, a girl might be thinking about her mate the way you are. I doubt she's hoping him to be a half monster, on the path of becoming a full one. I stare at him blankly, unsure of what to do. Nay, comforting hand on his arm. Tell him she wouldn't think that. Instead I do what I can do. You're not a monster. Luke snorts disbelieving lie. I press on, and you're not going to be one. We are going to win this hunt. And you're going to leash the beast back and everything will be better. How can you think like that? Luke shakes his head with my brain. How can you hope for all that when we're stuck in a hole? Out of options. He gestures at the boulders. Hope is the only thing that has kept me going. I say I believe it would even now. Enthusiasm, in the dark. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Uncomfortably small space of the cave, I feel the air shifting around us, weighted down by something I can't quite understand. Luke leans closer to me. I feel his warm breath on my face, causing my throat to parch in a very new way. I hope you're right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He brushes his fingers across my cheek. The tip of his nose touches mine. I feel my eyes flutter shut. Me too. I whisper because I really didn't survive everything else only to die in a watery ditch. Suddenly, the warm hand against my cheek and the breath on my face is gone. I open my eyes and blink. Luke is pulled away from me, staring wide-eyed at somewhere in oblivion. Watery ditch. He murmurs, Luke. I ask hesitantly, are you okay? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He snatches up our bag and starts rummaging through it. Why didn't I think of it before? He pulls out our slightly drenched map and lays it on the earth. I squint my eyes to see properly. We were here. Luke points out our location at the map and only a few feet away. There's supposed to be a lake. My eyes widen. Realization hits me hard. We must be close to it. And if we dig in that direction, we can get out. Luke says, a dazzling grin on his face. Your genius, Hazel. A bloody genius. This genius wants to get the hell out. I quickly get to my feet. Luke walks towards the other side of that one-room large cave and puts his ear to the wall, probably trying to hear the water. Soon, he stops at one place and points directly above it. We need to dig there. He says, I'm guessing we're almost under the edge. But you can't reach it. Neither can I. My brows furrowed. I might have an idea. Hold still. I balance my feet on Luke's shoulders, my palms flat against the cool earth above me. I am holding still. Luke snaps, hurry up. Right. I hold the gun with the muzzle in my hand and slam its butt at the earth. The moist earth offers little resistance. But even though I've already dug a hole, I can't be sure if we're close. Soon enough, I've dug a hole so high I can barely reach it anymore. Are you sure? I ask Luke yet again. Yes. He says, keep digging. I can't reach it. I huff out, it's too high. Try Hazel. Luke says. A hint of urgency leaks in his voice. You can do it. Tu es agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You have no other choice. I try to reach it, because my short height. I can't. I suppress the scream of frustration that builds in my throat. I raise the gun again, but stop. An idea hits my head. Click. What are you by? Bang. A heavy spray of water makes me fall off from Luke's shoulders and land roughly on my back. But when I sit back up, I don't care about the pain. A wide grin comes on my face as the water streams down the hole, already pooling at our feet. We did it. I squeal as Luke pulls me upright. Tu m'as agent extraordinaire, wildest. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke swings the bag across his neck and shoulder. Hold on. The water carries us up and up. Luke meets my gaze and I nod, already moving towards the water gushing out of the drain I made. I plunge upwards, fighting the heavy current. My eyes clench themselves shut, and though the hole isn't too big, I manage to shove myself up. Breath already limited in my lungs. I open my eyes a little, searching the dark waters for Luke, but then the dreadful realization hits me. The hole is too small for him. Reaching towards the vacuum, my arms look around blindly, and then I feel it. The warm, tingly feeling I get whenever our skins contact. I pull him up, probably detaching his arm, and pull again. Water tries to rush into my mouth. My lungs beg for anything to put inside. Then the thing I was pulling is suddenly pulling me upward. When we break through the surface, an uproar of sounds reach me. My hungry lungs steal all the air they can. Luke and I swim to the bank and flop on our backs, breathing heavily. The clouds have disappeared, leaving a chunk of moon in the clear sky. Finally, our breaths even out. I turn my face toward Luke at the same time as he does toward me. We're alive. I say we're bloody alive. Come on. Luke pushes himself up. I don't want to be anywhere near water. I take his offered hand and get up. Let's get the hell away from here. In the dark forest, trapped by mysterious vines, my partner pulls me back from despair with his warm embrace. In this life and death moment, our relationship subtly shifts. Are we friends, or is love quietly blossoming? The detail I really hate reads the forest is getting thicker. It's so thick that there's barely room for walking. The vines are heavy and thick like a maiden's wet hair after a bath. I feel like I'm walking on snakes. I mutter under my breath. Luke had to take out a sharp dagger and cut down the vines hanging in our path, and they fall to the ground like green snakes. We seldom talk during our travel, partially because Luke is as talkative as a rock, partially because I don't want to fall in this forestry and I have to focus on my movements. I look up at the sky, only to have my vision obscured by thick branches and leaves. I can't see a thing. What time is it? I ask Luke, starting after him again. Almost 7 in the evening. He replies, effortlessly cutting through the vines. Almost 7. My eyes widen. No wonder I feel like my legs are made of jelly. You want to camp here? I look around the suffocating environment and speed up to fall in step beside him. What do you suggest then? I suggest we go on until we find a place capable of staying at. And how long until we reach that place? As flattering as is that you think I know everything. Luke casts me a cool glance from the corner of his eyes. I don't. You've disappointed me beyond measure. My humor is greeted by silence. Well, then check that cursed map of yours. Ducking a freshly cut stack of vines as they drop. That cursed piece of paper is our biggest weapon, Luke says, making no move to go through his bag. Forgive me for my ignorance. I should respect thy sacred map. I say in a gravely voice, what does thy sacred map show? Sire Luke, it shows something wet. Luke says, and slimy. I only have a moment to catch the meaning behind his words when he stops, and I almost fall into the swamp ahead, hurriedly steadying myself. I assess the swamp that stretches to at least the next 15 feet. Luke snaps a branch from a nearby tree and bends down to dip it into the swamp. I realize what he's doing and my nose crinkles. I really don't want to wade through it. As good as that sounds, we can't do that, Luke says, letting the branch be completely sucked up by the swamp. It's pretty deep. Cursing my lips, I let my gaze wander. Only a moment later, I look up at the towering trees. We can use a fallen tree as a bridge. I doubt our luck can provide us that, Luke says. Getting up, we'll have to help ourselves. Luke, not that I doubt you, but, I say and cut the trunk of a tree. I don't think your dagger can cut through this in less than a millennium. He lets the bag and dagger drop. With a roll of his shoulders, Yas the tree I just petted. I don't need a dagger for this. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, steering me aside. I have to hold back a chuckle. Is he really going to attempt breaking it off to stroke his ego? Luke, you can't just. Words die on my tongue as he rams his shoulder into the heavy trunk of the tree, causing it to shake furiously. Luke pulls back, only to repeat the application of force. The tree rips off its roots, breathing heavily, a few rebellious drops of sweat on his temple. Luke flashes me a quick crook smile. You were saying, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He lifts my chin up as he approaches, closing my mouth. Blood rushes to my face, but I refuse to let him have the smugness and huff. I was saying we can't just destroy trees. Walking towards the fallen tree, but well, then maybe you would like to wade through the swamp. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A voice says from behind me, and let the tree's death be fruitless. Eyes wide in dramatic horror, I'd rather not. Luke's eyes narrow a fraction, but he leaves it at that as he picks up his things and starts after me on the bridge. As we reach the center of the tree trunk, it starts getting thinner and I open my arms to keep my balance. I can do this. I take a few wobbly steps forward. I can definitely. A yelp passes my lips as I begin tipping towards the left, into my eyes widen in horrified anticipation as I stare at the slimy green water when someone grabs my arm and pulls me back. I spin on my heel, barely steadying myself when I see a certain alpha now walking ahead of me. Are you all right? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke glances at me over his shoulder. It seems like you need help. I'm good. Focusing on my steps and trying my best not to shove him down the bridge. With a shrug, Luke walks over the bridge with lithe, cat-like steps, making it to the other side as easy as if he'd been walking on flat earth. Take your time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Crossing his arms, I'm figuring that it'll take you a while. Indignation and irritation bar at my face and I narrow my eyes at him in determination. I'll show you. You brat. I take a few steps forward, wobble to the right, steady myself just barely. My own momentum carries me forward. I almost fall due to the now thin and wobbling stem of the tree, as if my feet have a mind of their own and they love to dance. Tripping and staggering, they waltz forward and finally, I feel the earth under my feet. Made it. My hands shoot up, A wide grin gracing my lips. Take that. I don't have a drop of water. The rest of my insults scatter away as I take a step forward in mud and slip backwards. In the swamp, I come up to the surface, disgustingly wet and slimy. You got me there. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A small sound reaches me. I look up to see Luke's face turned sideways, but his dark eyes are on me. Bemused as he holds a fist over his mouth, but I see the corner of his mouth tugged upward. I glare at him as I come out, not a word. I take off my long boots and rid them of the slimy water. Luke wisely stays quiet as I rid myself of the slime as much as possible. Please tell me the sacred map shows a stream nearby. I say to him, only a few miles away. I groan and hang my head, my shoulders sagging. I'm too tired to complain to fate right now. But there's a small lake close. Luke says, my head snaps up if you're willing to go. I really adore you in this moment. I say as he takes my hand and starts forward. The stiffness of his shoulders doesn't go unnoticed by me in this moment. Yes, I say blatantly right now when I'm covered with slime and tired out of my sanity. The tree vines are as thick as before, but that's not our only concern anymore. Are you kidding me? I whine as I stare ahead. The thick, dark green vines that hang from towering trees are covered by big, cruelly curved thorns. Stay close, Luke says as we plunge in, the swift movements of his blade clearing the path for us. The forest is darker here, trees twisted and hunched as if whispering among each other. The vines are so long, they cover the forest floor. With every slash of Luke's blade, a hiss reaches me, as if they can feel it. Stop being irrational, I tell myself, but my hold on Luke's hand tightens. There are just a bunch of old trees, nothing to be afraid of. I dare to close my eyes for one moment when I feel it. Something slithering around my ankle. I scream as I'm pulled back, my hand ripping out of Luke's. He whirls around and I'm hanging in air, vines wrapping around my legs, my arms. My wide eye meet his and I see the hint of movement behind him. Watch out. Too late. They got him too. I thrash around wildly. The thorns dig into my skin. Hot blood beads and trickles down. What is happening? Breathless from my struggles and the tight hold on me. I don't know. Luke grits out as the vines wrap around his wrists, his ankles, pulling at his limbs. Slowly, cruelly. My breaths come up in short gasps as my eyes search around frantically. Then I do what comes to my instinctively. I bite it. Yes, I bite into that thorny, heavy tree limb and tear it off my right arm. The vine loosens its grip, hissing like a snake, but it's enough for my slimy arm to slide away. I don't waste time before snatching and pulling at the vines on my other arm, slipping free. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My vision lurches as I hang upside down. From my peripheral, I see Luke land on his feet, fingers extended to pointed claws, but something shiny catches my eye. The wild vines snatch my up again, but in one swift movement, I grab the dagger off the ground. I really hate weeds. I slash the blade through my binds and fall ungracefully on the ground. Get up. Luke is tugging at my arms, pulling me to my feet, hissing like snakes, thrones gleaming like obsidian. The vines crawl towards us. Go. Luke shoves me forward, and I barely have time to register what's happening when he's taken the lid, hand clasped around my wrist like a maniacal. There's too many. I wave the dagger blindly. Cutting and missing keep moving. Luke's voice reaches my ears. He stops to an abrupt halt. I bump into his back and look around him to see what made him stop. Screams die at my tongue. Bloody, mangled bodies are entrapped in the web of vines. Dead eyes staring into nothing. Something like a bullet goes past my arm, tearing the skin. I hiss, snapping out of my momentary trance. The bloody vines are slashing us like throwing knives. Luke hisses a curse, taking a sharp turn. The vines coming at us in a wild array, jabbing and puncturing. We try to ward them off, Me with the dagger and Luke with his free hand, but that's highly annoying while running. I'm pretty sure we're going to die from blood loss. I see a clearing. Luke says, a silver of hope enters my heart. I see it too. The faint moonlight illuminates the patches of grass. The moon forsake and trees a respectable distance from each other. We cross the forestry and into the clearing. Something pulls me back. A scream escapes me as the vine curls around my arm, thorns digging painfully into my flesh. Luke snaps his head back. I see a flash of his clawed hand, and the next instant, feel myself stumbling forward. Breathing harshly, I stagger away from the cursed plants. The vines recoil, hissing venomous lie. I harshly take off the dead vine curled around my arm. Blood trickles down from the wounds. Luke closes his eyes, breathing for a moment before coming to me. Come. He tugs at my elbow. We need to clear and bandage the wounds. I nod, casting one last glance at the deadly trap we just left behind before we start forward. Soon enough, I find myself cleaned up and changed into fresh clothes. My other pair still wet from washing and hanging off a tree, sitting by a fire. Arms and legs bandaged, body aching from exhaustion. My mind refuses to shut down. As I stare at flickering flames, my mind goes back to the bodies we just saw. Those men, their families, their packs, they will never know what happened to them. Hell, they might not even get the bodies. They died in this very forest, by some occult thing. Afraid and struggling, something brushes against my shoulders. I snap out of my thoughts and look up, surprised as Luke settles beside me, the blanket draped on my shoulders. You need to sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Stormy gaze trained on me. I turned my tired eyes to the fire again. I don't feel sleepy. Seconds go by, maybe minutes, and silence stretches around us, allowing my thoughts to chase each other in circles. Something warm and callous touches my cheek. Startled, I jump away from the source. Luke doesn't seem fazed by my reaction. He leans forward, brushing his thumb across my cheek. It comes back wet with a transparent liquid. My hand goes to my face, where a silent tear had trickled down. Why are you crying? Luke asks, no emotion in his voice. I didn't know I was. I say silently as I shift back in my previous position. You're upset about what we saw. It's not a question, so I don't bother with an answer, but I can feel his intense gaze on me, urging me to say something. Those men. Breath catches in my throat. I curse mentally before swallowing. They're just gone. I turn my face to him. He's staring at me with an impassive face, not betraying a single thought. What's done is done. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. But I can't find the right words. But their families, their friends, all of them. This isn't right. I purse my lips, hoping that he cannot see them trembling. I lower my eyes, hoping he can't see them brimming with tears. A beat of silence passes. Two arms pull me close to a warm chest. One of them wraps around my back. The other strokes my hair. I feel myself stiffen to refrain from holding him like dear life. The world isn't always right. Luke's voice caresses my ears. Those men knew that they might never come back from this hunt. It's not fair to the people who loved them. I whisper, closing my eyes. Something wet and warm trickles down my cheeks. What about their mates? Their children? Was it their fault that this hunt is a bitch? No, his callous fingers brush against my cheek. The action oddly comforting, but we cannot cage the ones we love, just to keep them safe. I let out a shaky breath. Out of their own volition, my arms snake around him, holding him tightly. I notice him tense. His own hold on me tightens. It's not fair. Life is not fair. I wish it was. A child's wish. A fruitless thought, but awfully alluring. Many wish so. Luke says. His heart beats a rhythm in my ears. Calm, steady, but life is painful and unfairifying, but we never want to let it go. Someone presses a kiss to my head. But it can't be Luke. Luke is a badass. He doesn't do things like that. Life and pain go hand in hand. His voice is lulling me to sleep, and it is a place we cannot follow others. Not even to help. Unless we want to drown ourselves. Sounds like apathy. I murmur. Sleep closing in on me. He shakes with silent laughter. Stroking my hair again, it's bitter maturity. My little idealist. I mumble an unintelligible reply. My eyes shut firmly. In the warmth of his arms. Hearing his heart beating a rhythm. I fall asleep. 33. When I open my eyes, I'm awake, but I can't open my eyes. It's like they've been weighted down by a ton of sand. My insides are freezing, and no matter how hard I clutch the blanket to myself. I'm still cold. Finally, I manage to peel my eyes open. I'm aware of the tremble in my limbs as I push myself up. My tired eyes look around, searching for a specific block of granite when I see him walking towards the campsite. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I mumble, rubbing my eyes in hopes of being less tired. Where were you? I went ahead to see if there's any other surprise for us. Luke says, eyeing me warily. I nod and do my best imitation of my usual self by quickly folding up the blanket and stuffing it in the bag. I don't want him to think I'm so shaken by that little episode last night. My eyes flicker to Luke as I recall the events of yesterday. Luke Quintus comforted me, and I let him. I shake my throbbing head. Goddess, why did I have to do that? H.E.S. probably thinking him some emotional idiot. But in my defense, I didn't expect him to actually be paying attention to my mood. He should have just let me be. But you can't deny he made you feel better. Darn my inner voice. And darn my heart for beating so fast. Luke busies himself with the map while I quickly put my hair in a braid. My head sways. My vision lurches and hears a horrible throbbing in my head. I check my bandaged wounds, but they don't hurt. Except the one of my shoulder, which is radiating pain. No, it's unbearable. So, did you find anything? I stand up, hoping Luke doesn't notice that I'm leaning against the tree now. The coast is clear. He says coolly. His eyes flicker to me as he folds up the map. We should get going. My legs almost give up by just the mention of walking. But I nod. I can do this. A little weakness is nothing. I pick up the bag and hand it to Luke. H.E.S. staring at me skeptically, his stormy eyes threatening to cut through me. What? I roll my eyes. Why won't you just admit it? His eyes narrow a fraction. My heart skips a beat. Did he? Is it that obvious? No. I'm fine. Admit that you're annoying as hell. I put a hand on my hip. Fine. You are. I walk past him, but only a step further. I feel his hand close around my upper arm and pull me back. I hiss lips past my lips. Luke's hand drops from my arm instantly. His eyes flicker from my arm to my probably pained expression, and the next moment, H.E.S. pushed the sleeve of my shirt to my shoulder, inspecting the skin as if he expects to see what damage H.E.S. caused. Luke, what are you? My own eyes gravitate towards my arm, and I see what H.E.S. seeing. Dark, cracked lines mar my pale skin, seeming to pulse from under the bandage on my arm. Our eyes meet for a second, and then his hands are quick to remove the bandage, leaving a bruised puncture wound exposed. With gentles I didn't think him capable of. Luke's thumb brushes against the wound. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I slap his hand away, cradling my arm. I give him a hard glare. It hurts. Show me your arm. Luke say. His hard voice leaves no room for argument. I huff and toss my braided hair over my shoulder. I'm fine. Stop being such an overreactor. His eyes narrow at my nonchalance, as if tempted to throw his hands up in frustration. He says, do you have nosophobia? No. I deadpan. Then just admit that you're sick. Luke says I am not. I say and turn around, already walking. No way in hell am I letting him have the chance to see me weaker than he already had. It's just a little pain. I can handle it. It's not like Ildai. Someone snatches my wrist and tugs me back, so I stand just in front of a very pissed off alpha. Luke's eyes are fixed on me in a challenging glare, daring me to pull away. Then why is your heart beating so fast? Eyes narrowed at my wide ones. Why is it beating so fast? Because I'm sick. I am. I admit it. But no. It was beating like this a while ago. What is wrong with it? My eyes dart between both of his. We're standing so close. His body heat is reaching mine, warming every freezing bone in my body. His eyes are such a peculiar shade of blue, like a storm in the ocean, ready to devour everything in its wrath. Why am I suddenly considering drowning in them? Answer my question. Luke leans down. Our distance reduces to almost nothing. Why is your heart beating so fast? Why the hell is this thing beating so fast? Am I having a heart attack? Why would I have a heart attack? My mind is scattering like sand and I blurt out the first thing that comes on my tongue. Because you're making me nervous. He pulls back by sheer surprise. What? You're making me nervous. Winters. I blurt out, growing more panicked by the second. Let go. Luke lets go of me and I put a hand on my chest. Taking deep breaths, Moon. Get a hold. Will you? I'm a decent girl. Not used to men holding me like that. Luke gives me an offended look as he crosses his arms, staring down at me. Then show me your wound like a decent girl. Stop making a fuss about it. I narrow my eyes at him, but I can't deny that HES right. This wound looks bad. Maybe it's infected and I need to treat it somehow. Decency has its disadvantages. I mutter under my breath as I hold out my arm. His fingers close around my skin carefully. His thumb brushes the wound again and I feel myself stiffen. Jaw clenched. Luke focuses on the wound and applies the slightest pressure. Something bulges up, crimson drops forming around it. The thorn is still inside. How could you not notice this last night? Luke flashes me a quick glare. Well, I don't know. I glare at him with enough heat to not tire, maybe because I almost got killed and saw two corpses and my whole body was numb with pain. Luke opens his mouth to say something but then closes it again, taking a deep breath as if calming himself. He turns his eyes to my arm. Crimson drops drain down it. We need to pull it out. My eyes widen and I pull my arm away. That sounds like a horrible idea. Luke gives me an irritated look. Are you intending to keep it then? Maybe it'll become part of me, I say, unsurely. This is the reason you're running a fever, Luke says, grabbing my elbow and leading me to a patch of grass to sit down. We need to get it out. You know it. Too tired to argue anymore. I sigh. Fine. Do it while I have the strength to kick you for it. Luke nods. I watch as his fingers sharpen at the edges. His eyes find mine for a moment. On 3. I nods. Luke turns his focus on the wound again. The slight wood bugling up pinched between his pointed fingers like a pair of tweezers. 1, 2. Luke pulls it out and a flash of pain numbs my senses. I gasp, my eyes watering. He pulls out the antiseptic from the bag and quick cleans the wound, applies a bit of pressure with a wad of cotton to stop the bleeding and quickly wraps a bandage around it. You liar. A note of accusation in my voice. You said on 3. I was expecting you to punch me on 3 and run away. You figured out my secrets. Winters. Cradling my freshly bandaged arm. My head swimming now. I have to kill you. Good luck with that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke say, getting to his feet, the long thorn still in his hand. I try to make my legs get up and succeed by clawing my hands against a tree and pulling myself up. I can see them trembling under me. My vision focuses in and out. Luke, a breath escapes my lips. That's when my legs decide it's a good time to quit. I sway back, eyes closed partially due to tiredness and partially to brace myself for the fall. I don't fall. Someone is holding me against something warm, and since there's only one someone around me, I know who it is. I lean my head against Luke's chest. I really am ill. And my vision goes black. My tired eyes wake up to the sound of water. Something cool and wet is pressed against my forehead and I know it's good. My body is burning on the outside but freezing inside. I clutch the blanket as tight as my numb hands allow. A familiar, deep and hard voice reaches me, "You're awake." My lips dug upwards, "No shit. Sherlock." Luke takes off the cloth from my forehead and I realize he's missing a sleeve of his shirt. He dips it in something nearby and wrings out the extra water. "How do you feel?" Putting the cloth on my neck. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm." I exhale. "Goddess, it's taking so much energy to speak. That may have something to do with having a poisonous thorn in your flesh for a whole night." I ignore the sarcasm in his voice. "Where are we?" "To the stream I told you of yesterday." Luke says, helping me sit up. He goes through the bag and takes out a little bottle of golden fluid. Luke's warm hand slips behind my neck, holding the bottle to my lips. "What is this?" I crinkle my nose at the horrible smell. "Antidote for poison." Luke says, "And if you want to live, you'd better take it." "Death doesn't look so bad," I murmur before taking a big gulp. I swallow, gasping as it leaving a burning trail in my throat, like the hot spice. "How long until it works?" A little breathless, Luke's eyes flicker to me and I'd almost missed the look that crosses his face. A look that has me swallowing the fear bubbling inside and failing miserably. "He doesn't. That depends on what type of poison that thorn had." Luke says, his voice cool as always. "You should be all right in a few days." My eyebrows go up. "A few days? But we don't have time to waste. What about the hunt?" I close my eyes, unable to keep them open. "Don't worry about it." "How can I not?" A hint of irritation leaks in my voice. "Both our lives depend on it." Luke's voice is as irked as mine. "You don't need to remind me of that." I open my eyes. The sun is almost down. How could I be sleeping for so long? Luke gathers firewood and starts a fire near the stream. The sounds of the forest reach my ears as I stare at the flickering flames. Everything in me feels quiet, slowly shutting down. I swallow thickly as the image of those mangled bodies enters my head. Just what sort of poison is running in my veins? "You should sleep." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I look sideways at Luke. His stormy eyes are trained on me. I don't want to sleep. I bite down my bottom lip. I hear a shuffle as he moves. Then someone catches my chin. My eyes fly to meet Luke's. His thumb gently frees my lip from my teeth. Dark blue eyes trained on it. My heart is leaping and I don't think it's just because of the fever. Then the spell is broken. Luke pulls away from me, his face impassive. "You need to sleep." He says, "Your body needs to rest to recover." With a sigh, I lay down, making my head comfortable on the bag. Cheers, right. My body does need rest, but I can't stop fear from coursing through me when I close my eyes. "Luke," I say quietly. He hums in response when I open my eyes again. "You'll be here, right?" He doesn't respond. I have to refrain myself from dying from embarrassment, but I can't help the fear pulsing through me from the wound at my arm. Someone tucks the blanket up to my chin. Warm fingers brush against my jaw while doing so. "When you open your eyes again," a deep voice says, "I will be here, Luke." I stare at the thorn in my hand. The inch-long piece of wood is curled cruelly at the end. Like a barb, a drop of black forms at the tip and drops on the ground. The grass burns where it falls. It must be the work of a witch. There's no way this could still leak poison after being detached for so long. It'd taken as much medical supplies and weapons from the witch's den as possible to carry. I hope that antidote works better than this poison. My eyes flicker to Hazel, curled up in the blanket. Her skin was scorching warm, but the way her brows are furrowed tells me she's cold. For a moment, I'm tempted to do something about it. Surely, my warmth could make her feel better. I shake my head, cutting off my thoughts. What the hell am I thinking? Hazel wouldn't allow that. I'm a decent girl. Not used to men holding me like that, Shed said this morning. Considering the look on her face, I wouldn't doubt that. It's strange though. Someone with a personality and looks like us could easily get any man she wanted. Why would she waste her time with others when she only wants her mate? Her devotion to an unknown man would be admiring if it wasn't so irritating. She doesn't even know if you would ever meet him, yet she's ready to wait forever. I've never seen her look at a man in a way other women would. She's never looked at me that way. I drag a hand down my face, scowling at my own thoughts. What is wrong with you, Winters? Instead of gauging your options, you're standing here, wanting to punch a man you don't know. Forcing myself to focus on more important matters. I calculate the days left, our rations, the distance left, and take in consideration as many variables as I can without losing my head. With Hazel unable to go on for the time being, matters have complicated further. Maybe I could carry her for the next few days. I know I can manage. Hazel didn't mind the ease last time. A cough cuts through my thoughts. I whirl around so fast. It takes a moment for my eyes to focus. Hazel is sitting up, eyes wide and chest rising and falling rapidly as she stares at her hand. Her golden eyes settle on me as I near her. What happened? Taking in her frantic expression, she doesn't say anything, simply turns her eyes to her palm again. I follow her line of sight only to have my eyes widen. Drops of crimson stain her hand. Wide, golden eyes turn to me, fierce whirling in them. I force my limbs to move and reach around her to take the bag. I pull out the bottle of the antidote. Only one dose is left in the little vessel. Without a word, I hold it to her. Her hand is trembling when she takes it. I steady her hand with my own, lest she drops all the antidote on herself rather than drinking it. Heavy silence descends on us. Questions hang in the still air. Questions that I don't want to think about. When I finally find my voice, it's only to say, go to sleep. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I get up, turn around ready to spend the next hour convincing myself that she's going to be fine. That the antidote will work. That her body will be strong enough to fight the poison. A hand closes around mine. Am I going to die? I stand rooted to my place. Not thinking. Not breathing. Finally, my paralyzed limbs turn me around and I crouch down so we're on eye level. No, I say simply. She's the one who didn't want to be on this hunt. She's the one who didn't know what to expect. She's the one who's poisoned. Yet she's the stronger one. Because she says what I can't, maybe I am. I punch my hand against the tree, shaking it to the roots. I let out the outraged growl trapped in my chest. I tell her never to say that again. That she's not going to leave me. I do none of those things. Because I have no reassurance to soothe her fears. No hope to give her. No solid fact to convince either myself or her that she's going to be fine. Her small hand tightens around mine, burning with fever, but her eyes are steady. That's possible, isn't it? Come here. I gather her up in my arms, along with the blanket, and settle her on my lap. What are you doing? Her shoulders tense. You were cold, I say simply, wrapping my arms around her, holding her small frame close to myself. I'm fine, she says, but her voice is wary, tired when I make no move to let go. She finally relents, letting out a sigh. She relaxes in my hold and I don't bother to quantize the relief that washes over me. The silence is broken by a few more coughs. Her dainty hands fly to her mouth. My hold on her tightens abruptly. Hazel pulls her hands away, smeared with crimson drops. She wipes them off on her clothes. Her voice is so soft, so quiet. She looks up at me, as if waiting for me to acknowledge the elephant in the room. The gloom hanging above our heads. I stubbornly ignore it, yes. I brush my thumb across the corner of her mouth, wiping away a drop of blood. She lowers my hands, takes a shallow breath. If I die, you won't. My voice cuts through hers like a blade. You don't know that. Her voice is calm, steady. Why is it making me want to break something? She's right. I don't know. The possibility is staining her hands. burning her skin, but I still cannot bring myself to admit it. Luke? Her hands are soft on my face. Eyes steady. If I die, find a way back to me. I won't have to do that. I shake my head. You're not going to die. She smiles then. A little sad smile that makes my heart twist horribly in my chest. My throat is parched like sandpaper. But if I do, she pulls me down and I let her. Her forehead touches mine. Don't leave me here. I don't want to be buried in this rotten place. Don't. Tell my mom that I didn't die a coward. She tells me softly, tell her I was brave and strong and amazing. Words are caught in the desert in my throat. Unable to pass. My tongue is in dust. We're so close to each other. I can see the faint freckles dusted across her cheeks. So close I can hear her heart beating in sync with mine. So close that if I move an inch, my lips would brush against hers. Will you do that for me? She asks. Something in me snaps. No, my voice is hard even to my own ears. I will not do any of that. I will not have to. She sighs, letting her hands drop. Luke, this isn't. No, I say firmly, nothing is going to happen to you. She turns her face away, brows furrowed. I find myself wanting to make her believe me, to somehow reassure her, to keep my Hazel safe. Don't you trust me? Pulling her closer to myself. You know I do. She says, but then trust me. I say quietly, nothing will happen to you. I tuck her head under my chin. Her scent is so maddeningly strong, so close. It gives me an odd relief to hold her like this, a sense of belonging. My heart jumps when she snuggles closer to my warmth. I hope you're right. I hope so too. I close my eyes and press my face against her hair. I can't lose you now. Third tie for sloth in a race. Luke, are you sure? I ask again. Hazel turns around, hands on her hips, and gives me a look, golden eyes gleaming with irritation. Luke, are you sure I was the one who fell ill? I don't want to take any risk. I can't risk you. We've been bantering over this since morning. It took her another day to recover from that poison. Her fever is gone. The bruise on her wound is almost gone too, and her steady heartbeat tells me she's fine now. I know that we have to move on. I know that our time is limited, but I don't want her to strain herself. Imperfectly fine, Hazel says, tossing her golden, brown hair over her shoulder. What do you think I am? A damsel in distress? Then don't complain later. I say as I pick up the bag finally. She grins. Let's go and win. With a quirk of my lips, I take her hand in mine and start forward, careful to let my pace be slow in the start. We can go faster gradually. Her hand is so small in mine, but fits perfectly. A tingly feeling rises up my arm, and I wonder she could feel it too. If she could see what I had started to see us as. I glance at Hazel from the corner of my eyes. Bound by habit, my eyes take in the detail of her. The shades of golden and brown in her hair, the perfect arch of her brows, her wide hazel eyes that look like pools of gold, the careful incline of her nose, the pouty shape of her lips. I always knew she was beautiful, but with the way she acts most of the time, I was fairly sure she's just a childish, fragile girl. But Hazel did what no other woman has ever managed to do. She surprised me, with resilience, bravery, with more hope and contentment than anyone I've seen. She surprised me with her depth, and if I could, I would take every moment of my day asking her about the way she saw the world. Maybe I'd find someone else. She had said that night so long ago. Maybe I already have. I tighten my hold on her hand and increase my speed slightly. Not finding your mate isn't rare. As the law states, unmated lycan troops can get married to another at the age of 20, even though the ceremony around full moon night and the two people mark each other, creating a pseudo-mate bond. If the real soulmate of either of the partners encounters them, that bond is stronger. It usually leads to pretty unhappy relationships, if not resisted vehemently. But it just might work. A lot of couples live their entire lives without encountering their true mates. Since I don't have my dose of wolfsbane, my senses are more active than they should be. Not a mile later, I take in the shuffle of feet, my muscles tense, my body already preparing itself for action. Look. Hazel gives me a confused look. Someone's coming. I pull my gun out. She does the same, stay close. Hazel nods, how many? I focus and my senses pinpoint the sound coming from just ahead of us. A singular heartbeat. Some of the tension in my shoulders goes out. Just one. I say one. I can hear the suspicion in her voice. Wait. Is it pop? Pop pop. Confetti falls over us and soon enough a familiar face comes in my view. Wearing a familiar suit. Oh, Alpha Winters. The man smiles pleasantly, the first one to reach this checkpoint. Congrats. I hold back a growl. What monopoly is this? Why is the Alpha Supreme being so considerate? Or is he just keeping eyes on us? Another break. I can't hide my disdain. The man looks a little reluctant when he sees my expression, but that clears his throat. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you will please, follow me. I glance at Hazel. She looks as irritated as I, if not more. The events of the last lottery play in my head. I refrain myself from clenching my jaw. Grow as lustful alphas to trail behind her again. Perfect. But when she meets my eyes, a smile tugs at her lips. Her eyes glint with mischief. Last one, there's a puppy. And she's gone. I roll my eyes despite my smile. Didn't I tell her she's not the hunting type? I let instinct take over, and my feet automatically guide me towards her, trailing after our messenger. The next moment, my arms wrap around her and a surprised squeal reaches my ears as I lift her up the ground. Got you. I say in her ear, you cheated. Hazel looks back at me. Eyes narrowed, there was no deal about catching me. It was a race. I still won. I put her to her feet and Hazel huffs, crossing her arms across her chest. No, you didn't. She says. I open my mouth to say something, but a cough interrupts me. Both of us turn our eyes to our messenger, who's standing a little ahead, a small smile on his face. We're almost here. He says we walk a little further and I catch a glimpse of a tower. I blink and squint my eyes to see through the thick trees and my vision remains the same. A tower made of big blocks of granite. Mine's climbing over it. We reach a clearing and my eyes widen at the sight before me. A skyscraping castle stands before us. The towers stand at its corners. Wild vines climbing over them in ragged lines. The front gates are made of the darkest wood, with heavy brass bolts. I catch a glimpse of narrow windows with tainted glass on the inner castle. Are you guys? Hazel looks at me and our messenger. Can you see this castle? Or is it just me? Yes, of course. Our messenger nods, all for a little fun. One day and one night in a fairy tale castle. I raise a skeptical eyebrow. My expression as enthusiastic as a sloth put in a race. He offers me an apologetic smile or an Alpha Supreme's command. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please, come this way. At the same moment, two women walk over to us. They glance at me for one moment before their eyes settle on Hazel. Poor dear. The older woman takes Hazel's hands in her own. You look exhausted. Come along. We'll get you patched up. I. Hazel looks at me. Confusion itched on her face. I put my hands on her shoulders and pull her back. Protectiveness taken over my head. She's recovered from the moon knows what. I'm not letting her go out of my sight. Let the lady go with them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Our messenger says she's going to be all right. I assure you. I narrow my eyes at him. He takes an unsure step back. Before I have a chance to say anything, a soft hand falls over mine. They'll be fine, Hazel says with a small smile in it. After Winters, I take in consideration our situation. Even if I want to stay with her, I'm not in the power to argue right now. And if this is another break, it's neutral territory. They have no reason to bother us. At least it seems so. I let out a breath and turn my gaze to the two women in front of us, making sure to put every bit of intensity in my gaze. I expect to see her in 1 hour, perfectly intact. an unsaid warning in my voice. With that I pull my hands away from her shoulders and step back. Hazel gives me an exasperated glance. The other two women exchange an nervous look. Come on. The younger woman, just a girl Ray, takes Hazel by the arm. We really don't have much time. Elise, I sigh in pure bliss and sink deeper in the bubble bath. You know that embarrassing dream of being a princess when you were a little girl? Yeah, I'm totally living the dream. Another knock sounds on the door, followed by a panicked voice. Elise? Hurry up. It's been almost 40 minutes since you went in there. Clary, the girl who got me in this tower, says I pout, but then I decide to get out after all. I quickly dry myself and put on my clothes, my hair wrapped in a towel. Sorry. I give her an apologetic smile as I come out. It's been so long since I took a bath like that. No time to waste. She hurriedly pulls me towards the huge four-poster bed. Gosh, that brute of your partner is probably planning on how to kill me. I laugh at her panicked expression. Luke is just a little protective. He won't do anything like that. Trust me. Well, you had your back to him when he was staring at me and held day with murderous eyes. Clary says as she picks up a dress from the bed. They were the own gazer from the Alpha Supreme's pack, and they'd been sent here to take care of the competitors. When I told her I'm an Omega too, she pretty much blew up in a rainbow from happiness that an Omega is in the leading team of this hunt. I'm sure you're going to need help in putting this on. She holds up something that can only be described as a Duchess ball gown. My fingers skim the soft golden material and am amazed at the softness. The intricate designs on the dress and the layers of cloth. Yeah. No way in hell am I wearing this. I say I'm probably going to trip and crack my head open. And ruin the dress. Might I add? Oh, nonsense. Clary waves a hand. You'll look amazing. Besides, it's necessary for the occasion. So grumbling and complaining, she puts me in the dress and sits me in front of the dresser, drying my hair before starting to put it in a complicated hairstyle. Goddess, we are so late, Clary says, fussing over makeup. Calm down. I chuckle. Luke wouldn't. The door slams open, almost breaking off its hinges. Clary jumps away with a squeal of fright. My instinct tells me to reach for my gun, but then I realize this is neutral territory and they had taken it. A tall figure strides in, a squeaking held A behind him. Luke's dark blue eyes take in the room with one quick glance before they settle on me. Something similar to relief cross his face. The next moment, HES crossed the room, standing only a few steps away from me. I told you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Helde squeaks out, trying and failing to look intimidating. Chess getting ready. Luke's eyes stop searching my face for signs of worry or injury and taking my dressing. His eyebrows shoot up to his hairline. My own eyes take in his attire. Dressed like some old-time white duke. With all the elaborate coats and the frilly dress shirt he looks so. I break in a fit of giggles. You look ridiculous. Luke scowls at me, then looks down at his clothed self, consciously. I think I look fine, he says. Handsome. Still chuckling, I close the remaining distance between us. His hair's been brushed neatly back. A single strand of wavy hair is out of place. Mindlessly, I raise my hand and put it back in place. Don't be so disappointed. I grin at him. At least you made me laugh for once. Clary snickers from her place by the dresser. Luke casts her a quick glare before he turns his gaze to me again. He straightens his posture, features calm and composed. I'm waiting in the sitting room down the hall. He says don't take long. With that he turns around and leaves the room. My moon. Hilde sighs. That's one bossy liken. Carrie grins at me as I sit back down in front of the dresser. I raise an eyebrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was quite the entrance he made, she says. Waggling her brows. He seems very worried about your safety. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I say we've been through a rough time. You never know what to expect on this hunt. Not that kind of worried. She rolls her eyes. Didn't you notice the way he was looking at you? Like him his partner. I offer Clary face palms herself. How have you been surviving this hunt? You ding dong. Hey, I make a face. I have to admit. Hilde says, walking over to me with an old time my hand fan Alpha Winters must really care about you. And Biden. He trushes to my face along with Luke's words. Nothing is going to happen to you. I don't remember much of that night. Only muddled words and a haze of pain. But I do remember the look on Luke's face when I told him I think him going to die. The way he looked at me then is burned in my memory. Like he would drag me back from hell if he has to. But he won't let me go. I shake my head well. I've been burying him from over a month. I managed to get them off my case, and once they're done with dressing me up as if I'm an actress in a film, Clary points out where the sitting room is. I open the huge ebony doors. Thurn held in front of my face like a perfect duchess. My eyes instantly find Luke, standing by the window, the wind lifting his hair. Stormy gaze snaps to me. I grin widely, feeling too excited for this break of ours. I already like it better than the last. I gather up my huge puffy dress and walk over to him. Only then do I realize there's a door on the other side of the room as well. It opens and my grin falls. My eyes widen and the fan slips from my hand. I stare at the man standing just behind Luke, his clothes red from blood. Another man helping him inside. 35 not like others am fine. To my agent extraordinaire, my Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Ethan says. H.E.S. lying on the sofa, arm wrapped in a bandage and changed out of the blood-drenched clothes into loose, frilly dress, shirt and trousers. The worst of his injuries have already been treated by a witch who's staying here on the Alpha Supreme's instructions. For the last time, I give him a look. How did this happen? Ethan drags a hand down his face. Another teen tried to ambush us. I nod, feeling absurd that I'm not surprised. Well, what can I say? Anything is possible in this bloody game. We barely overpowered them. Tyler shakes his head. Reaching the checkpoint must have been perfect timing then. Luke eyes Ethan's bandaged arm. Ethan huffs out a laugh, either ignoring Luke's ruthless gaze or not caring about it. A miracle. To my agent extraordinaire, my Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Not so much when you have to dress like a lunatic. Tyler tugs at his clothes moodily. My eyes stay on Ethan. Worry tugs at my heart. H.E.S. always been so good to me. I can't help but feel my heart soften for him. I'm thinking. I gently put my hand on his arm. Does it still hurt? Ethan's eyes slide to mine. He smiles his usual polite smile. You offend me. In an alpha, I can handle a little pain. He stole my line. All right then. I stand up and fix my clothes. Time for me to explore this place. See you later. I look forward to it. Ethan nods. Something warm closes around my hand, causing tingles to spread over my skin. My head snaps to Luke as my hand in the crook of his arm. I'm coming with you. I try to stop my heart from beating so fast. It doesn't slow down. The darn thing. Okay. Breathless for some reason. What the hell? Get a grip. There must be a reason behind this. Something related to the hunt. Maybe Luke wants to see if it's safe. Luke guides me out of the sitting room and through the wide hallways. The high walls adorned with portraits and coats of arms. Where are we going? I ask. And how do you even know where to go? While you were busy dressing up, I took a round of this tower. Luke says as we go down the stairs it's secure for the time being. At least. I glance at the guards standing by the doors of the tower. Two bulky men with guns hanging at their belts. If they want to, they can easily take us down since we don't have weapons. And where are we going? I asks, and Luke doesn't go to that door, but turns into another hallway. To the main castle grounds. He says the tower is where we will be staying, but I want to analyze the whole place. I nod, taking in every wall and door we pass by, through the endless maze of hallways, corridors and rooms. We reach a place I could have never expected. In the innermost part of the castle, a huge garden greets us. Rows and rows of flowers scattered in a million colors and shapes. Oh my moon. I hurriedly descend the steps that led to it, almost tripping due to my dress. This is amazing. Everywhere I look, a new kind of beauty enters my vision. Roses standing proud and magnificent. Bluebells hanging their heads as if listening to a distant melody. Gardenias little and shy and my utmost favorite. Sunflowers following the sun. Okay, maybe I have a flower fetish. In a dreamy tranquility, I go from one bed to the next, then stop by the roses and take a deep breath. A smile tugs at my lips. You really like this, don't you? I turn around to see Luke just a few steps behind me. I love it, I say with a bright grin. No crazes and eyebrow ever took you to be into flowers. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean by that? I give him a look. Isn't it obvious that girls like flowers? Not when it comes to you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. You don't share a lot of similarities with other girls. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Luke surprises me as he reaches over to the sunflower bed and moves his hand to pluck one. No, don't. I grab his arm and pull back. Why? Luke asks. Surprised? Don't you like them? No, I say with a shake of my head. I love them. If you pluck it, it's going to wither away. Luke's stormy eyes stay on me, as if reading a book in another language. Then his lips tug upwards and his shoulders shake with a silent chuckle. My eyes widen and my heart squirms in place when he leans down to press a kiss on my head. His hand slips into mine, fingers interlocked. Definitely not like others. Luke says, laughter in his voice. The next moment, we're walking again, my hand still held in his. We need to finish this tour before another team arrives or they call us back to our rooms. Luke says, his voice cool and composed as ever. I shake my head and try to get rid of the butterflies in my stomach. Goddess, this man is weird. Two more teams arrive and soon night falls. Apparently, only the serious people make it so far because the other to-doers don't really bother getting to know anyone else. Dinner is served at a long table. Fancy as if it took them 2 days to make it. We retire to our rooms for the night. Luke's room is just beside mine. I change out of my clothes with a bit difficulty and grab a loose nightdress that, thankfully, isn't cooling at my feet. With a sigh of relief, I slid into bed and soon, darkness gathers me up in its arms and cradles me to sleep. Quick, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I furrow my brows and pull my blanket higher, trying to ignore the sound. It comes again, disturbing the lovely dreamless sleep of mine. What is this sound, anyways? I open my eyes and groggily sit up. My eyes swim over the room and then they stop. I stare wide-eyed and terrified as the doorknob rattles again. My gun. My hand falls to my hip, where I usually have it in my pocket, but I only feel the soft material of the nightdress. Oh crap. I spring up from my bed to the furthest corner of the room. The door cracks open and do what comes to me instinctively. Like a banshee, like a crazy lady, like an annoying kid who didn't get their favorite ice cream. The intruder stumbles back as I throw a vase towards him. It misses and crashes against the doorframe. I pick up a second vase and throw it, just for good measure. The door is thrown open then. I inch towards the pointed fire poker near the grate. In the dark of my room, I see a tall silhouette move forward, and without thinking twice, I bring the poker up against his throat. Move 1 inch. I marvel at the steadiness of my voice and I won't hesitate before making a hole in your throat. I had no idea. A deep, oddly familiar voice says you felt so strongly about me. The next moment, Luke plucks the fire poker from my hand and carelessly tosses it aside. Why were you screaming? He studies my face. What happened? There was someone outside my door. Trying to wrap my head around what just happened. What? A new voice says. I look at the door again, my eyes now accustomed to the dark. See Ethan and Tyler, their bad hair sticking in all directions. Behind them I catch a glance of our messenger, Mr. Stone, as he had told his name earlier. Someone was at the door. They opened the door and woke me from my beauty sleep, I say. My voice calmer than what I feel, and I guess I woke all of you up. But Miss, to our agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Are you sure? Mr. Stone asks. Now that you've said it. Maybe I just imagined the door opening. Sarcasm dripping from my voice, and those vases were kind of ugly, so I thought I might as well get rid of them. But why would anyone come here? Ethan mutters, eyeing the door. Then he turns to me. Did you have the door locked? I hesitate before shaking my head. Seriously. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke gives me a disappointed look. I shrug sheepishly. I was so tired after dinner. I simply changed and fell on the bed like a corpse. Goddess, that was a big slip on my part. If the door was so old and hard to open, I probably wouldn't even notice. But there's not a hint of another scent here. Tyler points out, whoever it was, must be masked their scent. Ethan's. My stomach twists into a horrible knot. No, don't overthink. Who knows, maybe it was room service. Can we sort this out in the morning? Then yawn before I continue. I really want to sleep again. You're right. Ethan sighs, make sure to lock the door. Everyone moves to go out, but Luke stays in his place, looking around the room with skeptical eyes. Luke, I say, shouldn't you get going? Luke turns to look at me, his face set in stone with determination stain. The other three men stop in their tracks and turn to look at him. No expression crosses Luke's face. But, Alpha Winters, Mr. Stone says you can't just Mr. Stone cuts himself off when Luke is towering over him the next moment. Eyes narrowed a fraction. If you cannot guarantee her safety, I will just have to do it myself. Luke says, every word hard with determination. Is that a problem? Mr. Stone's eyes dart around the room. All right. I watch Ethan glance warily at Luke. His jaw clenched just a bit, but he says nothing about it. Good night, he says to me, and stay safe. He catches Luke's eyes, and I see a steely look on Ethan's face that I've never seen before. He goes out of the room. Tyler follows behind, and so does Mr. Stone. Luke bolts the door, and when he turns to me again, I cross my arms. You didn't ask for my permission to stay here. Why should I ask when I can just do as I please? I huff. What an arrogant idiot, I can just kick you out. Luke doesn't answer me as he picks up the extra pillows and the cushions on the settee to divide the bed into halves. We settle down, and the silent night goes on. Every now and then, my eyes start to drop, but then they unintentionally swim to the door. Come on, I tell my brain. Calm down, will you? But my head refuses to let down its guard, and I have to deal with being sleepy as hell but not being able to fall asleep. You're still awake. I almost jump when the familiar, deep voice reaches me. I turn my face to Luke. H.E.S. laying still on the other side of the bed. So still I'd almost forgotten he was there. He has his face to the ceiling, his eyes closed. So are you? My voice quiet in the silence around us. Luke turns his face to me. Hooded blue eyes dark. I can hear your heartbeat slow down to normal and then suddenly speed up again. It's not the best sound to fall asleep to. My eyes widen, really. He nods, his gaze penetrating through me. I fiddle with the covers. Words jumble in my head. Dumb his to accurate senses. I can't sleep. I whisper. I expect Luke to scoff and tell me to somehow regulate my heartbeat so he can sleep. Give a demeaning comment about home gazer or flat out laugh at me. But he does none of that. He just stays quiet. Then come here. My eyes snap towards him. H.S. extended his arm in my direction. His face unreadable. There's a beat of silence. Then my hands develop a brain of their own and push away the cushions to scoot over to him. Luke's arm wraps around me, holding me so my head falls on his chest. His warmth radiates to me. The steady beat of his heart a rhythm. The scent of pine trees and coffee oddly comforting. As long as I'm here, Luke's voice caresses my ears. No one can lay a single finger on you. My eyes fall shut. The tension in my shoulders goes away and I feel myself drifting into peaceful sleep. I didn't mean to say it. I didn't even know I meant it. But the words simply tumble out of my mouth without permission. I know. That is my dearest moralist. I wake up in a soft bed, huddled in the covers. I can feel the gentle warmth of sunlight coming from the gap in the window curtains. I sigh in comfort and make myself easy against this horribly stiff pillow. The blanket absurdly heavy around my waist. Wait. What? My eyes open and I almost scream my lungs out when I see the living being next to me. Holy mother of ducks. What in the bloody hell? My eyes travel up and find a familiar face. My shoulders relax and I let out a breath of relief. The events of last night come back to me. Curiously, I watch his face perfectly relaxed. His features slack of the usual rigidity. Lips slightly parted and hair folding into his eyes. He looks almost cute. Strange as it is, I've never seen Luke relax. Not even once. Not even during the times I was keeping watch and he was sleeping. A small smile tugs at my lips. Luke may complain all he wants about these breaks, but he sure is enjoying his sleep. It'll do him good to take it a little easy. How can he take it easy when his life literally depends on winning this hunt? Without wanting to, my mind wanders to how Luke must be dealt with all this since the age of 11. Just a child, being told that he might become a monster. It's too early for thoughts like this. Unthinking, I move my hand to brush away the hair falling in his eyes. I hold back a squeal. I really do need to ask him what he uses to keep it so soft. The next moment all my thoughts go out the window when his hold on me tightens abruptly. His eyes snap open. Pupils dilated to tell me he has gone into survival mode. I slowly retreat my hand with an apologetic smile. Luke lets out a breath. The tension in his frame leaves and his eyes fall shut again. Sorry. I say softly, I didn't mean to wake you. Luke gives the barest shake of his head. Don't apologize. I furrow my brows in confusion. I didn't wake you. You did. Surprisingly. He offers me a sleepy smile. Eyes open just enough to give a glance of the darkest blue. But you never have to apologize to me. Luke says. A small chuckle leaves my mouth even when I annoy you with all my rambling. His smile deepens specially then. Don't back out later. I grin. Luke brushes his knuckles across my cheek, making my heart skid to a halt. I'm a man of my words. The door knocks. I jump 10 meters away from Luke and right off the bed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I get up, rubbing my aching behind. Luke throws me a faint, amused smile before moving to the door. When he swings it open, I see the permanent tension slam right back in his frame. Furrowing my brows, I go over and peek from behind him. Familiar crystal blue eyes meet mine, my own. Good morning. Ethan gives me a smile. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I smile back. Is everything okay? That's what I wanted to ask. Ethan's gaze flickers to Luke for one quick moment. But Luke notices it. He notices, all right. You don't have to worry about her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke says, every word low. Precise, I am here for that. Ethan holds his stormy gaze. His honesty. That is exactly what I'm worried about. Winters. I can almost feel the air charged with tension. My eyes flicker between them, unsure of what to do. Thinkily, before they pounce to kill each other. Everything's okay. I being with a smile and a cheery tone. Luke was kind enough to keep my company for the night. Ethan gives me a slow nod, but his unwavering gaze stays on Luke. Crap. Luke. Why don't you leave for your own room? Trying to unfurl his fisted hand, he'd like to get dressed for the day. Luke keeps his stormy gaze on Ethan. Then he takes a breath. His fist unfurls and he turns to look at me. Take your time, Luke says, giving my hand a momentary squeeze before he goes out of the door. But of course, alphas have to act like alphas, and he bumps his shoulder against Ethan's on his way out. Ethan's jaw clenches, but he keeps a hold on himself. Did anyone come again? He asks me. Fairly calm now, no. I shake my head, everything was fine. I keep my gaze on him for a few moments, telling myself I should not say what I want to say, but I still do. As much as I appreciate your concern for me. Choosing my words, I've been staying with Luke for over a month. Achia's the safest person for me to be around. Ethan seems taken aback by my words. He blinks, hesitates for a moment, then shakes his head. I understand. He says it's just a lot of rumors surround your partner. It's hard to ignore them all. Curiosity tugs at my head, but I hold it back. I say, I see you around. Ethan gives me his usual composed smile until then. I close my door and lean against it with a breath of relief. Elise 1. Immature Alphys Hero. Whistling. I pull the curtains aside, make my bed, take a long shower. When I come out of the bathroom, I see Clary already waiting to help me dress up for the day. I fiddle with the material of my dark blue gown while she fusses over my hair. Should I ask her about the incident last night? Goddess, this isn't the one either, Clary says, comparing to necklaces. With an internal sigh, I realize I can't trust her with this kind of questioning, so I put the brooding aside and pay attention to her irritated expression. Why are you so worried? I say as I take one of the 2 chains she was holding. I put it around my neck and smile at my reflection. It's just jewelry. Not like it matters so much. I'm just a bit artsy, she says with a sigh. Why? My mind conjures up the worst. There's a party this evening, Clary says. I raise an eyebrow. Party? Clary nods enthusiastically. Yeah. My whole pack will be there, and so will all of you guys. It'll be awesome. I nod at her, feeling excited by just the mention of a party. Well, I haven't been to a lot of parties, but as long as this offers good food, I'm up for it. Once dressed up, I go to Luke's room. I knock once. He doesn't answer. I crack open the door and peek inside. His room is pretty much like mine, but HE's not here. Furrowing my brows, I step away and close the door. Where could he be? You seem lost. I look sideways to come face to face with Ethan. He offers me a greeting smile. No, just looking around. I say, mind if I join you? Not at all. I take the arm he offers me and we start walking. I guess you heard of the party in the evening, Ethan says, taking in my dressing in a quick glance. I'm guessing you did as well. I say honestly, this type of clothing suits him, with his golden hair and crystal blue eyes. Ethan does look like some duke. I can't help but chuckle at the thought. What? He asks me. Nothing. I shake my head with a smile. You just seem perfect for a play like this. Your prince in a shining armor. A rakish duke. Ethan laughs. His eyes shine with amusement. I'm jealous of Luke. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You must make for a very lively companion. Thus I am. I grin brightly. I didn't realize when I took Ethan to the gardens, but, well, I won't complain. I can spend my whole day here. We walk around, telling stories of incidents on this hunt when he brings up something I wish he hadn't. At the other lodge, Ethan says, his tone careful. You said, it's not possible for us to know each other after the hunt. What did you mean by that? I stay quiet for a moment, keeping my eyes on the rows of tulips in front of me. I'm not ashamed of what I did. I never will be, but I still haven't prepared myself for every honest reactions when the news leaks out. Things like this never stay hidden. Then why bother hiding them anyway? You know my pack didn't want me to be Luke's partner. He nods. Well, I didn't want to be his partner either. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's reasonable. No, I cut him off calmly. I didn't want to go with him for nothing. What? Eth unfurrows his brows. I got a contract. I pause. Shrug. It says that if Luke wins this hunt, the pack will let me and my mon go free without severing our connect. Silence descends on us. I brace myself for the judgment that's about to come. The judgment that will come again and again in the future. Before Ethan could say anything, I turn around and give him a small smile. I guess I ruined your impression of myself. I don't know what to say. Ethan says. His features slack. Maybe that's for the best. I continue not saying anything. I don't know what you might be thinking about me, but I'm done waiting for someone to come and save me from lifetime slavery. I turn around and halt in my steps. A few yards away, at the top of the stairs leading to the garden, is standing a tall, austere figure, eating me up this stormy blue gaze. Done gallivanting around. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke asks as I stop just in front of him, an edge to his voice. I raise an eyebrow. What crawled up your behind? Luke looks at someone behind me. His eyes flashed dangerously, and I realize just who he is looking at. Then he takes me by the arm and taking fast steps, leading me somewhere in the maze of hallways. Luke, what is wrong with you? I say as I pull my arm away from him. There's nothing wrong with me. Luke snaps. What is wrong with you? H.E.S. our competitor, not a suitor trying to woo you. Ethan is my friend. I narrow my eyes and I have no idea why you act like a total asshole when H.E.S. around. I do no such thing. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I scoff and cross my arms. Maybe you should take your time and think about it. I turn around, ready to go and eat something to cheer myself up. To my agent extraordinaire, alone.丨heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They are beyond me. Don't you want to know who it was last night? That secures my interest. I halt in my steps and look over my shoulder. Did you find anything? No. Luke crosses his arms. But we did lose something. What? I turn to face him again. The map. My eyes widen. You mean? He gives me a curt nod. While we were in your room last night, someone took that map from my room. Maybe that was the plot all along. Oh my moon. We should tell Mr. Stone. I say. He can tell the Alpha Supreme no. Why the hell not? I blink. We have no proof that someone took it. Luke says, and I don't want to expose our vulnerability to anyone just yet. Then what? What were you talking to Parks about? Seriously. I give him a look. I know you don't like Ethan, but this is too much. Luke gives me an offended glance. I told you I don't care about anything related to him. Did he tell if they still have their map? We didn't talk about maps. Then do. Luke says. I wonder if in imagining the hardness in his voice do that thing you do when you talk too smoothly and get out valuable information. I cross my arms. And if they still have their map, then our criminal tendencies will have to do. You will steal it. My mouth hangs open. No. I let out a breath of relief. It might as well be you. I stomp on his foot. Luke shows no hint of pain except for the momentary closing of his eyes. If you don't remember, my dearest moralist, Luke says tautly, winning this hunt is what's getting you freedom and me peace. Without a map, we should kiss them goodbye. I worry my bottom lip, my brain running 1,000 miles per second. I cannot believe in using my awesome mind for something like this, but I didn't come this far for nothing. Finally, I say I have a better idea.